It is now time to start open session to hear public comments before closed session. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner has requested to attend this meeting remotely due to a medical procedure. So according to AB 2449, the council needs to take a vote to approve her participation.
All right, I'll
You need a
move
motion.
to put a vote for Councilmember Bonnet to attend the meeting remotely. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, first, second, roll call.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes, now we may have our roll call.
And the motion passes. Okay.
Is Councilmember Bonnet on?
No, I do not see her.
There's actually a closed session link. I can
Okay.
share it now if you want.
That's quite right,
That's okay.
yeah. We'll acknowledge her presence.
Okay. Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
Mayor Martinez,
Here?
Councilmember Willis is absent. Councilmember Bonner is here, but she's currently in closed session. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items: public employee performance evaluation, title City Attorney, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Tocoi versus City of Richmond, Hanley's Hilltop Buick et al. Versus City of Richmond, Surplus Property Authority of the City of Richmond versus Riggers Loft Wine Company et al. Conference with real property negotiator. Property is located at 1689 Regatta Boulevard. Agency negotiators Nanette Beecham and Ann Lamphar. Negotiating parties, Dicon Fiber Optics, Inc., and under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Management Association. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure, there's one case. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, there are two cases. We do not have any requests to address the council.
All right, if there's no request to address City Council, then we will adjourn to closed session. It is now time to start the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Present.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Are there any?
Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review, and we have a request from the public to remove item P8B, and that is an appointment. It's an appointment to the Community Police Review Commission appointment.
Can I ask the chair to put that item that was taken out first, so that we can, it's short and we can, the appointment of Marisol Cantu and the Community Police Review Commission.
When you said first,
Say
what
it.
do you mean, where?
After open forum? if we
After
can.
open forum?
Thank you.
After open forum, okay. And we have corrections. Correction to item P4C, like Charles. There's revisions on page 4 and page 6. And the revision on page 4, in the last paragraph, where it says Task 2, Community Engagement will need to be revised to include a subcontract with a community engagement organization. The watershed project has been stricken, and to provide additional public outreach, and the City of Richmond will issue an RFP for selection of the community engagement. That has been added, and the council should have copies at the dais. And there are also additional copies of that revision at the table in the back, table up front, sorry. And I think that's it. And it's also posted online. That one will make the revision when it comes up, because it's not on consent. Okay.
Next item?
Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, council met in closed session. On the closed session agenda, the item C1, evaluation city attorney, that was discussed. There was no reportable action taken. With regards to C2, the Tokyo versus City of Richmond case, there was direction given towards the negotiator concerning potential settlement. With regards to the Hilltop lawsuit, that was not discussed. With regards to the Surplus Property Authority versus Riggers, there was a status report on that litigation. There was no reportable action taken. Concerning the real property, C3, at 1689 Regatta Boulevard, there was a discussion of the lease negotiations and direction given for further negotiations. C4, which is the labor negotiating item, that was not discussed. With respect to conference with counsel concerning exposure to litigation, there was a discussion of that item. The council, the mayor did appoint a subcommittee to work with council on that, and the subcommittee is council members Zepeda, Robinson, and McLaughlin. The last item is C6. That item, it consisted of two cases where There is the issue is the initiation of litigation. Neither of those items was discussed. That's the report.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, KCRT. Can you please put up the slide deck? Next slide, please. This week, we're proud to note that we had a very busy week and want to briefly highlight some of the things that took place and that are forthcoming. And all of the information that is presented this evening is also available in the city manager's weekly report and on the city manager's office website. Next slide. We'd like to start by noting that we celebrated the expansion of Richmond Moves, the city's electric on-demand public transportation program. Speakers at this event included Vice Mayor Jimenez, CARB Chair, and also want to thank everyone who's involved in launching this program because it ensures that there's more equitable and sustaining ways to move throughout the city of Richmond. The city is a proud partner with VIA on Richmond Moves. It's a transformative program that addresses long-standing transportation challenges in our community. And this initiative not only helps reduce pollution and traffic congestion, but also works to ensure that the most vulnerable populations have access to essential services and opportunities. Our city also hosted representatives from the governor's office, State Senator Nancy Skinner's office, and many more. To find out more about Richmond Moves, please see the city's website. Next slide. We also celebrated Juneteenth with a vibrant parade and festival, uniting the community in honor of freedom, heritage, and peace. We had over 110 vendors, the most we've had in recent history. Thank you all to the community members, volunteers, and city staff who came together to make this event possible. Next slide. These are some additional lovely photos of the event. Next slide, please. Also, as we've previously mentioned, the Contra Costa Housing Authority waitlist is open. The application closes on Thursday, June 27th. If you would like assistance filling out the application, or if you need additional support, please call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. We've hosted a series of workshops here at City Hall and have been having an opportunity to work directly with residents to make sure that they have all the information they need submitted to participate in the open wait list for affordable housing. Next slide. Upcoming on July 3rd, we have our annual fireworks event. It's free and open to all, so please bring your friends and family to join us at Marina Bay Park, Wednesday, July 3rd from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Fireworks are scheduled to start at approximately 9:15 p.m. Next slide. Can you please help us enhance access to convenient microtransportation? You can do so by participating in a short survey. Your input will guide the placement of 2 new electric bike hubs in the city of Richmond. Enjoy the benefits and efficient e-bike program in our community. If you have questions, please call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512, and you can take the survey by scanning this QR code, which is also available on the city manager's website and weekly report. Next slide. Thank you.
Our next item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 123, 4 reports, limited to 2 minutes per council member.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll start on this side.
Thank you. If possible, Mr. Mayor, I would like us, Councilmember Willis, myself, and Vice Mayor Jimenez to use our 2 minutes to recognize some community advocates, and the rest of you are invited to join us as we just read their names and take a group picture and hand them the certificates of recognition. Because gun violence is a major problem in the city of Richmond. The city council would like to acknowledge it. It's a public safety issue. It's a public health issue. We do have our Office of Neighborhood Safety. We have our Richmond Police Department, but we also need the community involvement. Tonight, we are going to recognize some community-based organizations, just recognize their work and appreciate what they're doing, even though it's not on the agenda and they won't get a chance to speak. But we would like the community to know about the great work they're doing.
Shall we all
Why not?
join?
Yeah, we're going to take a group picture. May I? Oh, thank you. So I'm going to read it for one of them. And then I will ask everyone to come here whose names are read. City of Richmond Certificate of Recognition, DeWanda Joseph for Yanima Healing Circles is the first one. In recognition of your exceptional dedication in supporting the youth and families impacted by gun violence within the city of Richmond, your unwavering commitment in providing support to heal the trauma cycle caused by gun violence and tireless efforts that work towards increasing awareness on the matter is truly commendable. Your invaluable contribution and advocacy play a crucial role in our shared mission to create a safer and more supported community as we decisively move towards eradicating gun violence in our community. Together, in partnership, we can make a significant difference in the lives of those affected by gun violence and foster a safer and healthier Richmond. Thank you. May I invite LeJohn Reese from Motivated to Help Others. Fahim, please. Thank you for all you do. Thank you. Stay here. We're going to take a group picture before we end. May I invite Keisha Gallen from Keys to the Future, please. Patrick Scott and Dante Gaines from 100 Years. Ilana Bolds from Visions of Hope Outreach. Woo! Thank you. John Holman from He Blends. Bendrick Foster, New Life Movement. Thank you. I know Tanya Dyer from Ronnie Boba Robinson Scholarship Foundation is not here with us tonight. They're celebrating their anniversary. And is anyone here on behalf of Florence Davis from Faith in Action East Bay? I know she's in Ohio. Okay, we'll
Give her applause anyway.
Thank you very much, everyone. And if you could just have a group picture, just a second, and then we can. Thank you. I just wanted to add that the City Council unanimously passed last night a $50,000 budget for Richmond Gun Violence Reduction Initiative. All these organizations, plus many more, will be involved in moving the initiative forward. Thank you, everyone. Sorry, I'm going to sign you up for 2 minutes public forum.
Okay.
Yeah, I signed you up. Something about what you do.
Next item.
We have a lot of items to cover, so if you can be concise, it'll be appreciated. Cesar?
Perfect. Really quickly, want to invite everyone. The Point Richmond Music is having their 25th year anniversary, and it's this Friday. And they're having their event every last Friday of the month during the summer. So for the next 3 months coming out, it's a free community event, and it's free for all. Come on out and enjoy in Point Richmond. Thank you.
All right, so a couple of quick announcements. The first is I want to make sure that everyone is aware of a new project that's happening with a number of neighborhood council members, including folks from Santa Fe, Coronado, Mr. Bates, other people. It's the Black Historical Legacy Project. It's a project to try to create a Black History Museum in Richmond. It's been long overdue. We need it. It's conceived currently as Black History Museum and a cultural center. For people of African descent. There is a survey going around about this that we really want everyone to know about. I'm going to make sure it's available on the city website if I can soon. And it's a survey that asks everyone who has been here for a while, what is the history that we need to make sure is in this museum? What are the stories that we need to tell? There's so many stories from every neighborhood, so many people who have made a difference in this town for many, many decades, over 100 years, not just in the beginning of World War II. So please keep an eye out for that. We're all trying to get it out on all of our networks. Keep an eye out for that. Please do that survey. Next, I want to say that Thursday, 6/27, we will have a ceremonial raising of the Juneteenth flag here at Civic Center at 2 p.m. So we're inviting everyone to join us for that. We'll probably have hopefully some words and some celebration of the Juneteenth committee who put together the amazing Juneteenth that we just celebrated, and some other folks. So Thursday at 2 p.m., raising of the Juneteenth flag. That was just confirmed today. And then lastly, for all of you who live in Coronado or who just want to come out and help, we're going to be beautifying the wellness trail that runs down Marina Way. It's gotten some weeds and everything. We want to keep those native plants beautiful. So we're having a volunteer day on Saturday, 6/29, to keep it nice from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. You don't have to bring anything, just yourself. Free lunch for everybody who comes out. Should be a fun day. We're going to keep that wellness trail nice for everyone. So please join us. Thank you.
Next item.
Our next item is under commendations, presentations, and proclamations. We'll receive a proclamation from the East Bay Municipal Utility District recognizing the successful collaboration between the City of Richmond Parks and Landscaping Division and the University of California Gardeners of Contra Costa County that restored and maintains the gardens at the Richmond Civic Center Plaza. Good evening, is this on? No, press. Should I come over here? Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, and each council member on the dais. I am Ianad Burrell, Community Affairs for East Bay Mud, and I want to first give regards from Director President Lisa McIntosh, who could not make it this evening. I would first like to ask for Dawn Kuyumjan to join me. Dawn is the volunteer coordinator for the UC Master Gardener Program of Contra Costa County. Thank you, Dawn. And if Greg Hardesty or someone from Park and Landscape Superintendent. Oh.
He has your back.
Ooh, you know, we look different on Zoom. We have to. Tremore, just please. What I'm going to do first, I'm going to do some talking points, just a little bit of background, and then I have two amazing proclamations to present. The Richmond City Civic Center Demonstration Garden stands as a beacon of successful collaboration, showcasing the combined efforts of the City of Richmond Park and Landscaping Division, the UC Master Gardeners of Contra Costa County Program, and East Bay Mud in promoting sustainable landscape practices. The garden serves as an educational hub, offering workshops that empower the community with knowledge of water-efficient gardening and sustainable landscape practices. This project underscores East Bay Mud, UC Master Gardeners, and the City of Richmond's commitment to water conservation and environmental sustainability, setting a benchmark for other communities to follow. The partnership between the City of Richmond, UC Master Gardeners of Contra Costa County, with support from East Bay Mud, exemplifies how strategic partnerships can successfully address environmental and community challenges. The garden's innovative use of native and drought-tolerant plants not only beautifies the urban space, but also educates the public on the importance of conserving natural resources in the face of climate change. The garden restoration and maintenance has been supported by dedicated volunteers from the UC Master Gardeners of Contra Costa County, showcasing the success of community engagement in urban beautification projects, who have donated over 5,800 hours of service to the garden. And lastly, in 2018 to 2019 alone, the UC Master Gardeners provided over 25,000 hours of volunteer service, demonstrating their commitment to enhancing the quality of life in Contra Costa County through gardening, education, and assistance. And with that, I would like to start with the UC Master Gardeners of Contra Costa County proclamation. Come a little close. Whereas in 2005, East Bay Municipal Utility District worked together with the City of Richmond to establish a low water use demonstration garden at Richmond Civic Center Plaza. Right here, it's beautiful, take a look. Whereas during the financial crisis beginning in 2008, the garden began to suffer the effects of budget cuts and staff reductions, falling into despair. But there's good news still. Whereas in 2018, a partnership between the University of California Master Gardeners of Contra Costa County, UC Master Gardeners, and the City of Richmond Parks and Landscaping Division was established. Whereas UC Master Gardeners and the City of Richmond Parks and Recs Landscaping Division have worked diligently to restore and maintain the gardens to bring them to optimal health and beauty. Whereas the UC Master Gardeners of Contra Costa County and the City of Richmond partnership with support from East Bay Mud is an excellent model of how to sustain and activate an urban demonstration garden. Through this collaboration effort, Richmond City Hall now has an exquisite garden that inspires and educates visitors on how to incorporate sustainable landscaping practices in their yards. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the East Bay Municipal Utility District Board of Directors hereby recognize the outstanding skill and dedication of the UC Master Gardeners of Contra Costa County and the City of Richmond Parks and Landscaping Division, who have made the City of Richmond Hall Gardens a true demonstration of partnership, stewardship, and water conservation. We are grateful for your commitment to the environment and to our community, presented by Lisa R. McIntosh, President, Board of Directors, Director for Ward 1, June 11, 2024. Thank you. Yes, don't go anywhere. Stay right there. City of Richmond Parks and Landscaping Division. Whereas, and even though some of these may sound duplicative, it was important that we give two different proclamations for this great, important work. In 2005, the East Bay Municipal Utility District worked together with the City of Richmond to establish a low water use demonstration garden at the City Civic Center Plaza. Whereas during the financial crisis beginning in 2008, the garden began to suffer the efforts of budget cuts and staff reductions, falling into despair. Whereas in 2018, a partnership between the University of California Master Gardeners of Contra Costa County, the UC Master Gardeners, and the City of Richmond Parks and Landscaping Division was established, and the UC Master Gardeners and the City of Richmond Parks and Landscaping Division have worked diligently to restore and maintain the gardens to bring them to optimal health and beauty. Whereas the UC Master Gardeners of Contra Costa County and the City of Richmond Partnership, with support from East Bay Mud, is an excellent model of how to sustain and activate an urban demonstration garden. And whereas through this collaboration effort, Richmond City Hall now has an exquisite garden that inspires and educates visitors on how to incorporate sustainable landscaping practices in their yards. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the East Bay Municipal Utility District Board of Directors hereby recognizes the outstanding skill and dedication of the UC Master Gardeners of Contra Costa County and the City of Richmond Parks and Landscaping Division, who have made the Richmond City Hall Gardens a true demonstration of partnership, stewardship, and water conservation. We are grateful for your commitment to the environment and our community. Presented by Lisa R. McIntosh, President, Board of Directors, Director of Ward 1, June 11, 2024. Thank you. Now, very quickly, can we all have all those supporters please come here? We're going to get a quick picture. All the supporters, come on up. Picture time. Let's stand here in the middle there. And the two of you are together. And we double up. Stand up to the front of the picture.
I don't know what this
I don't think we'll show. Yeah. It's okay. But it's more important that they get to pick pictures.
I know.
You'd like to take a lot of pictures. You're good at it, yeah.
I used to do it at weddings. Some people are doing it.
Right there. So I just sent you it. It's fine to send it. That's what I sent. And you could send it to Susan and see it.
Thank you. We do have one in-person speaker.
Yes.
If there's anyone online that wishes to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Cordell Hindler.
That's me. So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. Every time I look at that garden outside near the library, it is amazing. I'm like, you see all the colorful flowers, and I'm like, this is really beautiful. So I'm very proud that the city, as well as the master gardeners, have done an incredible job pulling all those weeds. It's like, wow, that's just a lot of, that's hard work. So I'm glad that they got this proclamation, and that's it.
Next item.
Okay.
Our next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to give comments to the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Tonight, we have removed item P8B from the agenda. If you want to speak on that item, you have to wait for that item to be called. Please keep your comments respectful. We have 17 speakers, 18 speakers in person. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. We'll call the in-person speakers, and then we'll move quickly to our online speakers. So I call your name, please come forward. Cordell Hendler, Rigoberto Morales, Lauren Mathis, Keisha Gallen, Randy Joseph, Robert Leinhardt, Mark Wasberg, and Bendrick Foster. It's our first group.
Okay, so good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. I am Cordell Hendler, and I am a very upset Richmond resident. And I have 3 things to share with you all: safety, creating a vibrant corridor, and revenue enhancement. So, 1, every time I go down 23rd Street, I'm afraid of my safety because there is a lot of activity going around along that corridor, and it's people like me are afraid to go down there because if I'm going to if I go inside of a business, I don't know where I park. I have to look outside and say, where did I park my car? That's fearing for my safety. That's one. And then the second is creating a vibrant corridor. Last Saturday, I did participate in the urban tilt, picking up trash along the Greenway at Unity Park. It felt good to be around people like picking up trash and other things of that nature. If I can do it, any one of you council members can do the same thing. Pick up trash along the Greenway. It's every third Saturday, so start picking up, start helping out the community. And then finally, if you want to enhance revenue, what I just passed around is parking meters, because I was just talking to someone in San Francisco, and they generate revenue because parking meters are the easiest way to go, because people along 23rd Street are afraid. They can't even, there are people that are parking there for more than 2 hours, and I figured parking meters would be very helpful. So I guarantee you, I'm gonna keep coming back to this meeting until I see some progress made, because I promise you, there will be some parking meters around Richmond. I guarantee you that. That's it.
Rigoberto Morales.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I turned in a statement earlier in the morning in City Hall. It's too long, so I'm going to just go to a text that I sent to Jesus Morales and Vanessa Calloway about a week ago, when I noticed that they were going to evict me or strip out my only source of staying warm. So it quotes, to Jesus Morales and Vanessa Calloway. Greetings once again. This is Rigoberto Morales, the artist who assisted in the graffiti cleanup on Castro, with the belief that we will receive support. I am now imploring you to reconsider this demolishing our only means of staying warm. Alohirani and I are left without even a tent to sleep in should you proceed dismantling a small shelter. This action is profoundly inhumane and indefensible from any perspective, especially given the time and financial resources devoted to revitalizing Castro. Despite assurances of assistance, you have chosen to disregard and discriminate against us, now attempting to strip us of our only sole form of protection. If it comes to the worst, I am prepared to stand my ground, even at the risk of arrest, in hopes that our plight will be heard by a judge. I have legal representation sponsored by local businesses, including Sunset Market, and ample video documentation, along with numerous witnesses who can attest to the promises made if I continue my mural work. For nearly 15 years, I have worked as an iron worker, with the latest project being Mission Rock for the Giants just 2 years ago. Additionally, I have contributed to the community as a local artist for almost a decade, creating murals such as the 7th Street Bridge and the tire shop on 20th and McDonald and Sunset Market in North Richmond. It is distressing that support is extended to individuals who have never held a job, while those who could truly benefit from these programs are neglected and discriminated against. Despite assisting others with housing, groceries, and storage, you have not only failed to help us, but are actively attempting to destroy our only shelter. During our meeting, I pleaded for you to let us let it remain if no assistance could be provided, as we generally have nowhere else to go. I earnestly request that you permit us to retain.
Time's expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Mathis?
Good evening. My name is Lauren Mathis.
Put the mic down. Pull the mic down so you can talk. All right, there you go.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Mathis, and I am 10 years old. Today we gather around to address the pressuring issue, gun violence. This is not about statistics. This is about the countless lives lost and families changed. For example, in the last season of February 2023, my older brother Michael got paralyzed because of gun violence. It's one of the saddest events of my life. That night when he came back, I was so grateful that he was still alive. This shows gun violence can affect
Excuse
so
me,
much.
can you speak just a bit louder, please, or get closer to the mic? I'm almost deaf, thank you.
This shows how much gun violence can affect, and it breaks my heart because so many people die each year. Around 10.2 million lives lost to gun violence each year, and they're just bystanders who do nothing about it. Keisha has done multiple events about gun violence to keep kids out of trouble and to make sure children are on the streets, and also to get kids to try something new, such as hair braiding, floor arrangement, makeup classes, and summer programs. And she has her own program called Keys to the Future. And because of her program is why I'm here today. Most of the time, people do not necessarily care for gun violence unless it has happened to someone they know. That's why I think people need to do more about gun violence and try to reduce the number of people killed every year. Thank you.
Keisha Gallen?
Hello, everyone. My name is Keisha Gallen, and Lauren is actually one of my mentees. I know that everybody think that they know what's best for our community, but growing up in the Iron Triangle, I'm a product of the Iron Triangle, and I know if you give these kids a real chance that we will have less shooters if you start at the foundation. I know a lot of us want to go straight to the shooters and pour all the money in there, but you're forgetting about the babies. If we're not providing things for them to do, then guess what? You're just giving them a lot of idle time, and then they're going to cave in to peer pressure when they get to high school, and guess what? That's your next generation of shooters. So you have to start pouring money in the younger kids, especially in District 1. It's a problem. This past weekend, all this shooting, it's been traumatizing to a lot of people. And being a gun violence survivor, I understand the impact that it has on a family. I understand the dynamics of gun violence and how it just breaks the family up. And for my family, we will never be the same. But I have learned to live with my situation, and I don't want to be a product of that. So that's why I'm here to plead with you guys, and I appreciate the acknowledgement of the issue, but I need for you guys to actually start doing more when it comes to funding the youth that's been impacted by gun violence.
Randy Joseph?
Hello, everybody. My name is Randy Joseph. I just want to say before I start, these comments represent me and not anybody that I work for, so don't put anything they say on them. It's me personal comments. What Keisha just said was 100% correct. We need to start with these young kids now. I've been here many times and I've said this, Richmond is not a fun place for young people, and it needs to have more fun things to do in this city. We need to start young. We need to start with these young people to give them hope, to give them fun, to give them laughs. This young lady shouldn't have been able to come to speak about gun violence today. That's not normal. That's a problem. She did a great job, but that's not normal. That needs to change. We need to have young people coming here talking about happiness and building gardens and parks and science projects and all these things. And my concern is, great, 50,000 is fine, but what happens is then we have groups fighting with each other over this little pot of money. We make sure that everybody deserves a chance. All these people who got awards deserve these awards, but there's many more people doing the work. And I don't want this to be a nonprofit war for a little bit of money. Everybody deserves their part, because everybody does their part to reach out to many different people, to do many different work, to make sure that our young people are alive every single day. That's my gun violence speech. My next speech is, while you may have seen that in a pit count from the county that homelessness in Richmond has gone down, young people homelessness went up 47%. That's a problem. Where young people don't have a place to sleep, that usually ends up to them resorting to crime, resorting to drugs, and resorting to other stuff, and they don't get their full potential. The city needs to figure out a way to help support young people from being out on the streets, living in a car. I work at Rice Center. I unfortunately lost a young person to a heart condition who was sleeping in his car. That's not okay. We need to come to the city. No young person should be sleeping in the streets. That's it.
Thank you. Robert Linhart.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, council members, vice mayor, and mayor. My name is Robert Linhart. I've been a landlord in the city of Richmond for several years. I am working with the city of Richmond and the Way to Love program to house homeless people. The city of Richmond identified 115 people that were homeless in 2023. To house these people, the city received $12.6 million. I was able to house 21 of these people in my units initially, and another 5 just recently, for a total of 26. So of those figures, 115, I'm housing almost 25% of the formerly homeless in Richmond. These people came from the Castro Encampment Program and the Phase 1 and Phase 2 programs out there. To keep the lights on and continue to help the homeless in Richmond, I need to get paid. I have not been paid in full of the rents owed. I've been trying to work with these different programs, and I love the programs because it's helping people, getting them off the street. And that, so currently, some of the contracts have been terminated, not by me, but by the city and the Way to Love program. So I got 2 contracts right now. June 30th, there's a father, adult daughter, and a 3-year-old child that the city will no longer be paying as of June 30th. I have another one, and they had a 12-month contract that was going to expire January 30th of 2025. So they cut that one by 7 months. Then I have another one in El Sobrani that they cut that one by 4 months. So if these people go on the street, that adds 6 people right there. Then I have another one, July 30th, that's 2 people. And the list goes on. I sent out this afternoon, each one of you got a package. You probably haven't had a chance to see it yet.
Your time has expired, sir. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg, followed by Bendrick Foster, and Will DeWanda, Joseph, Caitlin Powell, Sean Sadipour, Francisco Lopez Linares, Dante Gaines, John Hallman, Patrick Scott, Kimberly Graves, Jamin Purcell, and Fahim Reese. Please come forward. Mark Wasberg.
Last week I was on AC Transit when the bus driver got the call that her daughter was murdered in an Iron Triangle. Her daughter was pregnant, so that makes it a triple homicide. So the supervisor came and picked her up, and she was just crying her eyes out. That's why I was late to the city council meeting last week. You're talking 370 homicides, blacks killing blacks. 5 Latinos were murdered, and 1 white person was murdered within 20 years. I know, I was out there with Shoemake, Newsom, Corky Bazet, the Reverend George Brown out there protesting against the violence. You'll never see another 47 homicides, another 30 homicides, or even 15 homicides, because the black population is killing each other out. You had one Latino was probably murdered by one Latinos, but the rest of them were murdered by black criminals, gangsters, not the law-abiding citizens. It's not going to stop until they just kill each other out. I was at Operation Richmond, the Black Crime Summit, State of Emergency, and Tent City. I was there with all the activists. I was there filming the homicides. I parked right inside the Iron Triangle, 4th and McDonald, and I filmed a lot of dead bodies there. The majority of the violence has been inside the black neighborhoods, Iron Triangle, North Richmond, and the South Side. You people tried everything, but it's not going to do any good until they kill each other out. If you want to work with the young people, fine, but you have to work with the people the older people who don't want to stop these people committing the homicides. These gangsters don't get it. All it is the black genocide. They're killing their own people. See, this is what Shoemake and Newsom and Corky Bazet was trying to tell these gangsters, but it didn't do any good. So just remember my words.
Vendrick Foster.
Council, my name is Bendrick Foster. I'm a native in Richmond, California, and still stay in Richmond, California. I'm gonna stand on, I got a couple of subjects I want to talk about. Growing up in Richmond, you know, thank you for this recognition too as well, because I've been doing this since 2014 on my own, without no funding. Sitting in my neighborhood, serving 825 homes, additional 90 homes in that community, a 7.5-acre park full of drugs, gun violence, and everything. But I stayed in the middle of that park to making sure these kids were safe. Every day, in the morning, making sure these kids are safe. So when I lose a kid from violence, that hurts me. What is we really doing? What about these base organizations sitting out here every day putting in the work, but we getting the less of the money? We giving the money to all these bigger organizations, names, but we sitting here doing all the work. That's good you gave us $50,000, but like he said, I'm not a nonprofit gangbanger. You know, I'm here to serve our community. So that's why I became the president of my neighborhood council of Park Plaza. That's why I sat in front of that streets and making sure the elders is getting served and our youngs are getting the programs that they need. And that's what is needed. We can't just give money away. How do we help our kids be successful by creating a program that's going to help them be entrepreneurs? Because every kid ain't going to college. But if back in the days, they had trades for kids. They taking them out to schools, and that's why organizations like ours will be creating organizations so they could strive and be successful. Again, my name is Bendrick Foster. I'm the president's neighborhood council. I even use my own funding to create our own programs, again, in our own centers. We need y'all support so we can stop the gun violence in our community. You know, because it's us helping us. I don't know what the other man's name is again, but we ain't gonna die off as long as I'm still here sitting with these Air Forces on my feet. I'm gonna keep fighting for our youth. I'm out.
DeWanda Joseph. DeWanda Joseph.
Good evening, Council. Before I start to speak, my name is DeWanda Joseph. I wear many hats in the city of Richmond, so I'm taking all of them off right now. I'm just going to be DeWanda. I'm not wearing no hats for no organizations or anybody. First, I want to take a moment of silence for the 6 homicides and the 4 gun violence victims that are recovering from gun violence right now. This happened in 7 days, so we're back on this spree of gun violence happening in our communities. I understand the initiatives that are going forth are to prevent gun violence, but also the work that I do in community is around mental and emotional wellness. Without that, we have this trauma that continues to get passed on generation to generation. It is really relevant that we look at the gun violence as the health issue that it is and treat it as such. When we have mental health or other kind of issues, we go to the doctor, we get a diagnosis, and we figure a treatment plan. And that's what I'm asking the City Council to do. Come together with us and let's have conversation, us who are experts in our communities, and let's get a treatment plan together that's going to work, that will reduce the gun violence and quit it from perpetrating from generation to generation. The children are affected in their minds, and it leads them into a place of being desensitized to gun violence. I have children in this community who have lost over half of their peer group to gun violence. That's a sad state of affairs. But I also look at the infrastructure of where we live at. It's nasty around here. Nobody cleans up. I don't know where the city workers are, but I go into a building where I work and the grass is up to my waist. It is uncomfortable walking into a place of employment with grass that high. Some of these buildings are owned by the city. The ones that are boarded up, they need to be cleaned up. We need to clean up our community, put some money, resources into our young people and to mental wellness in our communities. Without that, I don't see it changing very soon, because trauma gets passed on generation to generation. And if we want to break some of these cycles, we need to start at a root cause, get people well so that they can be productive members of society, so that a mom doesn't have to fall and find that her child has been killed in the middle of the night and then go home
Your
and tell
time
their
has expired.
siblings. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin Powell. Caitlin Powell.
Hi, council members. I'm Caitlin Powell, and I'm a proud Chevron employee who is not paid to be here, and neither were my colleagues who came last week. They're paid to keep a highly complex facility running so that 1 in 5 cars in our region has gasoline and 3 in 5 planes taking off from the Bay Area airports have jet fuel. It should also be noted that 14% of each barrel of oil is transformed into materials used to create the products of our society. Just to name a few of those, over 6,000 products are tires, bikes, and electric vehicles are no exception. Kayaks, cell phones, dentures, clothing, hearing aids, life jackets, medical gloves, pharmaceuticals, eyeglasses, solar panels, umbrellas, wind turbines. Increasing taxes makes things more expensive, and that hurts working people. And that's why we came last week, and that's why we're coming again, because we know that the refining business license tax measure will have negative consequences. And we continue to urge you to work together for the good of Richmond and reconsider your vote and putting it on the ballot. It was disheartening to listen to members of the council and supporters of the measure assume that our employees and nonprofit partners are forced to come and hear and speak. We care about the jobs that provide for our families, and we care about the incredible people we partner with who work tirelessly to make this community a better place. Another thing I'd like to make clear is that the corporation's profits are not the refinery's profits. And lastly, the organizations who wrote this measure are the same organizations that stalled and blocked efforts to modernize Chevron's operations for over a decade. Their efforts delayed significant emissions reductions and benefits to our community. So again, I reiterate the urge for all of us to work together and find solutions for the challenges that Richmond faces with balanced approaches that allow for investments in the community, investments in technology that will reduce emissions, and investments in the people who work here in Richmond and at the refinery. Thank you.
Sean Sadipour.
Greeting to the member of council. My name is Sean Sadipour. I'm a Chevron employee. I have been working for Chevron for 16 years. So I'm proud of working for Chevron for mainly 2 reasons. First is Chevron is a responsible and cares genuinely for safety of the people and environment. And second, it provides a product that makes life affordable. We all fly, we all drive, we feel it. And maybe we don't feel it, then we don't have it. So imposing these kind of tax, refining tax or additional tax to the refinery, which is right now targeting Richmond refinery, is it's going to make the business much more difficult. And my concern is this is going to impact the community, and this is going to seriously impact the people who are working at the refinery. It's a business. If it is not making money, they make decisions. Let's consider 2 scenarios. One scenario is Chevron leaves. What if Chevron leaves? Another independent company is going to take care of the refinery. Are they going to be safe, do the same diligence that we do every day? For sure, no. They are here to make money. And what if the refinery stops working? What's going to be the impact to the Richmond city? The income is going to stop. What's going to impact the safety of the people at Richmond refinery? So I would like to just ask the member of council to carefully consider the decision. The decision we make today has an impact for our future. Thank you so much.
Francisco Lopez Linares.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council, officials for the City of Richmond, my fellow Richmond residents. My name is Francisco Lopez Linares. I'm Venezuelan. I work in the Richmond Technology Center, former Richmond citizen. I know the city. I moved from the United States to Richmond. My colleagues already told you about what is exactly going on. But I want to remind you why we are all here. Why? 100 years ago or beyond, somebody really came, installed a refinery because the West Coast needed energy. And that's the origin of Richmond City. We have a long-standing partnership, relationship. We have been working together. The relationship is more than everyone here, older. So I'm not going to reiterate what my previous colleague said. We have been here responsible, promoting the city, supporting many programs. Personally, I do a lot of volunteer in the school because I do believe in education. I do believe that if we want to tackle some problem, we need to start with the youth. I do. I am part of that result of that really program in Venezuela. I really ask the council to reconsider, not today, think 10 years ago, 10 years, what will be the impact of the decision we take today? Because at the end of the day, Chevron, City of Richmond, we are all building Richmond. Somos todos Richmond. Thank you.
Dante Gaines.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, and the council members. My name is Dante Gaines, part of 100 Years Enterprise. I was raised and born in Richmond, California. I went to prison at the age of 17. I got out in 2016. I was a part of gun violence. Now that I'm out, I want to change the narrative. So I'm asking the council members, please bring back the Team Center. Because guess what? The Team Center had a lot of good memories, and it saved a lot of kids' lives. It didn't save mine, but it saved a lot of kids. So I ask you, bring the Team Center back. The money that you donating to or giving to different organizations, please bring the Team Center back. We need that because guess what? Our youth is our future. But if we don't step up and do what we're supposed to do, then guess what? They fall to the wayside. So we all can't do it by ourselves. So we asking and begging you guys to help us so we can do what we need to do to change the lives, so these youngsters won't continue to make early death decisions. So these youngsters won't be out hurting people. Because guess what? Everybody lose. It's no winners. We creating a lot of violence and a lot of pain. And guess what? We also need money for mental health because we got a lot of youth that has a lot of mental issues going on that we have a clue. So I ask you, pour the money in where it needs to be because we're trying to save lives. Thank you.
John Holman Heblentz, followed by Patrick Scott.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I would just like to first introduce myself. My name is John, and also go by He Blends. I'm a community barber here in Richmond, born and raised here in Richmond, and now I'm working with Keisha Gallen and Keys to the Future. And what we did, we came together and created a mentorship for youth barbers, where we're training barbers, the youth how to cut hair. And we're actually working on the art of it. So we're actually teaching them hands-on how to cut hair to get them ready just, after high school. A lot of kids don't know their plan after high school. A lot of them may not go to college. But what they can do is enter a trade, and that's what barbering saved my life. I started young, and I'm still a barber today. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Patrick Scott.
Hello, thank you for speaking. My name is Patrick Scott.
I'm a surrogate of Richmond. I'm a part of 100 Years Enterprise. I've been here for the last 4 years, got out of prison, was released, and went to work immediately in the city of Richmond. I work at I work at the schools, Greenwood Academy. I do conflict mediation. I also mentor in juvenile hall. And my thing is here today, thank you for having me here in the city of Richmond, by the way, thank you. We have a serious problem, and I just want to say for the record that without us working together to solve some of these problems, it goes beyond funding, right? It goes with cooperation with city council that makes these rules and makes things happen. We have a large population that's up on us that's, like Dante said before me, mental health, drug use that we know constantly is the issue in the city, as well as gun violence. 100 Years Enterprise come together, and we've been doing the work in regards to helping these youth understand that their lives are so much better, and so it's much huge and much better if we come together. I understand that all these policies, all these things that we talking about is based about city of Richmond, but the CBOs that take the time to reach these youth out here, they need to be funded. They need to have the parks and recreations open. They need sports activities. They need all the things, and they need the education to understand how you guys work. Because a lot of times we sit at these podiums, right, and we be detached from the community, or we look at the national interest of those pockets that's being fed. And we're asking, as a community, to help support the community in ways that will better our youth. I work at the schools every day, and I see it. So again, I represent the Bendrick Fosters, the Keisha Gallons.
Your time has expired, sir.
The Fahims, the Dantes, 100 Years Enterprise. Thank you so much.
Kimberly Graves, followed by Jamin Purcell, and our last in-person speaker will be Fahim Reese.
Who did you call?
Kimberly Graves.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kimberly Graves. I'm a native of Richmond. As many of the other speakers spoke, I watched the violence, the crack dumped in our neighborhoods. I didn't come here to talk about this, but I want to ask you not to allow the gentleman that came up and spoke to make those disparaging comments. You did say that that would not be allowed. That should never happen. I came here today to talk about my being a landlord, a mom and pop landlords. Tenants should be protected, and so should the unhoused, the mentally ill, and all of our less fortunate in society. The solution is not to make another segment of our society trade places with them. A Congressman, John Dingell, once said, "I'll let you write the substance, and you let me write the procedure, and I'll screw you every time." His statement rings truth because procedures, processes, and laws today are causing the mom and pop landlords to be screwed. A tenant is given a fee waiver regardless of income with no verification except the honor system. Tenants with attorneys are normally instructed to ask for a jury trial. With the fee waiver, a jury trial costs a tenant nothing, but it will bankrupt a mom and pop landlord. The entire process is a game of chase the moving target, with one fouling after another. The only benefit in this is it has taught me so that I can teach other mom and pop landlords. It is clear to me this process was created to destroy mom and pop landlords, not to save tenants. In my attempt to move into my home, the tenant was advised by her attorney to stop paying rent. This caused me to go through hell, emotionally, mentally, and of course financially. There is even an attorney online teaching tenants how to manipulate the court system to destroy mom and pop landlords. After having a nervous breakdown, I hired an attorney to help me. Instead of helping, he charged me more than $20,000 with no mercy.
Your time has expired, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jamin Purcell.
First, I want to thank city staff and the city council and the city for helping make Juneteenth as special as it was. It was a great moment to be able to bring together the community. We've had a number of really great events to bring together the community. But I think that, a lot of people have already touched on one of the issues, which is that there is something that is missing within the city, and it is a way to be able to bring people together without holidays. It is a way to have a third space for people to go to. And this is one of the reasons why we need to be having a tax to be able to pay for this, because the only way we're going to be able to get those things is if we are able to fund them. And the funding can come through a means like an excise tax like things that have been put onto tobacco and onto other things that have harmed communities. And it is that money can then be directed towards things that will actually help the communities that have been impacted. Things like being able to fund museums, fund teen centers, and fund all of these organizations that work very, very hard to reach young people who, quite frankly, oftentimes feel like they don't have a place to go. It is very difficult within a city like Richmond to be able to try and address all of these issues at once. But the only way that we're going to be able to do so is by funding these initiatives and by getting those funds from taxes. We can either put them upon the individual residents, which has been already very, very high and very hard, or we could put it on some of the places where we have not been taxing as much for so long. And I'm glad that it was brought up, all the things that Chevron brings to our community, like it brings these plastics for dentures and things like that. But you know what it also brings is the plastic casing for an inhaler that is needed to be able to breathe when you have asthma because you've been living with it for so long, and as intubation as well. These are the things that taxes bring.
Our last in-person speaker is Fahim Reese, and then we'll move to the online speakers, and I only see one hand so far. So if you would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. Fahim Reese.
Good evening. And again, thank you for the acknowledgements for everyone who's considered and seen for doing the work. And we all know that anytime you're doing good work, it speaks for itself. With that being said, it's many issues what's going on in Richmond, California. But is it a black issue? Is it a white issue? Is it a brown issue? Is it a Latino, Hispanic issue? Nah, it's a human issue. So we got to go back to the foundation of understanding what does it mean to be a human being. So we understand what it means to be a human being, then we can go to the root cause of what it means to take care of our youth. Because in order for us to be the age that we are today, we started off as youth. We had to have the nourishment, the proper sustenance to come inside our bodies to make it to this age that we are today. And it comes from what? It comes from community, it comes from love, it comes from support. Of course, it comes from nice financial means. But in order to use the financial means properly, our households have to be fully equipped so we can use it, so we can understand how money works, so we can understand the value of a dollar. And so we can understand what's really missing inside of our communities. Teen centers, parks, recreations, all those things is missing. All those things are continuing to help our kids. So what do we do today for all our small organizations? We had to create places. 322 Highway, the old Market Square Mall, we've been around over 50 years. I know my time is running short. So now we say, what's going on in Richmond? What are we doing? So this Thursday at Kobe's Richmond, we're going to have Motivate to Help Others in partnership with 100 Years Enterprise, Kobe's Richmond, Fierce Advocacies, and Mr. Fab with Thug Therapy. We're going to hold a men's holding space so we can talk about what does it mean to care about our youth. And I ask you all to come, bring your cameras in so you can see what we're trying to do inside the community.
Time is expired.
And it don't mean we ain't doing nothing. Thank you very much.
Okay, Sabrina will call the online speakers.
The only hand I see raised at this time is Karen Duran. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Karen Duran. I work and live in Richmond. I was raised here. I have a couple of points today. First being how important it is to invest in child and family services, as well as empowerment programs such as House of Loving Hands, the Chat Project, the Black Neighborhood, those type of programs that need to help individuals build a foundation of safety and stability Ultimately, that helps reduce gun violence. Second, we need to promote more community. That means gatherings outside of just holidays, community events that happen outside of holidays. That also come with renovating old parks, more free services like free groceries, and more resource centers such as RISE, not just in that one location, but all over the city of Richmond. Um, and lastly, the Polluters Pay Initiative, you know, that's so important for us to be able to choose as individuals whether or not we are going to vote yes or no to that. The fact that you guys gave us our own autonomy to be able to do that, I am so appreciative of that. And I want to thank the city council for giving us that opportunity. Not only are you giving us the opportunity to vote, but you're also giving us the choice to choose a better Richmond. And that's what we all ultimately want. We want a better Richmond for our families, for the future generations, not just for our family now. What about the people later on in the future? Are we that selfish that we only care about ourselves now and not for later? So I just want to just reiterate how important that is and how grateful I am that you're giving us that opportunity, and just emphasize once more how important it is to us, for us as a community, to invest in these CBO programs that are out here in Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. We will now move on to the consent calendar.
Is that approval of the consent calendar, or are we moving to item P8B?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are we going to do P8B after consent?
Let's do our R8B.
P8B?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Item P8B is appoint Marisol Cantu to the Community Police Review Commission to an unexpired term that expires November 1st of 2026.
Thank you. That came from my office, and my city chief of staff is here.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, community. My name is Shiva Mishik. I'm Chief of Staff to Richmond Mayor Eduardo Martinez. I am here this evening because we have put on the had put on the consent calendar an appointment to the Community Police Review Commission, and that item has been pulled by a member of the public. So I want to just very briefly describe for you all again and for the public what our process of appointment is. So the city has dozens of boards and commissions, and the purpose of these different boards and commissions, as you know, is to provide resident input on different topics that concern the city. So Parks and Rec, arts, the treescapes, we have sister city relationships and so on. And so one of these commissions is the Community Police Review Commission. And there is a host of duties that this commission is entrusted with. One of them so the more general description is to generally advise on the administration of the Richmond Police Department and to improve community relations between the police department and the community, and also to investigate community complaints against police officers, as well as to investigate the discharge of weapons by police officers. And so this commission has 9 seats. They are to be served by Richmond residents. And so the application we received that we have agendized and let me back up a little bit. And so the process that our office undertakes, as I've described to this body before, is that most of boards and commissions in Richmond, the requirement is to be a resident of Richmond. So if a resident of Richmond who fulfills the requirements that the city has set and is not serving on another board or commission applies. That application goes to the city clerk, whose office processes it. It is then sent to our office, and it is our procedure to always interview every single applicant that we get. So typically those interviews are done by the mayor, unless the mayor is unavailable, in which case it'll go to one of 3 staff members, including myself. And so the applicant at issue is Marisol Cantu. She is a 3rd-generation Richmond resident and a professor at our local community college. She has served the community in various capacities. She's deeply involved in environmental justice work and also policing reform. She also served on the Richmond on the Public Safety Community Task Force and is now applying for an open seat on the Community Police Review Commission. Our office interviewed Marisol Cantu. We think she's a wonderful fit for this. It's a commission that is, it carries a high degree of responsibility. It is one that, has to review allegations against police officers in our city, and we think that she would faithfully serve this role and encourage the council to approve her application.
Thank you. Are there any speakers?
Yes. We have 6 in-person speakers. If anyone would like to address the council on this item that's joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. The in-person speakers are Randy Joseph, Andrew Melendez, Oscar Garcia, Alfredo Angelo, Ben Terrio, and Jamin Purcell. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello again. Also want to say again that I'm not speaking for any organization. I'm speaking for myself and myself only. Before we get, I heard the Chevron thing, and it bothered me when I keep hearing like the company's profits, not the refinery profits. That makes me hear like Diet Coke's profits and not Coke's profits. That doesn't make any sense to me, but that's besides the point. So I was a former Police Review Commission member, and I had to step off the board because I had to move to San Pablo because I couldn't no longer afford to live in this city that I love so much. But to say that I'm not Richmond or I'm not from Richmond, to say that in my face would be a problem because I love this city and this is my city, and I live and die for this city. When I was appointed to the commission, I didn't even interview with the Mayor Tom Butt or anybody in his staff. He just put me on the commission. And if you would have knew me back then when I was on the commission, before I got on the commission, I was probably the most anti-police person you probably would have known. But getting on the commission and doing the work and meeting with officers and going through policies and seeing the work that they do, it changed my mind of being not anti-police, but to understand that we need to hold people accountable, right? And that's the thing about being on a commission, is doing the work to hold people accountable. And nobody, I think, is better suited for that than Marisol Cantu. She's one of the most hardest working, research-driven persons that I know. She supported me when I was on the commission. When I had questions, I needed to find somebody to help support to get answers. If I couldn't get answers from the city or read data or understand things, of course, that was in the purview that I could go out there and have that conversation with. But for me, it's not about what their thinking is. It's like they're coming to the job to do the job the way they're supposed to be done. I believe she can do it and hold people accountable, to hold police accountable, because that's what the commission is about. And I fully endorse her doing that. And I appreciate you having the time to talk to me. Thank you.
Andrew Melendez.
Hello, good evening, City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident, and I'm here in full support of the appointment of Marisol Cantu to the Community Police Review Commission. Marisol has been one of the most active leaders in our community for such a long time. She has a years-long track record of fighting for a lot of the community-driven values and goals that have brought us to the brighter path that we're on in Richmond today. I believe really strongly that we need individuals in this commission that truly represent the needs of our residents to hold police accountable. An example of why this is so important came just last month when news broke regarding a Richmond police officer who tackled and handcuffed an African-American man for simply filming on the street, which was a constitutionally protected activity. These are the kinds of things that we need to address in our city urgently, and I know that Marisol will be a champion for addressing these issues. There's arguably no one who's more qualified for this role, and I graciously ask that the City Council takes into consideration Marisol's dedication for Richmond for this crucial appointment. Thank you so much for your time.
Oscar Garcia.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia, born and raised in Richmond and lifelong resident. I currently serve on the Community Police Review Commission, or CPRC. I am growing concerned with the future of the CPRC. It was created to give our community a voice in addressing police misconduct and to create a means to have RPD better serve Richmond. I am worried about the future of the CPRC because only friends of Shiva seem to only be appointed since she took office. Marisol Cantu is being considered for appointment into the CPRC, and she is a professed anti-police individual that has disparaged the CPRC as part of her work in Richmond. She has attended CPRC meetings and was very disruptive. We don't need her divisive approach on the CPRC, and I would like to request that you reconsider her appointment. I am concerned about the future of the CPRC because the general community may no longer have a voice on the commission. Thank you.
Alfredo Angelo.
Thank you for pronouncing my last name right. Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Alfredo Angulo. My family has lived here in Richmond for over 30 years now, coming all the way from Sinaloa. I'm speaking in support of appointing Ms. Cantu onto the CPRC. I personally have worked with Ms. Cantu for a couple of years now on the Richmond, North Richmond, San Pablo Community Emissions Reduction Plan. This is a groundbreaking plan to reduce toxic emissions and exposure to toxic emissions for all of our community members in Richmond, particularly those most harmed by legacies of fossil fuel production here locally. Marisol was instrumental in drafting this plan and ensuring that community members were heard in the drafting of this plan and that our values and priorities were reflected in this plan. I'm confident that she will be a strong advocate for an equitable and responsive commission. I'm also concerned about the impartiality of this commission, particularly a few years ago, 2 years ago, when news came out that an existing commission member who is still on the commission, I believe, spoke a little bit before me, had to apologize for trying to influence an independent investigator who was tasked with investigating misconduct of officers. That made me really concerned about the impartiality of this commission, but nonetheless, I am happy to see that there are new faces on the commission and that I really look forward to seeing all of the value that Ms. Cantu will bring to this and to the community at large. Thank you.
Ben Terrio.
Good evening. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. I'm a police sergeant in the city of Richmond. I'm sure Marisol Cantu is a nice woman. I have no doubt about that, as are some of the folks who are on the Reimagine Richmond group, which is not to be confused with the task force. My issue, though, is from some of the previous statements that Marisol Cantu has made about policing. She has actively advocated to abolish police, actively advocated to defund the police. Will she be fair? I don't know. It's hard to imagine that with all the statements that have been said from her mouth about Richmond police officers. Some of the things that are brought up in the Reimagine Richmond group, I'll share a little screenshot with you, are, equating Richmond police officers to the runaway slave patrol. You have a slave patrol guy there and a, looks like skinhead Richmond police officer, which obviously I personally find offensive as someone who had to deal with people from the Aryan nations as a kid. Equating that for me is garbage. Equating that to other of my fellow officers, like Officer Thomas back there and others who are here, garbage. So I'd like to believe that you guys are putting people who are going to be fair and just on this commission, but this is the third person now that you've put on there from this particular group. And while I like some of the folks on there and I think they're fair, Randy Joseph, Jamin Purcell, I really have a lot of concerns that this is not the type of police advisory committee that it's supposed to be. It's supposed to make sure that we live up to our expectations, and we are all for that as police officers in this city. But I have real concerns that this is not some sort of, we're going to stuff this place full of people who are just going to, railroad cops at any given chance. And I know that's not what people want to hear because they're not used to hearing much pushback around here. But I would much rather have someone who was formerly incarcerated, quite frankly. I think we would get a better shot. Thank you.
Jamin Purcell. This is our last in-person speaker.
Marisol Cantu is one of the most dedicated Richmond residents that I have met in the many years that I have been blessed to live in this city, almost 15. If getting on the commission was just being friends with Shiva's a very popular person. She would have a lot more people on commissions, and we need more people on commissions. But I want to talk about Marisol. Marisol has been giving her time and her energy to not just environmentalism, but to accountability. Now, when we talk about accountability, we can't just talk about how we have been making great strides, which we have been making great strides within the city of Richmond, but we still have a legacy. And if you remember, she's a third-generation Richmond resident, and so she lived during the time period where we had the cowboys. This is something that her and her family had to deal with as part of their community. And it's not to say that she is not going to have her opinions of her interactions with the police, but that's what you're asking for when you want a citizen, a resident of this city, to bring to this commission. To say that she's anything other than a representative, somebody who could represent the people of Richmond, is to discredit where she was born and her family has been raising her for all of her life. And as well, when we are talking about what the Police Review Commission is for, it is about accountability. It is not about having an agenda to go after the cops. They don't have that power. They have the power to hold people accountable. And that is only done when things are brought before them. They are something that is about the checks and balance to be able to have a communication line between the residents and the police, so that way then they don't feel like they are being left having a valley between them. This is one of the things that P.D. Perez's unfortunate death brought about, was this review commission, and we should honor that by keeping strong advocates for accountability on these commissions. Thank you.
Sabrina, please call the online speakers.
We currently have 8 online speakers. The names are Miguel, Emily Ross, Raymond Wendell, Halima Houston, Helen Hagerson, Maricel Cantu, Karen Duran, Jordana Bitar. Miguel, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone in City Council. I'm here in support of Marisol Cantu appointed to the CPRC. Marisol has been a great influence on my life. She has been I am a student. She has been a great mentor to me throughout, my school journey and the EJ movement as well. I have seen the work that Sol has put in, and I have seen, a lot of things that have inspired me. So with that being said, I think Sol will be a good addition to the CPRC, not only because she does hold people accountable. She holds people close to her accountable and people that she quite frankly has no relationship accountable, which to me that is super powerful because sometimes you have to learn to say no. And then for me, that was person's been hard, but I learned from Sol. Sol knows what's right. She knows, and she's up for discussion. And even if Sol does it wrong, she always, is willing to put in the work to fix it. So with that being said, I fully endorse Maestro Cantu to be on CPRC, and I look forward to continue working with her because that's who she is. She is someone that worked in the community for years and someone that I see in my future and continue working in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council and community. Wow, there's a lot of speakers in support, but I want to lend mine as well, supporting Marisol's appointment to the CPRC. I've had the opportunity to work with her over several years on several projects and can speak to how reliable she is, her follow through. She's an incredibly hard worker. She takes her commitments super seriously, and I think the same would apply here. She possesses many of the desired qualities for volunteer commissioners and has expertise around the CPRC in particular. She's familiar with CPRC proceedings and relevant policy and process, and has a demonstrated commitment to the mission of CPRC and police accountability and community oversight over police misconduct more generally. She's deeply devoted to Richmond. I think you all know this. Neither, the couple of comments in opposition, both from the president of the police union and then the sort of informal PR person for the police union, gave her a whole lot of power, but neither Marisol nor the entirety of the CPRC actually have the power to defund the police or abolish the police. They are tasked with a specific set of duties for which I believe she would approach those with the utmost responsibility, and we can trust her. So she'd be an asset. I hope you support her appointment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Raymond Wendell. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Raymond Wendell. I'm a former Richmond resident who now lives just over the line in San Pablo, and I strongly support the appointment of Marisol Cantu to the Community Police Review Commission. I have known Marisol for a number of years, and I'm familiar with her work as a member of the Reimagining Community Safety Public Task Force, as well as Reimagine Richmond, a group of community members interested in community safety. And Marisol is a careful, meticulous individual with an appreciation for nuance and complexity. She has a high degree of personal integrity and ethical responsibility. The Community Police Review Commission does very important work. As the council knows, the commission often reviews cases involving highly sensitive information, heavy subject matter, and conflicting viewpoints. It is not a job for everyone, but I have no doubt about Marisol's ability to weigh the evidence fairly and neutrally in each case, or to treat both officers and complainants justly. I am also confident that Marisol will take her duties as a representative of the community very seriously. In my observation, her commitment to community safety in Richmond is unparalleled. So in conclusion, Marisol is the right person for a role on Richmond's Community Police Review Commission. She is highly intelligent, ethical, hardworking, thorough, and fiercely dedicated to the people of Richmond. And I'm overjoyed that she's decided to devote her time to this important commission. So I hope you will confirm her appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Halima Houston. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Halima Houston, and I grew up in Richmond and still currently go to school in the Contra Costa area. Since I've known Ms. Marisol, I have only seen and felt kindness and warmth from her. And personally, that's a person you need who actually cares about, others. And one of the things we bonded over was I was coming in straight from high school into college, and she was a professor at the college I was going to. I am going to. And with her being a professor, she immediately offered me to help get connections and get in contact with other staff and students. And from that, she set up many meetings for me to help me in my academic journey. And just from that time meeting her, she has changed the trajectory of my academic life. A person I didn't even know offered to help me with all these things. The first day, that's a person who truly cares about her fellow community member, a person who cares about the youth in her community, who will strive for the betterment of our community. That really had a big impact on me. So I definitely agree with her being appointed to the commission. She values others, she values other thoughts, and truly cares about protecting her community. And she has always left the door open to many of me and my other friends who've been to school in Richmond to always reach out to her for whatever we may need. And that's a person that is needed in regards to handling business with our community, especially with protecting youth. And thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Helen Hagerson. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Council. My name is Helen Hagerson. I'm a former Richmond resident who now lives in San Pablo. I'm calling to voice my support for the appointment of Marisol Cantu to the Community Police Review Commission. I've known Marisol for several years, and what stands out the most is her dedication to Richmond and its residents. A third-generation Richmond resident who knows the city like the back of her hand, Marisol is always in search of real-world solutions that will help improve people's quality of life. She's especially focused on the needs of the most vulnerable among us. Marisol always works hard to ensure everyone's voice is heard. I'm consistently impressed by the breadth of her knowledge and her capacity to participate in many conversations at the same time. She's a true community leader. Marisol is balanced and thoughtful in her approach to community safety. I believe that as a member of the Community Police Review Commission, she will be fair and even-handed. I can't think of a better person to represent the citizens of Richmond on the Community Police Review Commission than Marisol Cantu. I urge you to appoint her to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Marisol Cantu. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I'm a third generation Richmond resident. This item is pertaining directly to myself. I want to thank the mayor for your consideration and council for your time this evening. I also want to acknowledge that this was being pulled from the consent calendar, and it gave the community the opportunity and myself the opportunity to speak to the value of the Community Police Review Commission, to better define the mission, which is to investigate police misconduct, and to make recommendations on police accountability measures and policies. I also would love to send my warm gratitude to the many community members that have taken their time on a Tuesday evening in the middle of dinner, in the middle of school, in the middle of work, to be online to support me in this appointment. And so I appreciate all of you, and you know that. I would like to speak a little bit more to my qualifications. I was just finishing and left the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force, on which I served for about 3 years. I'm very familiar with the Brown Act and all of the duties of being a commissioner within or a task force member within the city of Richmond. I am extremely dedicated to police accountability, transparency, and community-centered solutions. And I hope that my qualifications and character are no longer in question with this item, and that this can be moved forward. And I look forward to joining the commission with the approval of council in July. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Karen Duran. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Council. Once again, my name is Karen, and I am here to advocate for Marisol Cantu. As a lifelong citizen of Richmond and a survivor of domestic violence that resulted into police violence against me at 39 weeks pregnant, I always wanted to hold the officer that left me in Martinez with no phone or no way to get back home accountable. The only reason why I didn't report was because I didn't think anyone would believe me. If I had known that CPRC existed and that people like Marisol could be there to hold that officer accountable, I would have reported him in a heartbeat. I don't want any vulnerable woman, child, elder, or man go through what I went through. And that comes with having people like Marisol Cantu to be in CPRC. There's no group of people, it's called community. And this position is for community. Questions are good in this type of position. Investigating is part of this position. It is not called defiance. You need people of the community you need people from the community that the community can trust. And one of those people is Marisol Cantu. So I am for her appointment for the CPRC. People like her are very much needed to help heal those who have been abused by police. People like her are much needed in the community to help heal this community overall, to make us all feel safer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Lydia Perdomo. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I have been a Richmond resident for over 30 years, and I met Marisol briefly a few years ago. It was actually during COVID for an interview for her podcast, and she left a really like a lasting impression on me. You could everything that's being described of everybody was exudes out of her when you meet her in person. So I can't speak to all of that because I haven't interacted with her like everybody else has, but my brief interactions were very impressive. So I totally endorse her, and I hope you guys put her on the uh, on the commission. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Jordana Bitar. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good morning. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. My name is Jordana Bitar, and I've been a Richmond resident for the last 2.5 years now, and I do appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm calling in to attest to the character of Marisol Cantu. It was a shock to me when I learned that her name had been pulled from the consent calendar. If we want our city to move toward a safer and more dignified community for all, and I do mean here for everyone, people like Marisol are who we need in leadership because she cares and she cares deeply. She is a responsible, just, down-to-earth person who I know for a fact dedicates long hours every day and every week to the improvement of our city. Marisol has a rare ability to truly listen and to uplift community voices for meaningful change. Her love for Richmond is palpable, contagious, and helped me and my family feel that we really belong here, that we're safe here, and that we can be agents of positive change in Richmond. I'm a decade-long service designer and researcher focused on equity and social justice. And I believe Marisol has the right skills and knowledge to help shape police services that are accountable to all Richmond residents. So given her track record as a reimagining public safety task force member, I urge council to vote yes on Marisol's appointment to CPRC. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. Although I have difficulty taking speeches that use ad hominems as arguments, I'm going to reply to the ad hominem with an ad hominem. If you're a quality person, you attract quality people. That's my argument. But aside from that, I do want to say that I do interview all commissioners, all people who want to be commissioners, because I want to make sure that we have quality boards. And someone like Marisol Cantu is a professional. She is a professor at a community college. She is a deep thinker. She knows how to work with people. She is compassionate. She cares not only about her students, but about the students' family. She cares about community. And that is why I have put her name forward. So if there, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know Marisol Cantu personally, but I know she's a co-chair of the Emission Reduction Board, and she's very dedicated, works very hard, cares a lot about the community. At the same time, I would like to say that our emergency responders and public safety employees are very important for the city. We need to respect all city employees, including our firefighters, our police officers, everyone. They are our emergency responders. I'm sorry to hear that with all her dedication and professionalism, she has made disparaging remarks about our police force, especially when the chief of police is an African-American woman who is leading our police department with a great leap in cultural compatibility. I've asked her actually to have a presentation for the city council. One of the modules in that is the 60 Minutes program about Richmond Cowboys to tell the police officers what they need to take distance from. At the same time, I really value Randy Joseph's comment about reducing polarization, let people work together and get closer to each other. So if Ms. Cantu could confirm that she'll be respectful to our police officers in general, and just because they have arms and higher forces, we hold them to much higher standard than other residents, and it's only about accountability. My vote is yes for her. Could you please confirm that?
Shiva, would you want to say something? You interview her and maybe.
Can we ask Marisol Cantu to respond? Is she still on Zoom?
Doesn't have. If Marisol, if you can hear us, please raise your hand so we can call you to speak.
Marisol, you've been unmuted. You may speak now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Sorry about that. I wasn't expecting to speak out of order because I made a public comment attesting to my ability. I think this is actually out of order for the council to ask somebody from public comment to respond directly, as I'm not a panelist on this discussion. But to briefly answer your question, I respect everybody that abides by the law and does not discriminate against people.
Thank you.
All right.
Shiva, do you have any last comment that we can?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to know for the public that we have a huge amount of vacancies on almost every board and commission. There are 3 current vacancies on the Community Police Review Commission. We have not turned, of the dozens of people who've applied since the mayor has been in office, we have turned down 2 of probably over 60. And so it is, you know, that's not to say that we rubber stamp, but that we value having residents serve who want to and are able to serve. And so I think that there's truly no evidence or indicator that we are gatekeeping joining any of these boards or commissions. We welcome it. Please do join a board or commission. You can find an application on the city's website. And so that includes to the Community Police Review Commission. So that's the first thing I wanted to note. I also want to say I didn't realize, A, that I hold public office. I didn't realize that till today, that until I came into office, I've been putting everyone on. So I'm looking for my chair up there. I don't see it. And I also didn't realize I have so many friends. My 12-year-old self is feeling good about herself. But while we're here, I want to notify the community. If you face any excessive force, discrimination, sexual harassment, or sexual assault by an on-duty Richmond police officer, you have an avenue to file a complaint, and it is with the Community Police Review Commission. All complaints should be filed in writing within 120 days of the alleged misconduct, and they must be in writing and signed by the person or their guardian making the complaint, and you can find the form to that complaint on the city's website, and it can be turned into the city clerk or delivered in writing. There is an avenue in Richmond for police accountability, and it's something that I am very proud of as a Richmond resident. When I first moved to Richmond, I was 38 weeks pregnant, and I went outside and I saw a man beating a woman in the street, and RPD showed up and arrested the woman and was laughing with the man. I did not know CPRC existed, and I would have certainly filed a complaint if I had known. So I want to notify the public that that is available to you. And again, encourage the public to join a board or commission if you are interested in serving your city. We would love to have you. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the question.
I second the item, moving the item forward.
Call the question second.
Seconded already.
Wait.
So we're going to take a vote on call the question?
Okay.
Okay, so that was a motion.
We should just make the motion to.
May I make a substitute motion just to approve the item and appointment?
I'll second that.
Okay, I withdraw the call, so.
Okay.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Councilmember McLaughlin. Okay. Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay, now we need a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Can we make, Chair, a change and move Q3 before Q1 and Q2 in the public hearing? I think there are some people here that want to speak, and it would be good to have them.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we doing now?
So
Q3?
after consent calendar, we are moving Q3 before Q1, Q2, because we have a lot of families with children who want to speak to Q3.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move the item.
Excluding item P8B.
I move the item.
Second.
Councilmember Bonner,
Okay. Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item is taking Q1 under public hearing. Q3 first. Okay, pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold 3 public hearings, and we're going to start with item Q3. That's to introduce an ordinance, first reading, adding new Chapter 7.42 sidewalk bending regulations in the Richmond Municipal Code consistent with state law, and authorize the city manager or her designee to execute any agreements necessary to establish and implement a mobile vendor plaza program aimed at creating opportunities for sidewalk vendors and other interested parties to continue their businesses in a regulated and licensed manner. The ordinance is not a project under the California Environmental Quality Act, the CEQA. It maintains the existing physical environment and prevents changes in environment guidelines, section 15378A. It is also exempt under guidelines, section 15060, C2, and section 15061, B3.
Can I
Uh,
present it since I have been
Are you
working?
doing the staff report?
No, but I want to introduce the item and then.
Go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, all the residents who are here in person and in Zoom, and thank you, Public Works Director Daniel Chavarria and the Community Development Department Director Lina Velasco, and a special thank you to Lina for working on that. I wanted to also thank Tania Pulido from John Joya's office, who has been meeting with Lina, myself, and like the health department and many other departments to come up with a proposal, which is not only the ordinance. The ordinance is part and it is the first reading, but it's also a program to create an space and an opportunity for the street vendors, those who are resident of Richmond, to be able to do their businesses in a more sustainable way, that can have can look for a path for the permits, and we can have an operator, so we can support that. And also giving a solution to those small businesses, particularly 23rd, who has been coming to the city council complaining about small vendors doing business, blocking the sidewalks. So this is an attempt and a pilot program to really give that solutions to all the parties. For me, it was important that not only we created a sidewalk ordinance, but for me, wasn't that's the only solution. It needed more, because I didn't want to just say to the street vendors, particularly those who live in Richmond, that I'm sorry, you cannot do the business here and it's your problem. And I think like this is a comprehensive solution that has some enforcement and some part where we want to make sure that our sidewalks don't get blocked, but also giving opportunities to street vendors to have a business. So in that, I stop there and I pass it to Lina and Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Lina Velasco, Director of Community Development. I'm joined this evening with Daniel Chavarria, Director of Public Works, and we're here to present the item for the sidewalk vendor ordinance. So if I can ask KCRT to please do the presentation. Next slide. So just a reminder to the City Council, tonight we're requesting that you hold a public hearing and then introduce an ordinance that would add a new chapter 7.42 to the municipal code that would create sidewalk vending regulations that are consistent with state law. In addition, we're seeking council authorization for the city manager or her designee to execute any agreements necessary to establish and implement a mobile vendor plaza program, which is aimed at creating opportunities for sidewalk vendors to continue their businesses in a regulated and licensed manner. Next slide. So just as some way of background, as noted by Vice Mayor Jimenez, we've been receiving an increasing number of complaints regarding vendors not having proper health permits when they were handling food, which is a risk to the public. In addition, we were seeing vendors block paths of travel. And in addition, they were setting up operations and street parking and within the street, which creates hazards for vehicles and passerbys. And in addition, and there's a Senate Bill 946, which came into law in 2018, that really codified specific standards around sidewalk vending with an attempt to decriminalize sidewalk vendors. And so it basically allowed it in the absence of local regulations on sidewalk vending. So this ordinance was developed with a working group, including many of the merchants that are on 23rd, which is impacted by an abundance of sidewalk vendors. In addition, we're seeing them on major corridors such as Cutting, Harbor Way, including here near City Hall, but with the absence of regulations, it's been difficult to do enforcement. So we've also conducted studies, canvas vending areas where this is occurring, and we've received community input, including education workshops, partnering with County Health Department about getting mobile food facility permits. And so all of this information that was gathered has gone in to tailor restrictions around sidewalk vending that would address the concerns that have been raised by the public. Next slide. So as noted here, I'm just going to talk a little bit about SB 946. It's known as the Safe Sidewalk Vending Law, which was noted as with an attempt to decriminalize sidewalk vending, and also, but it did still provide for an opportunity for local authorities to adopt regulations that protect the public health, safety, and welfare. It includes sidewalk vendors that both sell food and don't sell food. It's also stationary as well as those that we would consider roaming. And so these regulations will cover both types. And I will move to the next slide. Here's some of the things that the law does allow us to do and things that it does not allow us to do. So we can require a special permit or a license. We can also rescind permits when there's continued violations of ordinance or regulations that are developed. And we can also have reasonable and objective time, place, and manner restrictions. And so this is distance from driveways, distance from making sure that they're located on the sidewalk and not within a parking strip. In addition, that we can restrict them having tents and other materials such as chairs and tables that may also create impediments within the path of travel. And we can certainly require compliance with American with Disabilities Act regulations to ensure that people can safely maneuver on the sidewalks. Things that the city cannot do is we can't just prohibit sidewalk vending. That is not allowed. We also can't have criminal enforcement where it's a misdemeanor or violations. We're also limited by the number of administrative citations and the amount of money that can be charged, as well as if there's restrictions about if somebody isn't able to afford those, we can have community service in lieu of fines. In addition, we can't confiscate vending items or equipment. At least the city can't. You can under other health and safety laws, mostly through environmental health. And we also can't have different hours of operations for sidewalk vendors and existing brick and mortar businesses. So if businesses on the corridor operate after 5 p.m., then we have to provide allowances for that. Next slide. So just here's some types of time, place, and restriction regulations that we can have. We can have limitations on cart and display areas. We can also, as noted, have restrictions about where they can locate within the sidewalk near a curb cut or even a distance from other vendors and distances from schools. And so many of these restrictions address some of the concerns that have been raised, and so we've incorporated those into the ordinance. Next slide. So just a quick summary of the ordinance. It will add a new chapter to the municipal code. It'll also require a special city business permit for sidewalk vendors. So in addition to their business license, they will need to get a sidewalk vending permit. And it would also be issued through our finance department. And the fee will be coming to the city council for consideration on July 12th. And as noted, it will set time, place, and manner restrictions on how they can safely operate within our sidewalk as well as parks. Next slide. So some of the key regulations, as noted, it will set forth both the process for issuing the permit, also appeal procedures and procedures for denial and revocations of permits once issued. We are establishing operational standards, including the size limitations of carts, times they can operate, areas that they can operate, as well as requiring vendors to provide adequate trash receptacles and cleaning up adjacent to where they locate. There will also be prohibitions, so for example, sidewalk vendors will not be allowed to locate on roadways, medians, or sidewalk locations that don't allow at least a 4-foot clear path of travel, in addition to other minor restrictions. We have also created special requirements for vending in parks. The SB 946 also says that cities have to allow vending in city parks unless there's a lease for some sort of concessions at that particular park. So we've also added requirements on how you can properly vend in parks. It also requires that food preparation comply with all state and local licensing regulations. So requiring that if you are selling food and you're subject to getting a mobile facility permit from Contra Costa Health, that will be a requirement. And we can verify and that be provided upfront when we issue the license. And then as noted is the ordinance will also have specific penalties for violations, which include administrative fines. And then as noted earlier, that if somebody receives enough administrative citations and they don't have the ability to pay, that there is a discretion to allow community service or other approaches to the administrative fines. Next slide. I do want to note this evening we are presenting one minor revision to section 7.42020B. We're proposing to delete on the third line county health department officials, and it will now read the requirements of this chapter shall be enforced by enforcement officers from various city departments, including but not limited to designated officers from public works, police, and relevant officials. And we're deleting county health department. Next slide. And so in one of the programs we'd like to couple with the ordinance, I mean, we understand that this is going to create a hardship for some of our existing vendors. And so we wanted to provide an opportunity, and this was a suggestion as well that came from the public, that we can have a city-based plaza program where participants that are existing vendors will come to vend using a special event permit similar to what is done for our farmers market or different festivals where we can bring in vendors that are regulated in a manner that's consistent with our sidewalk vending ordinance. So this will provide an opportunity to both organize and support vendors in obtaining their proper permits and hopefully, create brick and mortar businesses as well as obtain permits for carts through small business development services. And so we will be partnering with economic development to provide some business support services. Vendors who do participate in the Vendor Plaza program will be asked to sign program rules where they are agreeing to not vend in conflict with the new ordinance that's adopted. That is part of the incentive and it's their participation. The City Council has allocated funding for the program, and so that is meant to offset their permit fees that they would otherwise pay. Vendors will also be given an opportunity, as the pilot program will restrict us to 2 days a week. They're also going to be allowed to enroll and participate in the city's farmers market, so both at Civic Center and at Marina Bay. So at least at the initial phase with the one pilot site, it would allow them to vend at least 4 days a week. And because the locations we're choosing for the first pilot program are being proposed, which I'll review in the downtown area, we also hope that this program will also help generate some activity in downtown and support other businesses in the area. Next slide. So just these are the 3 sites that we're evaluating, and we've been in contact with businesses in the downtown area as well as vendors, and so we're still in the process of finalizing the exact location, but just as a review, lot 1 that we're looking at is at Marina Way and McDonald. And you can sort of see the layout. The gray squares are identified as the tents, so that would be a mobile vendor location. We are proposing to provide a certain amount of seating, so if people are coming to eat, they will be able to eat briefly on the site. And some of the permit requirements, because the people will be handling food, they'll have water, but we will also need to have a gray water tank, a wash station, as well as restrooms. And so we can show that this site will accommodate that. It does have seating for 25 mobile vendors. There is extra room for tables. We could add additional vendors if the demand was there, in lieu of tables. In addition, it is a paved lot, there is lighting, and it's also on the main street, so there's high visibility for potential customers as well as vigilance for the park itself. Next slide. The other side is directly across, so this is across from the BART garage. This is on 16th Street and McDonald Avenue. This site is a little bit smaller, so it would only accommodate up to 12 mobile vendor spaces. There is limited area for tables. The site is not fully paved, so there are some tripping hazards that we would need to consider and make sure we're corrected. It does have visibility on the main street. There is some lighting, and there is parking it's on a corner lot. Next slide. And this is the third location that we're looking at, which is on Nevin Avenue and 13th Street. So this is directly across from the Social Security site. This site does appear to also accommodate, 20 plus mobile vendor spots, does have area for tables. There are parking both on 13th Street and Nevin. The lot is paved and there's some lighting. It's a little bit more tucked in from the main street, so it may be difficult to attract people that are passing by, since it's sort of right in front of the Social Security building. But we're still evaluating this as a potential location to reduce some of the parking demands on the corridor. Next slide. So just in summary, some of the next steps we plan to do if the council chooses to adopt the ordinance introducing this evening, second reading July 2nd. Staff will be doing outreach and will schedule community education workshops, doing direct outreach to sidewalk vendors, letting them know about the new ordinance, its requirements, as well as solicit participation for the Mobile Vendor Plaza program. We will also be returning on July 2nd to consider a resolution setting the sidewalk vendor fees related to enactment of the ordinance. And then we'll be finalizing the plaza site as well as executing agreements with an operator. And then we'll be developing a plan for enforcement activities related to the ordinance once it becomes effective in August if it is adopted July 2nd. And I believe that, next slide, I think it just concludes our presentation. Both Daniel and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'd like to go straight to public comments. Oh, yes, okay. Oh, public comments are open.
You open the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, this is item Q3. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We have 10 speakers in person. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the council. Speakers are Cordell Hindler, Mark Wasberg, Tom Cloman, Gloria Vicente, Oscar Garcia, Sylvia Vicente, Luz Daria Leon Oquinto, Andrew Melendez, Jamie Purcell, and Alfredo.
Anguelo. So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. Thank you, Lena and Daniel, for that presentation. So, after looking at this this presentation, I said I would go with lot number 3 because it's more convenient because I go down 13th and Nevin all the time, and I'm like, this would be a great location for vendors. Like, you know, it's perfect. It is, and it's right in the downtown area. So, I'm in support of this new sidewalk ordinance. So, I'll just leave it at that.
Mark Wasberg.
The problem is on 23rd Street. These vendors are blocking the sidewalk. They're blocking the street. AC Transit can't even stop at their stops. They have to let people out in the middle of the road because I ride AC Transit every day. They're not paying their taxes. It's all cash money. These vendors have no right being there in the first place. We all know what they're doing. They don't care about no rules or no laws. They're just going to go up there and set up their tents and do what they want to do. I mean, these people they should have been shut down a long time ago. I don't see how in the world you can let people operate without a business, no license, no ordinance, cash money in their pocket. They're not paying their taxes. They're just creating a mess. And now right on the corner there, where the laundromat's at, they have a big giant black mess of nothing but charcoal. You got pollutants flying in the food, and you talk about how dirty the air is. Anytime you have a business, you have to have a closed pit. You cannot have a business outside selling food. You have even people selling food out of their houses. I go by the store right across the street. The guy got a car there saying, tamales, tamales. That's illegal. I mean, you know, where's code enforcement at? I mean, you could write them a citation for blocking the sidewalk. I mean, they're parked in the red zone all the time. That's why AC Transit can't park there. They have to let people out in the middle of the street. I mean, is it so hard for code enforcement to go down there and start writing out citations? I don't want to hear that stupid excuse, well, we don't have enough code enforcement. Any police officer could go down there and write them a citation. They're taking the business away from the legitimate business who's been there for about 20 years. They pay their taxes. They have their license. Everything's legal. But with these vendors on the sidewalk, everything's illegal about them. And these people have been operating for, about a year now? I don't want to hear this nonsense where code enforcement can't go over there. I mean, we all know the city council, they don't believe in no law anyway. They're just going to let people do what they want to do. We all know that. Bunch of anarchists. So, you know, I expected Richmond PD to go down here and start writing out citations. How can you let somebody block the sidewalk when they're going to have to walk right around in the street? Or have to go around the parking lot where you got the other people there drinking beer and doing drugs right in the parking lot there?
Tom Cloman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and the council. My name is Tom Cloman. I'm the president and one of the founders of the Richmond Certified Farmers Market. And I rise to support this particular proposal. I'm reminded right now of 40 years ago when certified farmers markets were introduced to California consumers. At that time, there was pushback by a number of people within the food industry. Now I don't have to tell you, every city manager has on their to-do list farmers markets throughout our state. Similarly, I believe we have an opportunity here with this particular new business model proposal. It will help, of course, I think the hurts that the 23rd Street vendors are experiencing, as well as continue to help us develop a model here in Richmond that we will be proud of in terms of some of the vendors who are moving from entrepreneurship into becoming business owners who will pay taxes. From time to time, the market mix simply catches up to us. I think you all will agree as you continue to reinvent yourselves individually and as a council. I believe that this particular sidewalk vendor ordinance and the mobile vendor plaza program can become a similar program that gives us that opportunity for a new model. The Richmond Certified Farmers Market is prepared to play a part in terms of helping to organize and, of course, manage it. Manager of the market is here, Aaron Coleman. We've had a number of years of experience in doing so, but we really think that this will become, I think, a win-win for not only the entrepreneurs who would like to move into a path, of course, of being what we would call a sound business people. So I would support that ordinance. Thank you.
Gloria Vicente. Is she coming? No? Oscar Garcia? What happened?
She's here.
And followed by Oscar Garcia.
Hola, me llamo Gloria Vicente.
Can you pull the mic down?
Hola, me llamo Gloria Vicente Domingo. Yo vivo aquí en Richmond, California. Yo soy vendedora de papas con pollo. Estoy aquí para apoyar este nuevo programa para vendedores en la ciudad de Richmond, California. Hablar sobre experiencia en la ciudad con licencia no se puede, fue muy difícil. Gracias.
I can translate, if that is okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Gracias, Gloria. My name is Gloria Vicente Domingo. I am a street vendor that sells chicken and potatoes. I am here to support this initiative because it will help us to move from what we are right now to a legal path, I think. ¿Sí? ¿Está bien? Creo que lo que dijiste fue que nos estás apoyando porque nos ayudaría a movernos en un camino para legalizar nuestro negocio. ¿Eso fue? ¿Sí? Sí. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Oscar Garcia.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia, lifelong Richmond resident. On behalf of the 23rd Street Merchants Association, we would like to thank the city manager and city staff for proposing this ordinance on street vendors. 11 merchants showed up to today's meeting. Given the importance of this ordinance, and many are still here, if you could wave. We have been working with the city for over 2 years to get an ordinance to address this issue. We are honestly disappointed that we were not given an opportunity to provide input on the ordinance. Nonetheless, this ordinance has good potential and it seems to be modeled after other similar city ordinances. We hope to have an opportunity to provide input, principally that the distances listed in section 7.4 .42.070 must all be a minimum of 20 feet. I think one of the distances listed there is 5 feet away from an open business. That is too close and much lower than what other cities have. So at a minimum, it should be 20 feet distance from all of those various things listed in that section. As noted before, most vendors, street vendors are not from Richmond, and it's not fair that they could potentially operate small distances from restaurants subject to city permitting and health audits from the county. We look forward to working with you on the implementation of this ordinance to ensure a thriving 23rd Street corridor. And lastly, I'd like to end that as president of the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council, the Neighborhood Council also looks forward to being engaged on the location of these new food hubs, since all are being proposed in the Iron Triangle. So we look forward to that engagement as well. But a huge thank you to the city manager and staff for working, doing a good job on this ordinance. Thank you.
Sylvia Vicente. Sylvia Vicente.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Silvia Vicente Domingo. Yo vivo aquí en Richmond y soy vendedora de papas con pollo. Es una comida típico de Guatemala. Estoy aquí para apoyar ese nuevo programa para vendedores en la ciudad. Muchas gracias.
Voy a traducir. Hi, my name is Silvia Vicente Domingo. I am Richmond resident and I am a street vendor. I sell potatoes and chicken, which is a typical food from Guatemala. And I am here to support this initiative of the Street Vendors Initiative. Gracias.
Luz Dairy, Leon Oquinto.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Luz Dari. Quería darle las buenas noches a los honorables concejales. En esta oportunidad que vengo a dirigirme a ustedes es para manifestarles que yo soy una mujer colombiana, inmigrante. Llegué a este país con mis 2 hijos, mi esposo, con el propósito de buscar una mejor vida. Queremos trabajar, hacer las cosas bien, nos gusta el progreso, somos una familia de bien, trabajadores. No vinimos al país a hacer una carga para el país. Por eso emprendimos con una venta de comida colombiana. Hemos estado luchando por un permiso para vender comida. Ya estuve preguntando en un lado y en el otro y pues no ha sido posible. Nos piden para poder vender la comida un local, un tráiler, pero pues no tenemos los recursos. Estoy al frente de ustedes para ver si nos pueden ayudar, colaborar, pues para seguir con este proyecto. Estoy acá dándole las gracias por darnos la oportunidad de dirigirnos a ustedes para apoyar este proyecto sobre la venta de comida de vendedores ambulantes. No tengo otro trabajo. Mi esposo y yo trabajamos con este mismo y pues quiero seguir adelante con el proyecto que tenemos. Muchas gracias y una feliz noche.
Voy a traducir, Luz. y espero no perder nada de lo que dijiste. I am going to translate, and I'm trying to do my best to not miss anything that she said. My name is Luz Dares. Good night. Good night to all honorable city councils. I am a woman from Colombia. I had two kids and a husband, and we came here to improve our lives. We want to work and progress, and we don't want to be a weight to society, and this is why we have been working really hard to create the means to sustain our family. We had been fighting to get the permits. I had been asking about what I need, and it has been kind of impossible to get these permits because first they ask for a small space or trailer to have, and that we don't have the resources to really get all these things that they are asking. So tonight, I am here to speak in front of you in support of this work and this program. And I asking all of you, City Council, to support us so we can continue with this program. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I don't have any other work, and I work selling Colombian food in the street with my husband, and I want to continue to be able to be part of this program and be able to work selling good food. Creo que lo hice bien, no sé.
Sí, sí, está bien.
Gracias.
Andrew Melendez will be followed by Jamin Purcell. Our last speaker will be Alfredo Angulo. And then we'll move to our online speakers. Andrew Melendez.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident, and I'm here today to strongly support the establishment of this new sidewalk vendor ordinance and program that would open new pathways for street vendors across Richmond. For years, street vendors have faced many obstacles in their path towards receiving permits, which has imposed many undue burdens for these vendors who constantly operate under the fears of fines and penalties when they ultimately wish to pursue the same economic endeavors as many others in our city. This new ordinance will finally open up those opportunities not only for street vendors to receive the direct support that they need, but also for new and creative economic opportunities to arise through the Mobile Vendor Plaza program, which would provide dedicated spaces for the community to come together and enjoy so many of the wonderful goods that these vendors provide for us. I'm really grateful for the close and direct collaboration between the city and the street vendors to make this happen, and I'm really excited to see all of the amazing opportunities that will come out of this new change. Thank you so much.
Jamin Purcell.
As a small business owner myself, I understand that it can be very difficult to start up when you are just getting out the door. And I also understand that I have a lot of privilege as a person who started a business because I speak the language and because I have a lot of economic knowledge of how to be able to do that. And so I want to say I really appreciate this step moving to enfranchise and to bring in small businesses that are trying to start here in Richmond. This is the way that we keep money flowing locally, and we are making sure that we're bringing people who otherwise could be criminalized, who could be targeted, and who could be pushed out of our community, and instead embracing them, bringing them in, bringing in the culture, bringing in their wonderful wares, whether it be good food or whether it be just a nice snack. And so honestly, I really appreciate this as it is extending the economic opportunity to people who oftentimes are overlooked and ignored. And so I want to say I really hope that you will pass this ordinance, but as well, I look forward to the third spaces that will be created by these collections of small businesses where we'll be able to sell it, we'll be able to enjoy their wares, but we'll be able to have a night out and be able to enjoy the city of Richmond with other Richmond residents. So I think this is really important and a great step forward, and as well a wonderful step in engaging economic development here in Richmond, because we've already seen some other businesses like El Garage that started as a small business and now has a brick and mortar, and these and as well as a number of other businesses here. But I think this is a great first step, and this is a way to be able to engage people on a very core level. So thank you.
Alfredo?
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I am very thankful to y'all for bringing this item forward. We heard dozens of people speaking earlier today about the need for opportunity for young people and entrepreneurs in Richmond. And while they were talking about very different contexts, I think, you know, as a young person, many of my friends are trying to figure out how to make a good living for themselves in a way that is sustainable and responsible. And I appreciate y'all bringing more opportunities for folks to do that. You know, I grew up eating pupusas every Sunday from a lady who sold them down the street on Lincoln out of her garage. Tamales from a lady who would walk around Belding Woods with a cart and her 8-year-old granddaughter. This is a part of the everyday Richmond experience, and I agree that we should be supporting our workers to do their business in a way that is responsible, in a way that is safe. And I'm glad that we're supporting people instead of just pushing them away. The city of Berkeley has regular opportunities for independent vendors to do their business, and so does the city of Oakland. I'm glad that we are joining in. Yeah, I'm happy that the council is bringing forward solutions to support residents and ensure that we have clean and accessible streets. I would encourage all of my fellow community members to keep an open heart and support small businesses who are earlier in their careers and not give in to a sort of scarcity mindset. Street vending is a rich part of various cultures all over in countries all over the world. I myself sometimes look back at summers I would spend in my mom's hometown in Culiacan, in Mexico, at a mercado that was full of artisans and tasty food, and I hope that this mobile vendor plaza will bring some of those vibes back and highlight the rich culture that makes Richmond what it is. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now Sabrina will call the online speakers, and right now we have one.
And that speaker is Tania Paludo. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good
Tania?
evening. Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Good evening, City Council. My name is Tania Pulido. I'm a Richmond resident, and I'm also a district coordinator with Supervisor Joya's office. And Supervisor Joya, as well as I am, of course, I've been working with the city staff on this. He's in full support of this initiative, and I'm going to read a letter of support that he wrote for the City Council tonight. Dear Richmond City Council, Contra Costa County Environmental Health and my office have been working with the City of Richmond to provide assistance to the city's development of a sidewalk vendor ordinance and a mobile vendor plaza program. I appreciate and support the city's work to comply with new state law for sidewalk vendors and developing a reasonable program for supporting properly licensed mobile vendors in 3 specific locations. Senate Bill 946 prevents cities from entirely prohibiting or criminalizing sidewalk vending and requires cities to adopt ordinances to lawfully regulate sidewalk vending under guidelines set by the state. Your sidewalk vendor ordinance is designed to comply with state law and requires properly licensed street vendors to operate safely and in a healthy manner in specific areas only. Your proposed food vendor plaza program is intended to get mobile vendors to comply with your new ordinance and prevent them from selling in prohibited areas. This addresses the concern of some residents and merchants who complained about street vendors at certain locations, which may have been less appropriate for street vending. County Environmental Health is committed to working with Richmond to proactively assist street vendors in becoming properly licensed under state and county health regulations. We look forward to working with the city to support this new effort designed to improve health and safety and support legally operating small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Oh, that was the last speaker?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then public hearing is closed. Do we have questions from the council? Councilmember Robinson?
I thank you for all the work pulling this together and bringing it forward. It's been necessary for a while. I do have some questions and some concerns. You know, I am definitely in favor of figuring this out and feel like I love street food myself, and it would be great to figure out how we can have the cultural items that we love and not have a bad effect on the brick and mortar businesses. So one of the concerns that I have, being, you know, that I'm in District 3, is whether or not you've talked to the 7 or so food businesses that are brick and mortar businesses that are around these 3 locations that are proposed. I know that some of them are really trying to survive, and I would hate to be the death nail in their casket, you know, by bringing this over there.
Yeah, those conversations are ongoing. So we've been working with, I've spoken to Richmond Main Street to help and support in the outreach to those businesses, so that which is why we haven't finalized the location, is to begin to communicate. But we were thinking too that in addition to promoting, because this would only be a 2-day operation, and that we can also support in helping people or other businesses within the area and bring people downtown that may not be familiar with those other restaurants, so we can also do business promotion with those businesses.
Okay, yeah, I would really like to make sure, because I know a few of those businesses in particular are having a hard time, and it'd be really terrible to lose them and have more long-term kind of degradation of the downtown as a result. And the next question I had was, I get a lot of complaints from people within the neighborhoods about folks that are setting up vending in front of their homes. And my feeling is that if it's within their own personal property, this ordinance may not affect them, but if it's on the sidewalk, it will. Is that correct? Can you kind of help us understand how this will affect?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this ordinance is specific to the right-of-way and parks. So sidewalk vending, I mean, we are now going to be explicit that a vendor cannot set up within the parking, within the street, within a median, and that's somebody either selling food or just selling goods. In terms of on private property, that's more of a code enforcement related issue that we would deal with zoning and land use. We are aware that the county's been working on updating its home kitchen ordinance and recently adopted a new ordinance that may allow property owners to cook out of their home kitchens and possibly vend food. So as that ordinance begins to come into effect in the county's environmental, we're partnering with them to do educational workshops about what that means. That's currently something that's allowed in Alameda County. It hasn't been allowed in Contra Costa, but it is something that will be coming forward. So there will be multiple regulations around both home kitchens, sidewalk vending, which has been part of the challenge, is distinguishing all of the different regulations.
So I'm trying to get a little bit of clarity because I know there's a lot of stuff going on. So for instance, on Marina Way in Ohio, there are often fruit vendors that are right there on the corner. As long as they're not blocking the sidewalk, are they allowed or are they not allowed under this ordinance?
So it will depend. They will need to get a special business activity permit, depending on whether the sidewalk is wide enough. Is it more than 5 feet? Is it 9 feet? Is it 7 feet? So there are going to be some standards. They'll need to at least provide a 4-foot path of travel where they're located. And so without knowing exactly where they are and doing measurements, we're not going to know, and then what their setup is, if they have tables, tents, chairs, what it will allow is a cart, basically, a table stand, but it's not going to allow all of the additional accessories that we're seeing now, and that's part of it, is that it is creating hazards to the public.
Okay, so I feel like it'd be nice to understand what the order of operations will be. Like, because I imagine if you're somebody who wants to set up to try to make a living, that you're not going to know that you need to go get a permit and where it is and all the rules and everything, and so the rules are pretty complex, and so I do wonder, how do we make it easier for people? Are you going to make maps that show allowable zones, for people to vend in, so that, somebody in a brick and mortar isn't fighting with the person who's out front, saying you shouldn't be here, and the other person is like, no, I have the right. The ordinance says. It seems like, are we going to be making kind of visual aids or something so people can refer to what's allowed or what's not?
Yeah, I think our goal is to create pamphlets in multiple languages, doing diagrams that make it easy for somebody to understand where they can locate. Engineering staff will also be available to answer specific questions about site and locations. And then, our intent is to translate, create a friendly website, but I think part of it too is doing outreach. So we know the vendors are out there now. And so if the ordinance is adopted by the council, then at that point we will be doing some outreach, working with business organizations and others to help get the word out, and neighborhood councils, and hoping to do community workshops to just have people ask more specific questions about the site. But yes, I think all of that is planned. Will it happen by August 2nd? Probably not all there, but I think as we get feedback, we will be improving and trying to enhance our materials.
Okay, so the last question is, all of these different, the licenses that will be required will have fees. Is this correct? Or is there going to be some support for people on those costs? Is that what the mobile vendor plaza program is going to provide? I'm worried about, usually people are trying to sell on the street because they have very little money for starting up a business, right?
Yes, so the fee that we're bringing the council next week will be in the $100 range. Understanding we are trying to, but that would be for somebody who could just get their license now. I think as part of the mobile vending program, the city would subsidize the special event permit that's going to the county, plus the operator, so that they won't have to set up, the city would fund the cost of the porta potties, the lights, the water, a lot of it. And we're proposing to purchase the tents, provide kind of the food safety training, working with the county, so that there's an initial setup. But, we won't be able to fund the purchase of a card, the county permit, but I think the idea here is to provide an opportunity to raise the funds and then do business support services. Hopefully through economic development, we could have some sort of subsidy for those that participate in the program and are doing well and making progress, but I think right now that isn't something we have funded.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for everyone that's here that spoke. I have a couple of similar-ish questions as well. I'll start off with the sidewalks. Ms. Chavarria, and I'm not sure if you know, but an average sidewalk in Richmond is about how wide? Because I'm trying to do the math here.
Well, not being very familiar with Richmond yet, but from my observation, it's about 5 feet, sometimes 6 feet, yes.
So I'm trying to, so the ordinance says 4.5 feet is what's allowed for the vendor to have their booth space. And then if the sidewalk is about 5 feet or 6 feet, it doesn't leave. So I'm trying to figure out the same thing. So I think I would love a map that shows where people can go, because people are not going to measure. And looking at streets, I was just looking at a map on 23rd Street, those sidewalks there, and I know because I've walked them many, many times, trying to find trees and trying to do other stuff and other projects, they're not wide enough. So I think we need better direction so people know. And also, it's not just for the vendors, but also for people that want to look for food. I'm looking for a special, I mean, I got hungry when they were here, the papas with chicken. I was like, well, where's that for our city council dinner? All right, so if we know where these are, we know the special locations. And speaking of locations as well, there's maybe the parking lot here next to the art center. That's another location that used to be where there used to be vendors there before. So maybe that could be a location, or maybe some of the empty parking lots or empty locations on 23rd Street or all around the city. I think maybe we can utilize some of these vacant lots maybe to have these designated areas so there's less gray area where people can go. And then also in regards to the times, I didn't see anything in regards to the timing for vendors. I know that there's for school hours and others, and you had mentioned something in regards to if a business is open later, they're allowed to be later. Some areas, how do we define that? Is it a bar? I mean, the bars could stay open very late. The restaurants nearby it could be closing out earlier. I didn't see that definition, and I think it'll be best to better define the working hours. And because I know that after a certain hour, we don't have staff that's able to go out there and making sure that people are vending correctly. They want to get in front of this as much as possible. I think Ms. Curl was going to say something maybe?
The intention is through the meet and confer process to expand the working hours to enable the enforcement that the council has requested.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Thank you. There's a parking lot next to Cobi's or in front of Cobi's. I know that they've been trying to activate that as well. This lot, not parking lot, but it's a lot. That will be a great area as well. And let me bring up some of my other notes. In the ordinance, it mentions residential zone earlier than 8 a.m. or later than 30 minutes before sunset. What happens in mixed-use areas? On 23rd Street, there's residential mixed with businesses. So what happens in that area there? And maybe it might be a moot point since the sidewalks are not wide enough. But I think we need to take that into consideration as we continue building more mixed use. And if the sidewalks are wide enough, we need to put that into the ordinance, what happens there. And then for me, really, really big, it's mentioned in the ordinance, but I really want to make sure that we're not blocking ADA access, that we're not blocking red zones and bus zones. Going back to 23rd Street, there is a bus and there's a chicken stand on the bus zone because it's wider than the rest of the sidewalk. So they took it, and now the bus must stop in other places, therefore no longer providing that ADA access to people getting on or off the bus. So that there's a conflict. So we can just really call that out. And speaking of that grill, there's nothing that explicitly prohibits or excludes grills. And I know that it sort of mentions it in the ordinance that you don't want to have any hot items or vending that people can touch and get burnt on, but a grill is definitely one of them. So if we can explicitly call that out, no grills outside, that will make the ordinance a little bit better there. And then what happens if someone wants to vend out of the back of the truck? we see that happening as well. So is that going to be allowed? Are we going to say you have to have a table on the sidewalk, your truck can be parked somewhere nearby? I think we need to call that out as well, if that's allowable or not. And that is it for that. Thank you so much. This is a great ordinance, and thank you. I know my colleague, Vice Mayor, has been working on this as well, so thank you for bringing this forward and working to put this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis?
I didn't have many questions. All I had is comments in response to Councilmember Cepeda's question about the ordinance, where there's a couple of sections when one of them is in 7.42.060 operational hours, and it's in section D. It says, in order to preserve peace, safety, and tranquility of residential neighborhoods, no roaming sidewalk vendors may operate in a residential area zone earlier than 8 a.m. or later than 30 minutes before sunset. And that's actually a time requirement that's sprinkled throughout the ordinance in different sections. So I was just responding to that initially. And in terms of comments, I just wanted to appreciate the Vice Mayor, Lena Velasco, City Manager John Joya's office for really working on this, because I've been getting a lot of complaints over the years as this issue has been progressing, and I know it's been a huge tug of war to figure out the best way to address this and also honor the intention of what the statewide legislation was intending when it set out to support small entrepreneurs. And I feel like this is a good step. I'm ready to support it at the appropriate time, and I do know, and get the ball rolling. And as this unfolds and as we're evaluating the progress of the ordinance, I know we have that flexibility to update it, make other amendments as necessary, depending on the data that we collect as we institute it. But we first need to get the ball rolling to see where those needs and adjustments are and make sure that we're being responsive to the concerns that have been laid out for the past few years. So I'm ready to support it at the appropriate time, but just wanted to note that question that you asked Councilmember Cepeda is what I just noticed in the ordinance.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. I have a couple of quick questions and a couple of comments. I mean, 1 or 2 sentence answers are good enough. How does food vendor inspection with the county work in collaboration with the city?
So typically, with this new process, we will require, if somebody is planning to vend food, so that they provide us a copy of their mobile food facility permit from environmental health.
So
If
the
somebody
county
comes without that, then we would refer them to the county to make sure they understand the requirements.
Thank you. One more question. So suppose I'm a vendor and I don't follow the rules and somebody finds me and I still don't follow the rules. What happens?
So we will start by issuing administrative citations. After a certain series of times, then we can actually ban the person from coming into compliance for a period of time. So,
How do you ban me?
well, basically, we would restrict you from being able to get the permit and actually operate for a period of time.
How? I mean, I have my stuff on the sidewalk. What happens to me?
Well, I mean, this is going to be part of the challenge, is we will issue citations. The ability to pay will have to be a consideration, but we can't make it a misdemeanor for violations. We can't do criminal actions.
You cannot take away my stuff from me?
The ordinance will not allow us to. Now, the county, through their environmental health laws, they're able to confiscate hazardous food. So
Suppose it's not food. Suppose I'm selling necklaces.
Yes, no.
What happens to me? I mean, I get citation after citation. I owe the city thousands of dollars, but I'm still a vendor on the sidewalk.
I would defer to the city attorney for that.
Yeah, but the ordinance needs to be completed, but
The ordinances are prepared by the city attorney per the charter. City
Okay.
staff is doing our best to assist in moving this policy item forward as requested by the council.
Okay, so if the city attorney could give some teeth to the law, that'd be nice. I mean, it's very good. I'm glad the city of Richmond is putting its act together and regulating this, and it seems like everybody's happy with it. It's wonderful. And I would like to actually second, there was a comment about distance from entrance. If I'm a business owner selling necklaces, and there's a vendor 5 feet from my entrance selling necklaces, I would mind it. I have one question about fruitarias. There are many fruit stands in my district. The only type of vendors are fruit stands. And there was a lady with her child. They didn't speak English. The neighbors complained that she's there all day long with a very young child, I mean infant or toddler or something. And I reported it to the Latina Center and the Family Justice Center, and they helped her. Unfortunately, I didn't follow up. Sometimes I talk to them. Some of them are young immigrants with broken Spanish. I talked to a lady with a child once who said it's only a few days since she arrived in the country and is working there. So I'm wondering if there is a way that we can prevent exploitation. I don't know if it's their only source of income, there's not much we can do, but maybe I'm asking you to think about it. If you can do something in that regard, that'd be awesome. And fruit stands, I mean, are, the people who work there is a major concern that they're not exploited. Maybe we can have something in Spanish about their rights, about minimum wage. I don't know, the least we can do is just inform them about their rights here as residents in the city of Richmond. And I hope the pamphlet have information about where to report violations and things like that. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. It's awesome. I'm glad it's moving forward. Thanks.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes, I am really excited about this program. I think it is a wonderful opportunities for the vendors, and I think it's will be a great relief for the businesses on 23rd. And I think it will be a great addition for the farmers markets. And it was so great to see Tom Cloman speak here. I know we had an opportunity to talk about it a little bit through our farmers market meetings. And what a wonderful way to add more opportunities for people to enjoy themselves at farmers markets, enjoy good, healthy food, and engage with the community and while they enjoy their food. So I'm just really pleased. And as Councilmember Willis said, it's been needed for a long time. And so I'm glad this is coming forward. I thank everyone who worked on it, from the vice mayor to city staff to county Supervisor Joya and county staff. It's going to make a big difference in our community, and I can't wait to visit many of these vendors. So thank you very much.
I'd also like to point out that this actually provides spaces for vendors so that they don't have to be all over the city. They will have specific sites to work from. And I would like to move the item, but before that, Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you. Before you second, just a clarification on the time. So Councilmember Willis, it's correct that there's 2 times listed on here. However, the first time is 8 a.m., and that is for residential zones only. And then the other time is referring to anything near schools, which is 7 a.m. But again, my direction was to have times at the regular streets, not residential, not school zone, because these 2 are listed, but we're just missing some more clarity there. So thank you.
Thank you for correcting me, and I'll second.
Thank you.
So, but Mayor, is the council, for purposes of this public hearing, amenable to accepting the ordinance how it is, and then we can do this pilot implementation and then come back at a later time with proposed revisions to refine it, since this is essentially we're starting a pilot?
Yes, well, it says city council discussion and vote.
I'm responding to Councilmember Zepeda's request.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. All right, so,
I have a motion by Councilmember by Mayor Martinez.
yes.
And a second by Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes, and thank you for supporting this.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes, and thank you, Vice Mayor Jimenez, for being a champion for this.
The vote is unanimous. Q1, Q1.
Yes. Back on track.
Moving to our second public hearing. Item Q1 is to adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report and ordering the levy and collection of assessments in the Hilltop Landscape Maintenance District for the fiscal year 2024 through 25, providing a 3% increase in annual assessments.
Mayor Martinez, I just wanted to make
Yes.
a brief statement before the formal presentation starts for this item. I wanted to let the council know that since the last discussion regarding these assessment districts, we have met with not CSI, but SCI, and we've begun to put together a draft framework around establishing the baseline as requested, and we will be bringing that information back to you in the fall. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that we're working on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor Jimenez, council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director, and tonight we're going to present the Hilltop Landscape Maintenance District Engineers Report for adoption after the public hearing. Tonight with me is Mr. Robert Armijo, our Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer, and Mr. John Bliss is SCI Consulting Group. And with that, John is going to make a presentation, and after he learns how to turn on the microphone.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is John Bliss. I'm president of SCI Consulting. Today, what we're going to do is present a little bit on the Hilltop Landscaping Maintenance District. Today is the second step in the annual two-step process that you go through each year administratively to continue this important assessment. As the clerk told you, we're proposing to go forward with a 3% increase. That 3% increase is well supported by the actual CPI as well as budget increases. We're going to work through a very, very brief slide presentation. You saw a longer one last year, and then we're going to land on a slide where we'll give you a little more detail about what the city manager said about next steps and additional analysis that you had asked for the previous meeting. So do we have a presentation?
It's KCRT. Can you bring the presentation, please?
Okay, it looks like we have an audio-visual snafu, so it's so brief, I'm going to go just kind of talk through some of the highlights for everyone. Again, tonight is the public hearing. If you approve, after you take input from the public, answer any questions, you'll be asked to vote on a resolution. If you approve that resolution, then we, the consultant, will go back, update all the data with the July lien roll information. We'll submit it to the county tax collector, and it will show up on the property tax bills for the affected about 1,100 properties. And then the revenue would come to the city in one installment in December from the county, and then an additional installment in May. The amount that it brings is about $1.15 million. Of that, about 20%, about $235,000 is a city contribution. Again, we're proposing a 3% increase. The Hilltop, just as a reminder to all of you, is set up in 3 zones historically. One is residential, here we go. So let's go to slide.
Next slide, please.
Yeah, and next slide, please. And one more. Thank you. And so here, there are three different zones. Zone 2 is primarily residential. The other two are industrial and commercial. And of course, the pink zone there that you can see is the Hilltop Mall, which the assessment district is named after. Real quickly, the first zone, Zone 1, is about $1,266 per acre. Zone 2 is about $400 a home, and Zone 3 is about $302 an acre. And those different rates are associated with the cost of the improvements, the landscaping that is associated with those zones. Next slide, please. So essentially, this is the recommended action that after you open and take input and close the public hearing, you adopt the resolution that will declare the city's intention, and it will direct us to do the final processing of all the data and submit it to the tax collector. And I think there's just one more slide. We wanted to give you a little more detail. We captured, the city manager and staff and myself captured what we hoped were the direction and the additional questions that you had last year. We want to just really quickly go over what we've met and we'll return to you this fall with. We wanted to take a look at the maintenance costs citywide. That is, what is that baseline? And there's different types of landscaping. There's grass, of course, there's shrubbery, there's trees, open space, and so we'll probably have 3 or 4 different buckets and look at the assets and see what the city is currently spending. We'll then look at that within the 2 big assessment districts, Hilltop and the one you're going to hear about next, the Marina. We'll confirm that the city's contribution is appropriate. And then the city manager asked us to take a look and see what should be the goals for maintenance spending in landscape maintenance here, and make some recommendations on what is a reasonable revenue or cost per square foot is probably what we'll look at. So with that concludes my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions or take input from you all as part of the process. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start off with a quick comment here before I ask my question. Last time we had the reading, I recused myself because I've received guidance. However, after further investigation, I don't have to recuse myself with this item per the FPPC regulation 18703, which allows me to participate. So that's why I am here, and I'm not in the back room. So with that, thank you for the engineer's report. I know that it's always a challenge trying to put all this together, so I appreciate your knowledge. I'm going to start off with, you mentioned the $235,000 city contribution, and hoping that in the future we work together on some of the verbiage in here. Last time I had mentioned that it is labeled as additional city support, but it's not additional. It is the support. It's the amount that's on there, so it's not extra of anything else. But that is $235,000 that the city portion. And then are you able to tell me what is the cost pool? What is it that the HLMD is paying the city back?
If I may, Councilmember Cepeda, I think it would be helpful for Nikki Maste, Deputy City Manager, to also join this conversation to assist in responding to your questions.
Grab a chair, Nikki.
Thank you. We play musical chairs a lot.
We need a bigger.
So thank you, everyone, for being flexible. And who knows, Avanish might want to come up too. Just kidding. It's okay. It's okay. We'll start with Nikki.
More the merrier.
So your question was regarding the cost pool in the
HLMD.
I will let the consultants start with their cost pool, because the city cost pool should be different.
So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What is the cost pool? How much, not what is it, but how much is it? How much is it that the HLMD is paying the city back to administer the HLMD?
So the city is required to have a component of the overall assessment that offsets the required general benefit contribution. The administrative cost that the city has for the HLMD is actually in a table in the report, and I'm happy to look it up right now, if that is helpful.
It might be starting on page 28.
Yeah, so actually on the report I have on my printout, on page 18 up in the upper right-hand corner, there's table 2, projected annual administration costs, and that's $146,000.
So
If that's the number you're
146.
looking for.
Okay.
That's the administration portion of the benefit.
Yeah.
You're not alone, yeah. I get that all the time.
I don't understand that either.
Thank you. So, you see, AI is smart. They didn't understand me. So, but anyway, let me restate. Thank you. That was a great cue. So there's a services and improvements that are provided at a higher level as a result of this. And of those services, you know, there's workers out there, gardeners out there doing the work. A portion of that is the administration of all the employees, the supervision, all of that. And that component of the $1.1 million that's administrative is about $146,000. Is that the number you're looking for?
I'm looking for a different one, but close enough. I'm looking for a number that I saw in the budget.
Councilmember Zepeda, since we have, after public hearings, I think there's 4 presentations. If there's page numbers you wouldn't mind letting us know, if you happen to know, then that will help us.
Don't have it. That's what I've been requesting.
Okay.
So for the budget itself, I don't have your budget document in front of me, but I know the cost pool number you're looking at. So he's taking one portion. Ours is a different portion. So we'll have to take a look at that analysis and see what you're being charged for there.
Thank you, thank you. And if you don't have the answer now, it's fine. But I know from what I saw in the budget that was presented
The
when
city
we were
budget.
reviewing the city budget, the cost pool was higher than the contribution. So I just want, and the reason it's important to have that is so that people know that the city is contributing 235, but if I remember correctly, the city is taking about 240 back. So it's important to have those numbers. That's from what I remember from that budget. So it's around that number. So put that out there. And then part of the comments that I had made, and I will move this agenda forward, there's verbiage in there. I would like to have removed the HDNC, the Hilltop District Neighborhood Council, from being the advisory group and instead creating another advisory group. I had made those comments in previous meetings to where the Neighborhood Council is not able to be the advisory group for this. The Neighborhood Councils are not part of the 2 different LMDs. So if we can remove that from there before it gets printed.
City Attorney, is that okay?
Yeah, because actually they replaced it with the other.
Oh, I'm asking the City Attorney if making that change at this juncture in the meeting, if we can do that.
Okay.
Has the other group been the advisory body?
No.
So you're saying that that's incorrect information?
Correct. They're putting their name in this time around, but they're not able to. The Neighborhood Council is not able to oversee the 2 special districts. So it's a different group that had the name on the report before, and they're trying to amend the name. But I am
What was
saying-
the group that had the name, that was the body previously?
The previous one was the Hilltop District Homeowners and Stakeholders Association.
So why did that get changed?
That body is defunct. So the Neighborhood Council has been acting in some capacity of giving advice to the group, to staff. However, they shouldn't be able to because the Neighborhood Council doesn't have that ability. And I know that because I created the Neighborhood Council, and I was explicitly told that we could not do that.
The engineer's report is not my report, so I don't know.
But in the second reading, I guess the question would be, in the second reading, can we make that verbiage change?
In this, you can make typographical corrections, but not factual changes.
Okay, so then the answer will be no then, at this time.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that answer. And then my request is that as we move forward, that I get, at least myself, provided monthly reports with with the budget of the HLMD, so we can help be able to track the expenses. To make sure that we're not in the red. So,
We can request that finance provide those to the entire council. I do want to note that as we add these additional ministerial tasks, that there will be, that some of them will be covered by cost pool, but in the future, like if you add the different advisory committee and all of those things, that may increase the cost of the administration, and so there'll be a corresponding increase in the budget.
thank you. All right. With that, so I'll make the request for the removal of the name for the next report. But for now, unless there's any other questions, I'll move the item.
Right. Public hearing.
Oh, I thought there was nobody.
So, okay, public hearing is open.
We have one speaker. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Cordell Hindler.
So, good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. Thank you, staff, for this presentation. So, before you make your decision on this item, because I'm kind of in support of this, but I have my doubts on this. So, I just have the HOAs, because I already sent them an email to get their input on this. So, I just let them speak on that item as well.
Sabrina, please call the online speaker.
April Roy, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, good evening. I do actually live in the Hilltop District, and I'm trying to be, I pay attention to what's happening, but I'm not sure how many other people are notified that this was a public hearing for us. So I'm concerned about notification of this change, since we're paying so many fees, including the pensions for the city employees here in this district. So I'm concerned about that and the vetting process for this. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed. So do we have any clarification questions? If not, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to move the item.
I'll second as soon as you speak that motion into the mic.
I'll make the motion to move the item.
Second.
Yes.
Was I too far away?
Councilmember Bonner, it's a yes. Okay. Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Fantastic. Next item.
Okay, our next item is item Q2. Public hearing is to adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report for the Marina Bay Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District for fiscal year 24-25, providing for a 3% increase in annual assessments.
All right. Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor Jimenez, City Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director. I'm here with Nikki Massey, our Deputy City Manager, and Mr. Tony Thrasher, who works for Wilton Financial and who's going to make the presentation for the Marina Bay Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District. KCRT, if you can bring the presentation, please.
All right. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Mayor, Council, public. I am Tony Thrasher with Wildan Financial. So this is the second round, so very similar to the last one you heard, right? So a lot of repetition, I bet of this. My presentation is also a bit shorter, so let's go ahead and go to the next slide, and I'll kind of run through it for you, right? So introduction, you've seen this slide before, introducing the district itself, formed in 2009 by resolution, provide a method of funding in whole or in part the ongoing operation, maintenance, servicing of various landscaping, lighting improvements within that district. Right, the representation of the costs within the budget and the share and proportional costs that are represented therein are meant to represent that special benefit to the properties themselves. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So here's a map of the district. About around 98% of all parcels are within that green zone 1, with the other zone 2 representing the other 2%. Let's go to the next. Now, 42% of total annual costs and expenses is city funded, and 58% is funded proportionally by the property owners within the district. The maximum assessment for the district increases each year by 3%. And so for 24-25, the maximum assessment rate for Zone 1 is $289.78, and Zone 2 is $257.06. It is not being levied at the maximum amount, so for the proposed amounts with Zone 1 will be at $270.19, and Zone 2 at $243.93. Next slide, please. Now, for the proposed budget, the top and bottom number make up the total amount of cost within the budget. And so the total assessment to the property owners would be $736,074. It includes a collection of $58,000, greater than $58,000 for the district's reserve fund, and the city's contribution or their share of that cost is $490,598. Next slide, please. Perfect. And so that's kind of the conclusion. So the next step, very similar to kind of what John was up here saying, is asking you to approve the report and the resolution, and then to move forward with us placing the levy on the county tax rolls once we get the updated property tax information. Okay, and that's the end of my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes, could you go back to, I think it was the second to the last slide, maybe the third to the last. It's called, it talked about the maximum assessment and how it was not being levied at the maximum assessment. Okay, so there it is. So I guess I'm trying to so the maximum assessment rates are adjusted annually by 3%. Is that a fixed annual adjustment of 3% every year?
Yes, so the maximum increase is 3% each year, but the actual assessment is determined based off of the actual budget needs of the district itself and the percent share that is split between the city and the property owners.
Okay, so the does it have to be adjusted by 3%? It says the maximum assessment rates are adjusted, and so every year, let's say, CPI is only if we've had some really bad years, like during the pandemic, and I don't recall what the consumer price index was. Was it like 1 or 2%? So would it have to be 3%?
No, and Councilmember McLaughlin, actually, part of the opportunity and what we'll be exploring over this recess is because the districts, in some instance, haven't been keeping up with CPI, right? So CPI may have been 4, 5, 6%, and the increases have been 3%. And so as we're looking at the establishment of the baseline services citywide, then it'll help us understand moving forward in future years, how does the council want to provide policy direction on these districts? Because that's an ongoing opportunity, because some of them specify a certain number of staffing, and as you're aware, the increases that the council have approved have been, at least in the last 2 years, have been in excess of 3%. So then that would mean that has a corresponding increase on the city's contribution.
So, so right now, there's a resolution that caps it at 3%?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for that clarification. I also want to, I see Greg Hardesty here, and I know Greg meets with the district, and could you give me a sense, has this been discussed at all at the district?
Yes, the budget does come up at every meeting, and there is concerns that that they go into the red every now and then. So, so yeah, if that answers your question, the budget does get discussed quite often.
And those meetings happen once a month? Is that right?
Every third Thursday.
Every third Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay, I know I was at one
Yeah.
fairly recently, but thank you. Okay. So I guess I basically want to see if there's public comment during the public hearing.
All right, I'd like to open the public hearing.
We have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Speaker is Cordell Handler.
That's me. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. My concerns is like, when I was looking at this slide, I'm like, $200 and some odd, and I'm like, I'm thinking it's like, it must be a typo, because I have a concern regarding that. So before you make your decision on this, this analysis, so I want you to hear from the Marina Bay Neighborhood Council. So I'm hoping they would respond to this. That's it.
And there are no speakers online.
If there are no speakers online, public
No.
hearing is closed. Do we have any clarification questions for staff?
I just would like to ask the city manager to also include Marina Bay landscaping with the updates that Councilmember Zepeda asked for.
Will do.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. In that case, I need a motion.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
All right.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson? Yes. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Well, that closes public hearings. On to the next item.
Our next item under study and action session is item R1, to receive the final written report from Ralph Tillis Financial Consultants regarding its workforce analysis.
Good evening, City Council. Tonight, you're here to receive the final written report from Raftelis Financial Consultants regarding the workforce analysis. A little bit of backup on that. The project commenced in August of 2023 with Raftelis meeting with various stakeholders, including City Council, regarding the analysis. They interviewed key city personnel to develop an understanding of each department, including the organization, structure, and staffing. Then they conducted interviews at all levels, including managers, supervisors, and line-level staff, as well as several follow-up interviews. The final report was done in May of 2024, and it is to be noted that council is very flexible with staffing and with the needs of the city. And so the report may not represent the preferences of council members. City Council and city staff always prefer to provide a high level of service to Richmond community. Keeping with these values, the Richmond City Council continues to explore and direct policy to increase revenue generation strategies aiming to improve service delivery, health, and environmental safety while rebuilding the built environment. So we do have a presentation. So KCRT, if you could put up a presentation. Thank you. Next slide, please. Our agenda for tonight is to go over the state audit recommendation, an overview of the workforce analysis, project scope and timeline, citywide staffing overview, workload versus work planning, prioritization, report and outcome. Next slide, please. So the state audit recommendation, they had 11 formal recommendations. This is recommendation number 6. And the recommendation is to mitigate the cost of increasing salaries. The city should perform a workforce analysis by June of 2024. So we have made that deadline. And with the results of the analysis, the city should consider eliminating vacant positions it deems no longer necessary. Additionally, the city should continue to assess its need for any vacant positions before it seeks to fill them. Next slide, please. So for our RFP, we wanted Raftellus to reassess the size of City Hall, succession planning and vacancies, and a departmental analysis. I will now turn it over to Rebecca Hoskin, who should be online for the next slide. Next slide, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for having me. This is not a landscape assessment district. This is, as Deputy City Manager Mustay said, a staffing analysis and our outcome of almost a year's worth of work going through every city department to provide that for the city. Again, this was generated from a review by the state auditor and in response to their question about does the city need to continue to have the vacancies that it had on its books. Next slide, please. So the project scope, again, was to reassess the size of the staff and to really determine if those vacant positions were needed, to review succession planning and look at different levels of the org structure and to recommend any improvements that might help with continuity there. And finally, to just do a general organizational analysis of department operations and to make any recommendations that became apparent through our work on workflow and efficiencies. Next slide. This just summarizes our project timeline. And again, as Deputy City Manager noted, we've been going since August through a variety of activities, culminating in our report presentation tonight, which we had through May, and now we've moved over into June. So here we are. Next slide. So just to give some framework for our work, this was a high-level citywide review. This wasn't scoped to be a deep dive into a single department. We would actually go much deeper if we were to do, for example, a specific city department. But this is a higher-level review across the entire city, and so that's important to keep in mind. Also, the city did have limited data in many cases that would inform our workload and resourcing. So we had to use the information that was available to make some recommendations. It was difficult in some cases to determine whether the service level expectations were impacted by the vacancies that were occurring at the time of our review, or whether it was resource constraints or both. And so we had to make some judgment calls there. And finally, our approach leveraged our industry knowledge. We do this kind of work across the country. We know how many cities are run, and so we layered that information into the mix of staff interviews, document review, and available data review. Next slide. So the report outline culminated, the whole project culminated in a 111-page report, which you have before you, including a citywide overview that looked at citywide vacancies, levels of overtime, and our response to the state auditor, which we'll talk about in a moment. And then for each department, we also included more detailed staff level history, a breakdown of the programs and services and the staffing levels that you currently have right now. Our key observations about each department, our staffing recommendations, and finally our operational recommendations. That's all included in the work plan and the report. Next slide. So starting on the citywide overview, on the next slide, you'll see we had prepared a table or a chart showing the staffing of the city staff levels, which are shown in authorized FTEs in the blue line against your general fund revenue, inflation adjusted, and just to kind of take a look at what the history has been in the city and to show in particular in those areas in gray where the city suffered some downturns and adjusted its FTEs accordingly. You can see the drop between fiscal year 2010 and 2011 where we had the recession from 2008 to 2010, and the city absolutely adjusted its staffing levels accordingly. The same thing can be said in 2021 to 2022 during the pandemic. So this was just to give some context that the city has historically adjusted staffing levels up and down, dependent upon its revenues, as good business leaders would. Next slide. We also took a look at the data provided to us by the city staff in terms of vacancies over the period from 2022 to 2024, the information we had available for that time period. And when we looked at the average FTEs vacant for each department, that second column to the right there, average FTEs vacant, shows the top three were police, public works, and fire, with average of 50 in police, 18.5 in public works, and 12.1 in fire. If you look at the vacancy rate, which is the number of vacancies against the total staff, that changes considerably because of the size of the staff levels. So community services actually ends up as one of the higher ones at 37.2% vacant. Community Services Office of Neighborhood Safety was 39.3, and Department of Children and Health at 25.5. So obviously, if you're in a 4-person staff unit and you lose one person, that's a 25% cut. So it just impacts the numbers more greatly. Next slide. So essentially, as of fiscal year 24, you had 753 authorized positions in the budget. And as of January 2024, you had 119 vacancies, which is approximately 16%. And when we look at the averages, we just looked at the grand total for all departments was about 17%. So you've been averaging roughly 16, 17% vacancy rates over the past couple of years, meaning that you really have been performing your regular duties and operations with 83% of your staff really available. So, kudos to your staff. They're incredibly hardworking, and they've been really picking up the slack for the vacancies that have existed for the past several years. With that said, filling those vacancies is going to be a top priority. The progress has been made. We've heard lots of new positions are being hired and being filled more quickly, and many positive comments about the improvements in human resources to help the departments with that. So that was wonderful news. Next slide. We also took a look at citywide overtime as part of our analysis, and the average overtime from fiscal year 21 to 23 was approximately the equivalent of 63.7 FTEs when you look at the hours in total. So that accounts for obviously about half of those vacancies that we saw previously. The total overtime hours citywide is shown there on the left by year, and the average overtime hours per employee are shown on the right. The top department overtime users isn't really much of a surprise. Again, it's fire, police, and public works, and parks division in particular. So those operations that are 24/7, that are more active out there in the field, tend to generate more overtime. That's pretty consistent with a lot of municipalities. Next slide. So part of the report also focused on, looking at workload and looking at what drives workload versus work planning. And the next slide. It's important to remember that this is a slide we often use in council retreats, and we call it the iceberg. And it's essentially just a reminder that, most of your staff's time is already pre-programmed for just daily operations. And so while they want to, push those council priorities and all the new ideas and fabulous new, ventures that everyone can come up with every year, there's limited capacity. And so it's really incumbent upon council and management in the city to really prioritize and decide what's going to go first, because the reality is there's not a lot of free capacity available. Next slide. And so another thing to keep in mind is what drives your workload for your staff. City growth can often be a driver. That can be both in change of population or even just physical area if you've annexed some territory or something. We didn't see a lot of that in Richmond, modest growth. Mandates is another area of workload driver. When the state enacts new legal requirements, that causes more work for your staff with zero change in the city's operations. And a good example of that is all the housing policy that's occurred in recent years for your community development folks and the planners. They've had to change a lot of the way they do business and add a lot of new things to their plate. The community, certainly service level expectations can be set by residents over time, and things change. Your task force on policing over the past few years is a good example of that the community came together and had a topic that they wanted to invest in. And so that's going to drive some workload for your staff to assist with that effort. And finally, the council priorities again. How is the work of staff? What's the capacity for staff to drive those policies forward? And, what is going to be the priority amongst all the different competing resource needs? Next slide. We also talk about work planning a little bit, and that is really that planning process we're talking about is how are we going to define how we meet those goals, and just that process itself, literally the planning process and thinking through developing a timeline and developing the list of tasks that takes time and capacity. So even that process detracts from time available for doing the actual work. These are just critical factors to remember as you're moving forward and as we try to work on priority setting, which you'll start in on the next slide, please. So priority setting on the next slide, again, is really critical again, and it's important for several reasons. We need to provide guidance with our limited financial resources. Again, where are we going to put those resources to work? Where, you know, what are the big things we need to spend our money on? And a budget is a great planning tool for that purpose. Policy decisions, is it better to do a lot of things okay? Do we want to really offer a wide range of services and provide mid-level or perhaps good service versus excellent? Or do we just want to really focus on a few specific services and really knock them out of the park and do them extremely well? I mean, that's a policy decision, and cities do vary in the level of service they provide. Fiscal equity, what's appropriate for the taxpayers as a whole to fund versus individual users? That gets down to fiscal policies and equity concerns. So one way we recommend that councils and cities start thinking about these things is by creating specific criteria against which to rank individual programs and services to focus the discussion. And I want to caution you, this is not the be-all, end-all. This is a starting point, and we strongly recommend that you would think through your own criteria. On the next slide, we did create our own, Raftelis, as part of our review. But again, it's a subjective ranking system. And so there's no right answer. Every single one could be argued and debated, and that's okay. But trying to find the set of criteria that is most helpful to you as a council to start thinking through your programs and services is just a good way to start the discussion. For the purposes of our report, we came up with 6 different criteria shown there. Is the program mandated by local, state, or federal level? Do you just have to provide it? Is the service or program necessary for life safety, which is always one of the critical roles of a local government for its residents? Does the service or program preserve existing city assets or infrastructure in order to protect the investments you've already made? Does it provide direct service to the public, or is it a back office internal service? Does the service or program support city council goals in the strategic plan? And finally, how many customers do we serve? Is this a program that serves just a few folks in the community, or is this a much larger program serving a broader array of residents and citizens? Next slide. And so just as an example, we ran your programs and services through this service level matrix, and we have it by individual program and service. But here we're showing just the overall rankings by department in terms of how it came out based upon the criteria I just listed. And we ranked each one from a scale from 1 being low to 5 being high. And this is pretty consistent with what we'd see in many communities where typically public safety is at the top and internal services tends to be at the bottom, not because what they do isn't important, but because of the ranking criteria of internal service and support to the operating departments. The only item we would say is slightly typical when we ran through those ranking criteria was the police, because very often they're either 1 or 2 at the top with fire. And in your case, because it was impacted by your recent changes and approach to public safety, it did rank a little lower than what we often see in other communities. But again, that's appropriate for your community, and that's okay. So on the next slide, I will start just very quickly summarizing the report outcomes. And again, this was a 111-page report. We have over 52 recommendations, so I'm going to try to summarize here. Next slide. So in response to the state auditor, do you need to keep the vacancies on your books? In our response, yes, we feel you do. And in fact, you need additional staff to provide the current services and programs that you have in a quality manner. The current staffing levels aren't supporting your service level expectations, and that's obvious due to the reliance on overtime. The vacancy levels are impacting that. And again, we noted that that is in particular affecting fire, police, and public works departments. In addition, we feel, and I'll show in one moment, that you need additional staff to meet those service level expectations that we're aware of and to address council goals. And so in our review, we were recommending additional staff in several locations and positions to meet specific gaps that we saw in between the service level desires of the community and what staff are able to provide right now. And again, that's just to provide best practice service for the current menu of programs and services offered by Richmond. However, of course, all of this is dependent on finances and money. And so a financial analysis is really required to determine what level of staffing the city can afford. We strongly recommend you fill the vacancies first because they're already on your books, and then add staff only as you have ongoing revenue growth that can support those positions, because it's really critical that we don't dip into our one-time funds and reserves to fund ongoing staff costs. Next slide, please. So in summary, the recommended new positions, we're recommending a total of 74 new positions across the city. And you can see the list here. The majority are in the fire department, the police department, and recreation. And the estimated cost of those, if you were to fund them all today at step 3 with 80% benefits rate, is about $12.5 million. Certainly that's a sizable addition. Some of these can be offset by cost recovery through fees and charges, and we talk about that in our report if the council chooses, and others might be able to be recovered through grant revenue. So this may not be a full general fund cost of $12.5 million, but there may be some cost recovery. So on the next slide, looking ahead, really your ability to provide services and to staff to those levels is rooted in two paths. It's really based on your revenue growth. If it's limited going forward, you're going to need to focus on reallocating the existing resources you have and maybe improving quality by prioritizing services and programs you have and reallocating what you already have in place, and choosing where to fund specific programs and services. However, if you have revenue growth, which we'd all love to hope for and see with some economic development, you can certainly add those new programs in and address community needs by injecting some new funding and revenues into some new staff positions to increase your level of service support. Next slide. And so in terms of reallocating existing resources, if that tends to be the path that you find yourselves on for a while, we would recommend, again, filling the vacancies, in particular in core services first, where there was the most overtime, police, fire, and public works in particular, because some of those costs will be offset, right? Increase in investment in technology. We think that there's opportunity for the city to improve its internal technology for business efficiency and process improvements and data to drive your decision making. So maybe adding an IT position that we've recommended would help there with overall efficiencies. We would recommend decreasing general fund investment in programs that serve fewer residents and try to push those toward grants and cost recovery in the nonprofit sector as much as possible. Again, that's simply just a criterion of trying to serve the most with the taxpayer dollars. And finally, while the city's unassigned general fund reserves have been increasing, which is fabulous, the current period annual budget resources remain limited. And so we really need to make sure that any staffing investment is accompanied by ongoing growth and that we're investing in areas that are going to pay off additionally in the future. If on the second path, on the next slide, you find yourselves with a revenue growth, which I'm hoping for, certainly, you can increase investment in economic development to grow even future revenues and local job opportunities. We have some positions in the staff listing for the port, for example, to try to increase economic development for the port, and similar things for code enforcement to try to improve community aesthetics and lure businesses into town. You could also increase your investment in public safety, fire, and police, and increase the service levels you already provide there. Because in one part, safety is also an economic development investment that businesses like that assurance of safety so that they want to settle in the community and bring their businesses to town and the jobs that go with them. Finally, we also talked about, again, code enforcement to improve community safety and aesthetics. That was an area we also felt that you could improve your service level and service provision for the community as a whole. And with that, I'll conclude, and I'm happy to answer any questions and answers, and thank you for the opportunity to work with the city.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have public speakers?
Yes, we have 2 in-person public speakers. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council please raise your hand at this time. The speakers are Cordell Hindler and Ben Terrio.
So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. Thank you, Nikki and Rebecca, for this presentation. So I'm really excited about this this workforce analysis. So I'm like, because I looked at it and I said, all these positions should be it's very important. So I'm like, I'm all for it because you trying to generate some revenue. I looked at all these positions and I'm like, wow, especially in economic development, that's has been my go-to because it's like we need more positions for the port as well as other departments. So I'm all excited for this. So thank you to staff and the consultant for this. So with that, Ben, it's all yours.
Thank you, Cordell. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. I'm glad that we could finally get to this most important staffing piece of information at 10:30, again, the middle of the night, almost. And months later, or about a month later, than it was supposed to go on and try to be buried in the consent calendar when it's really important information that the public should be aware of in a more reasonable hour. So there's that. Also, the fact that the matrix results, again, line up with another matrix or the other previous staffing report put forward by the matrix company that lines up with the same thing and says, we need more police staffing. Weird. Fiscal year 2020, let's see, we had 178 budgeted sworn officers. Now we have 145, 19% decrease. You can line that up with council. Let's see, this is impacted by city council goals. That's why police falls down to 2.6 in the matrix of this particular staffing report. Part of the document says in the police section, it is important to note that there is already a high level of vacancies in the department, so increasing authorized staffing alone may not impact actual staffing. However, many RPD officers reported a perception that the city council wishes to reduce the number of staff in the department, and that this perception has influenced officers to leave and has deterred potential candidates from applying to the department. Again, that's a perception. Hopefully that is not the right perception and does not lead to a bad reality. So I hope that, in conclusion, these important staffing, whatever department they're applied, are actually applied by the city council to staff to implement, because I think it's really important, and yet it's another instance of more public safety staffing. Thank you.
Any people online?
There are no online speakers.
Okay, in that case, public comment is closed. I want to remind everyone that we have 3 more items. We are to receive this, and if your comments are not, if they don't take us any further, I would ask you to put your comments in writing, so that we can continue with the other items that we have. Otherwise, we're not going to see them. Read it.
Mayor, may I just make a brief comment about the headcount issue, because I feel like that's the substantive portion of the conversation. So just as a reminder to council, this report indicated a request for additional 74 positions. When you adopted the budget last night, there were 771 FTEs. When the budget was revised in fiscal year 22-23, you only had 732 approved FTEs. So during a period of the time when this report was being created, your positions have increased by approximately 39 approved FTEs, and so that leaves about 35 still to be reviewed. So I just did want to note for the good of the order that the council has made a number of movements in the recommendations along with staff in helping operationalize and implement what was recommended here today.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, just a quick comment and question, and I'm not sure whether it would be the consultant or a city manager who could answer it. So in terms of, I heard throughout the presentation that, we should look at programs that we could fund by grants. So my understanding of how this relates to staffing is that programs, if we could get some of them grant funded rather than general fund funded, we could utilize the general fund for staffing instead, because that would be a year in, year out, and the programs maybe would have a 3-year grant that we could renew. Is that a correct analysis of what they were proposing? And also, does the city staff try and do that periodically? I know we just approved the contract with the Glenn Price Group, so perhaps there's more opportunities for grants that we can apply for.
Yes, our grant budget is extremely robust. I was speaking with other city managers today in the region, and so we're doing extremely well in terms of our overall general fund operating budget as well as the grants we receive. And the speaker should feel free to correct, but I also think that there was more of a policy question for the council in terms of potentially partnering with nonprofits to deliver services that have traditionally been, or if you're trying to expand service delivery, what is the role of other entities in that work? And so, clearly we've been very focused on hiring city staff and partnering with community-based organizations where appropriate, but I think that was also part of the analysis.
Okay, that makes sense also. So, okay, that's it.
Okay. Councilmember Bono.
Thank you. I do not ask many questions that I have regarding this report. Just one quick question for emergency responders chiefs, if they're present. How these numbers affect the level of service that they need to provide to the public, fire and police?
At this hour, I believe the respective chiefs and the assistant chiefs have probably gone home. I wasn't aware that you were going to ask a question, so I did not ask them to stay. I mean, I didn't know that there was going to be, usually sometimes if I know a council member has a specific area of interest, I'll ask staff to stay, but if not, since we had a meeting last night, I let folks know that they could be excused.
Okay, I'll provide my question in writing.
Okay.
And I assume the questions we provide and the answers would be open to the public? So they
Sure,
can
we
see the
don't
question
have, sure, we're happy to respond. I mean, part of what the council's directed us to do is to launch the Community Crisis Response Program to see if there's an opportunity to make sure that the calls for service are focused in areas that are most helpful. But we do have a high volume of calls for service in Richmond, especially
Thank you.
compared to neighboring jurisdictions or jurisdictions with our populations.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say something about the report, and is that we have a lot of vacancies, and I think, like, for me, is we know that there are particular things that we are adding more, but in others, when we have high vacancies, we need to fill that, because it won't do anything to add more when we haven't been able to fill the ones that we have right now. And this is something that this report calls us. So, and we have been pushing to fill some vacancies so we can see how, like, that is working. I think Metrics report, when they did it, one of the things that they say is that is we are going to add the Community Crisis Response Program and have some calls answered by then maybe that will change their analysis of how many police or fire we will need. So I just think that what we need to do is focusing on filling the vacancies that we have, because we haven't been able to fill it in key departments. Thank you.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to mention to the council that in some of our vacancy rate seems about on par with neighboring jurisdictions, and one of the jurisdictions that I spoke with today, at one point their vacancy rate was as high as 30%, and they've noted that they do not see from from when the last recession was to now, that they'll ever go back to their higher level staffing. So relatively speaking, like within the region, we're committed to hiring more. We're trying to hire as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. But it does, you know, we have a civil service environment, and so we have to go through the appropriate policies and procedures as outlined in the personnel rules, because we're a charter city. And so I've never seen the city of Richmond hire nearly 100 people in a year, and that's what the data shows. And so we're happy to try to keep up at that pace, but this is an extraordinary time where we're having, all municipalities are struggling with vacancies.
Yeah, I want to thank staff, city manager, for the amount of hiring that you have been doing. I think we've made great advancements in terms of filling the positions that need to be filled. About the Raftillis report, they pointed out that generally police is at the top of the list, and then fire, public safety at the top. But with our analysis, there were other departments, public works for one, being above them. And they said that's not wrong, you know, it's just different. But then when they did recommendations, they put police at the very top, which tells me that Raftillis's thinking is working from an old paradigm. And we are trying to change that. We are trying to become a new city, a city that works with new ideas. And Raftillis says that's okay. So when we look at their recommendations, we have to recognize the fact that they are thinking as they've always thought, which is that police and fire should be number one. Okay, so
May I respond to that briefly, Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to respond to that, Mayor. I completely understand what you're saying and why it may look that way. In actuality, it was really quite mathematical the way we come up with the staffing recommendations, and it's based upon your own policies for coverage for the different shifts and beats you have within the city. And the overtime use is similar. I mean, it's just the numbers you need to fill the positions you have and the amount of coverage you need to have. So it really wasn't just us saying we think PD is important. It's really mathematically based in shift coverage, and that's how those numbers came to be. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay,
Thank
and I'm in agreement with you there. I think overtime has been a major issue with us, and have asked that we find that sweet spot between overtime and being able to pay the number of people that would be best for filling positions. Councilmember Robinson.
Just a quick clarifying question for the consultant. Speaking about police, it says that you're recommending an additional 27 officers and 3 detectives, but is that on top of the 45 vacancies that you are also reporting on in here? I know that's not the current vacancy rate, but for the report, that was the current vacancy rate. Are you saying it's in addition to those 45 vacancies? Or are you saying that it would, you know, be a part of those 45 vacancies?
I'm going a little bit from memory here. I apologize, but yes, my understanding is that that's in addition, because what we did was, as I said, it was mathematical in terms of determining the total coverage you need, and in agreement with your policies that are on the books in terms of how many officers need to be at a beat and all of those things. So we back into those numbers and just did a calculation of what you need in total, and then, you know, remove the ones you already have in place in your budget books. So
But
we would have assumed those vacancies would be filled, and then
Yeah.
whatever
So
additional.
also in your report here, it says that the overtime, if you take the number of hours of overtime that were worked, it is the equivalent of 28 FTEs. So I'm just curious of how you got to 45 from a need. Like, I would say that the amount of overtime that people are working is definitely a sign of needing more people to do the work, right? But if it's 28, then how do we get to, if we have 45 vacancies, people are working an equivalent of 28 FTEs of overtime, then in that 45 vacancies, you would be able, if we were able to fill them, it seems that you would be able to take care of that issue with overtime and still have additional positions. So I'm not quite sure why then you would need an additional 30 positions when you, you know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say?
I do. I know it gets very complicated very fast, so I totally understand. It's a combination of things, and like I said, part of it is your policies and for coverage. Part of it is the overtime, the shift schedules and the beats. But part of it is also a policy. We talk about it in the report of best practices in terms of proactive policing. Right now, your staff are focused solely on reactivity. Your police do not have time to be proactive and do outreach to the community or community policing. They're responding from call to call to call. And so what we built into our calculations is best practice, which is a third of their time would be spent on that proactive engagement with the community. And that adds to your staffing requirements, of course. Again, that's a policy decision. You have, CCRP now, and that may be where you want to put some of those resources. But in general, for policing across the country, we try to say that their time is split into thirds. A third is reactive, a third is proactive, and a third is administrative and training based. And so we added in the need for that proactive community engagement piece into our calculations, and that's why there's greater need than those numbers would look like. I hope that explains it.
So those calculations counted the CCRP?
No, I'm just saying that some of that community outreach, you may now be saying that's being done by the CCRP instead of PD. But
Okay,
in best practices for policing, we would anticipate that for the police to be doing proactive
to understand
work.
this clearly, given that at the time of this report in the police department, there were 45 vacancies, and that if you added up all the overtime, that's the equivalent, that in order to fill and make sure we had the minimum people on duty at any time that's indicated in our policies, there were 28 positions that overtime is filling to make that possible. That will leave you with 17 additional vacancies to fill. And you're saying that 17 is not enough to do proactive policing, and we would need an additional 30 on top of it, making 47 positions available for proactive policing.
No, that would be overcompensating. I think it's best if I respond to this in writing because I can try to do the math for you. It's difficult to do verbally if you don't mind, but I understand the question you're asking. We can try to address that for you.
The math is pretty simple. It's just addition. Anyway, go ahead. That's it.
Councilmember Bonham.
Thank you. I just have a quick comment that I do appreciate what you said about proactive policing. For example, we realize many accidents in the city of Richmond are due to the fact that our drivers do not have a driver's license. So we wanted to have a traffic safety campaign in collaboration with our police department and the business community to help Spanish-speaking drivers pass the DMV writing test and also learn behind the wheel driving with the help of police department. But unfortunately, our police department just announced that some of their officers are out. They do not have the resources. So, I wish we had more police officers for proactive policing and community services.
All right. It is now 10:48. I don't know if we have enough time to do another item. I have a flight I need to catch tomorrow morning, early.
If I may, Mayor,
Yes.
So I spoke to the staff that are here for the bond measure. Respectfully, Councilmember McLaughlin and Councilmember Bonner, they did indicate that if there was a desire, they could come back in September. I do want to be thoughtful that the art item has been, we would respectfully, if at all possible, would like to hear that this evening, because the people are here in the audience and they've been waiting. But
I think
it's your
coming
meeting.
back in September makes good sense for the bond presentation.
Yep, it's going to be on the ballot in November.
Yeah.
Thank you,
It'll be a good
Gabriel.
time to get it fresh in people's minds.
I think I owe them dinner now next time.
But let's make it up to them and have it the first item back, hopefully.
So it would be at the study session in September. Is that all? Okay, thank you.
So are 3?
Well, we have 10 minutes. It says a 10-minute presentation. Can we keep it to 10 minutes?
I can time them.
From both, I think there's 10, so it's 20. There's two different, I think.
The R is the one.
Yeah.
Are we ready? Item R3. To receive a 10-minute presentation from both consulting service applicants for the request for qualification and request for proposals to establish an art district and approve a contract with Independent Arts and Media as fiscal agent for Richmond Renaissance or Service Policy Research to develop a strategic plan for a sustainable art district in an amount not to exceed $50,000 with the term ending December 31st of 2024. We have one in-person speaker for this item. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
All right, we're ready. Who's,
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Winifred Day. I'm the Arts and Culture Manager for the city, and we're very excited this evening at this hour. We're glad to be able to share a presentation with you from two candidates. There'll be 10 minutes each, not a total of 10, just as a point of information. So we have two candidates to make 10-minute presentations for the Arts District Strategic Planning Consultant position. The background of this case, oh, good, you have it up. KCRT, thank you very much. First point is that this is a city council direction from December 22nd, 2023. There were over 100 candidates, possible candidates who reviewed the RFP, and 2 responded by February 19th. Tonight you're going to hear 2 proposals, one from the Richmond Renaissance Group and the other from the Cirrus Research and Research Policy Group. As far as the proposals were concerned, one of the candidates responded to the Arts District proposal, which is what we were asking for, specifically the Arts District, and the other focused more on the Arts Corridor, which there is a difference between the two. So both teams were interviewed, and there was a selection panel of 6, several city staff members from the city of Richmond, but it also included the public art program manager from the city of Santa Rosa. That's a city that has a arts district in our area. The qualified team understands the connection between economic development and has experience with national grant sources. Got the wrong glasses, ours. So art as an economic engine, and we're also looking for arts districts across the city. not in one particular area. So with that information, we have two candidates. Could you all sit in the front row, please? So our first presentation is going to be with the Richmond Renaissance Group, and they'll introduce themselves. You have 10 minutes, and can you give them a timer, please?
Mr. Mayor, before we hear from the presentations, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting till 11:30. We could determine at that point if we need to extend it more, but that's my motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call?
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes. And
Councilmember
I
Bonner is
say
absent.
yes. And I say yes, even though I'm not going to stay for the presentation. I have a flight to catch early in the morning, and I need to prepare.
Okay.
So with that, I bid you good night, and I guess I'll watch it on the tube.
Safe travels.
So, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, and go ahead, presentation.
Good evening, council members and vice mayor. We are really honored to be presenting today. My name is Ralph Delai.
I'm Kendall Johnson. KCRT, can you please put up the PowerPoint? Yeah, I'm Kendall Johnson. Good evening.
And yes, we hope that our presentation is clear, concise, and comprehensive and satisfies what the council is looking for in this proposal. And we will be going over some really quick introductions, a background and project summary, the timeline and methodology, staffing qualifications, and estimated cost of services, as well as some value-added benefits. Very quickly, just to do an introduction, the Richmond Renaissance is a network of community artists and leaders. Oh, next slide, please. And you can click all the way through, click 4 times. The Richmond Renaissance is a network of community leaders who have been working in the arts here in Richmond, and their mission is to ignite a renaissance of arts, poetry, music, and theater here in Richmond. Next up is myself. I'm the founder and CEO of Critical Impact Consulting. I help my clients that range from government agencies, community-based organizations, universities, and companies address their biggest problem and achieve their biggest goals.
Yeah, and hi, Council. So happy to be here tonight. I have worked in Richmond my entire career as a community outreach specialist and have actually spent most of my childhood in the city. Professionally, I pride myself on resident empowerment and leadership development strategies, which I have honed through the community-led real estate and community-powered economic development industry here in the Bay Area. And throughout my work, I have learned that creative expression in the arts is key to instilling pride and excitement in a community.
And one more click, KCRT. And who couldn't be here today is Lisa Berger, who's the founder and executive director of Independent Arts Media, who will be acting as a fiscal sponsor if we are awarded with this contract. Next slide. And you can go ahead and click through. We won't be able to have time to discuss everybody here today, but the Richmond Renaissance has over 100 years of combined experience. Sitting on our steering committee are several former Richmond Arts and Culture commissioners, as well as directors who are in the arts. And you can go ahead and click through the next slides. The next slides. Next one.
Yeah, and maybe if you could click one more time, I just want to overview some of the support and community orgs that are involved with the Richmond Renaissance proposal and group, specifically the Arts Contra Costa County, East Bay Center for Performing Arts, NIAD, RISE, and many more that you can see on our slides. Beyond that, we have media interest on supporting our group, and if you could click one more time, we've also garnered support of foundations who are really interested in supporting our group and accomplishing this things involved with this project.
Yeah, we just wanted to note that the Richmond Renaissance As also a background and context of this, the city of Richmond received funds for the American Relief Plan Act, in which part of it, consultants reached out to the community members, and where community members identified a suite of improvement projects for the city, and which one of those was the arts, was wanting more arts. And so the Richmond Renaissance Group really looked at that and really started to think strategically about how that can benefit the city, and which came about to have this process. And so next slide, please. So you can go ahead and click through. This is just the background and project summary. We're actually going to be able to get into all of these into the following slides here to save us some time. And go ahead and click.
Yeah, and so here I just want to review some key methods that we want to use to pursue our goals. We can offer and ensure a unique and powerful strategic plan for the City of Richmond's emerging arts corridor, specifically utilizing deep community engagement, committees and working groups to give opportunities for resident leadership and power development. If you could click a few more times, maybe twice on the slides. And specifically, we have a grassroots outlook, so really basing block by block. If you could reverse one more slide, actually. And we also want to highlight a goal of development without displacement. So in arts corridors across the country, you've seen that current residents or former residents have been displaced when neighborhoods get uplifted. And with my professional background, as well as the goals of the Richmond Renaissance, we understand that we want to foster a arts corridor that uplifts current residents as well as future here in Richmond.
And then KCRT, you can click all the way through until the finish of the ad. Thank you. And yes, our strategies will be including community listening sessions. They will be concept-based and also segmented for different stakeholder audiences, such as business and community partnerships and stuff like, and different stakeholders. We'll also include diversity, equity, and inclusion and embed it into all of our processes, making sure that there's translations and putting in extra effort to reach out to community members who have been underrepresented. Next slide, and click twice. We'll also be using the lean experimental process. It's been something I've been using with my clients in terms of before we commit to specific strategies, we find a way to test them to make sure that they work, and then also developing SMART goals for the strategic plan. Next slide.
Yeah, and our group is dedicated to keeping city stakeholders engaged by presenting report findings through clear and compelling visuals and narratives, and encouraging feedback and discussion to ensure transparency. We deeply value the council members as well as the administrators who will be supporting this project, so we hope to conduct regular planning meetings with stakeholders to review progress, address challenges, and make strategic decisions, making this as collaborative and inclusive as possible with everyone involved.
Yeah, next slide. And go ahead and click all the way through. And then there's about 4 phases of the project from what we described in terms of just making sure phase 1 is an initial assessment phase, phase 2 is a community engagement phase, phase 3 is providing feedback back to the council to integrate it into the master plan development, and then phase 4 will be presenting the final plan, as well as trying to organize a celebration for the community for this wonderful effort. Next slide. So go ahead and click all the way through. So phase 1, this is just really quickly just a review, but we wanted to map it out to make it a little bit more easier. As mentioned before, phase 1 is really to be able to do an assessment, looking over policies that may implicate this, and doing an initial strategic planning meeting with the designated representative. Next slide.
Yeah, and we intend to use this formerly identified, powerful, and inspired strategic plan to then hit the streets and ignite community excitement for the project and tailor our outline of the corridor to the residents who will impact and uplift the most. This will include canvassing, engaging neighborhood councils, community listening sessions, and also hosting a midpoint check-in as well as a test event to see how our community outreach is going. Can we get people to turn out? Are they excited to be there? So that's a key concept of our second phase.
Yeah, go ahead and click a couple more times, and then you can move to the next slide. Yep.
And yeah, the collection of information is key, but the most pivotal part of our work as a group is translating the knowledge we receive to impactful strategies that will support City Council visions for our corridor. And so we will end our third phase with a City Council study session to review our findings.
Next slide. And then you can click all the way through, and then phase 4 is really just the integration of the draft master plan and making sure that everything is accounted for. All right, next slide. Okay, go ahead and click through. We want to make sure that the client or the designated representative has an opportunity to be included in each of all the 4 phases. Go ahead, next slide. And then these are some of the contents, but not limited to, for the master plan, just making sure that the findings from the public outreach is there. There's a section on development without displacement, making sure that the concept for the arts district is there, and making sure that it has a lot of visuals and going through each of the benefits and the implementation plan. Next slide. And the staffing qualifications, my qualifications and what the expertise I'll be bringing is a mix of community engagement, organizational development, and strategic planning. Back in 2012, I did a statewide community listening sessions. I'm responsible for why our voter guide, our state voter guide, is in plain language and is translated in multiple languages. And most recently did a project in West Contra Costa for the AB 617 community where I put together their community engagement plan, as well as a communications toolkit, and currently doing strategic planning with several departments at UC Berkeley.
Next slide. And as a lifelong Richmond and El Cerrito resident with a background in community education and place-based empowerment, I have a deep understanding about how artistic and cultural expression can build community power as well as resilience. I have experience in growing membership and coordinating local leaders for economic and real estate development projects. Specifically, I've worked with organizations like San Francisco Rising, People of Color Sustainable Housing Network, support Oakland artists with the 980 redevelopment project in Richmond for economic resilience, as well as Richmond Land and West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project. With that, I've used culture and community empowerment at the forefront of economic and land development.
Okay, next slide, and 2 more slides after that. Next slide. Those are independent arts and media, as well as the Richmond Renaissance. And I know...
Your time has expired.
Okay.
Sorry. Are we moving to our next presenter?
Okay, we can. All right.
Hey, got my computer. All right, good afternoon. Everybody ready? All right. So good evening, Council. My name is Dr. Kirby Lynch. I am the Director of Research at Series Policy Research. I also serve on the Richmond Economic Development Commission. I'm the Cannabis Chair for the Commission. Found out about this RFP opportunity from Councilmember Zepeda, who presented at an Economic Development Commission meeting. And yeah, just really want to share with you all that we're very grateful and humbled that the selection committee worked hard to read through both applications and, again, scored Series higher. And I really believe it's due to our quality of work locally in this city, in this county, and nationwide. And really want to bring to life the Arts District on a timely timeline, right? So the consultation scope for establishing Art District in the city of Richmond. Next slide. So we're approaching this Series Policy Research as not a new idea. There's been work going on. The reason why we were in budget is because we understand that work has been done, studies have been done, and there really just needs to be a consolidation and a synthesization on where do we want to go from here. And so next slide. So our primary objective is here to create a plan that reflects Richmond's diversity and aspirations. But most importantly, get down into the specifics of the district's identity, setting goals for how to actually implement that district, and engaging the community to make sure that plan is actually relevant to the needs of the community. Next slide. The Series Policy Research was founded in 2002 by Dr. Angela Irvine. She's a statistician and sociologist from the Bay Area. And we have over, again, 20 years of experience in community engagement and advocacy. We have experience in facilitating diverse groups and conducting research. And so we believe that we bring a level of rigor to this research process. Myself, I got a PhD from UC Berkeley in the field of geography and also a certificate from the College of Environmental Design, and have done international consulting work with organizations to make sure they're planning effectively for, displacement. And so, these are things that are why I'm bringing this back to my community. I did not mention I'm a Richmond native as well. My family's been here since 1954. My mom is from Easter Hill and my daddy's from Kennedy Manor. So
Really love keeping it local and making sure that we're using these opportunities to really advance this community. So next slide. With our qualifications, we have a lot of community-led evaluation experience. We believe in intergenerational, multi-generational projects, and most importantly, racial equity projects. So as of recent, I was the project management consultant for the establishment of the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice in Contra Costa County. For the past 3 years, have been leading that process from listening to community, doing a survey where we yielded over 2,600 responses, using those responses to go back to the community, validate that data, and then come up with policy proposals, and then worked with county staff to actually implement it, and actually authorize and change policies in Contra Costa County. And these are the exact same processes we want to bring to the city of Richmond. We currently work with RISE Youth Center. We are leading their community needs assessment. So they participated in a listening campaign about 10 years ago, which really gave them the data on the programming that we see at RISE today. And so Serious Policy Research for the next year is again leading that evaluation to help RISE with future planning. I currently serve as a capacity building consultant for the Vallejo Arts Fund, where we have secured over $1.5 million from the Hewlett Foundation to give unrestricted funding to BIPOC artists. And that is just really proud work in this art space. We also serve as the program evaluation consultant for Courage, Communities United for Restorative Youth Justice. Courage established the Oscar Grant Youth Power Zone, which was a private-public partnership to take their transit-oriented development at the Fruitvale Transit Village and actually create sanctuary space, programming, and really like a cultural hub for youth to use this public environment. And so we supported the development of that, the fundraising of that, which actually successfully did really great grassroots fundraising. And so those are just examples of our work. Oh, and finally, just yesterday, the selection committee for the African American Wellness Hub for Contra Costa County also selected Serious Policy Research after, again, a lengthy community engagement process. So our track record speaks for itself that we lead with community and we really ground a lot of our solutions from what the community is saying. Next slide. So for this project, again, what it requires is intensive project management. So we're scheduled to really come back to you all October 2024. I like to respect deadlines because, again, community has been waiting for a very long time for tangible solutions to come, right? And so strategic planning is a part of that. Community engagement is a part of that. A part of our scope also includes facilitation, capacity building, outreach, and relationship building. Next slide. The value-added services that Serious Policy Research provides is, most importantly, I'm an economic development commissioner, and I'm very dedicated to setting up structures and institutions in the city of Richmond. So what we believe is that we'll also be providing post-project support after the completion of the contract to really make sure that implementation advising is occurring. Also supporting with capacity building workshops for artists directly. That's part of the service that I provide right now with the Vallejo Arts Fund, funded by the Hewlett Foundation and the Center for Cultural Innovation, is that I provide capacity building workshops for artists in Vallejo, California. And most importantly, sustainability planning. On our team, we have a venture, or a man who is involved in private equity. His name's Ryan Drakely. He's a subcontractor in our organization, and he's worked on Wall Street. He was at McKinsey & Company doing public financing models, one of the lead innovators on social impact bonds, and so that person's on our team, and so we're bringing high-level expertise to this work. And most importantly, we want to partner with the Richmond Arts Center and other local arts initiatives, and most importantly, the commission, because we're part of this community and want to just really let people know we're not just researchers. We have a skill set, and we want to move this work along. Next slide. So we understand the project needs and methodology at this point, because if we start the work hypothetically July 1 and we're coming back October 24th or 2024, you know, we're going to have to move fast. And so we really do see the project need of having a mechanism for community engagement that's effective, efficient, that gets our information going, but not really reinventing the wheel. We do not want to keep having the same conversations that y'all were having in 2022. And prior to that, in 2021, we want to really look at all the research that's been done and really bring a new conversation to the community. So strategic planning to define the district's identity, fostering collaboration and securing funding is really all a part of that expedited but rigorous research process. Next slide. So as you can see, our initial budget was $45,000. The contract is not to exceed $50,000. So once we learned of this, again, we do have the plan to bring on additional subcontractors. Again, Ryan Drake Lee to support a lot of the funding sustainability models. And also George Galvez, who's the executive director of Courage, right? And really share the documentation of how the Oscar Grant Youth Power Zone was created and what the terms of those partnerships were. So really bringing people onto this project is really important to us, and that's where the additional $5,000 will go. But $45,000, what that gets you is 4 full-time staff members, and we kind of outlined all of the tasks that can be completed. On this budget and on this timeline, we really do feel that we can effectively get the work done. And we can talk more about our methodologies, especially given if we go from July to October, we're going to need to do a lot of work, but this budget is sufficient and we feel confident in it. Next slide. So yes, like I said, in terms of the value add, we do want to provide 3 months of post-implementation support because, again, being an economic development commissioner, being a cannabis chair, I really empathize with the City of Richmond staff and don't want to just complete a report and give it to them and be like, good luck. That we really do want to make sure there's understanding on both sides, and not just for the staff, but also for the community. Series policy research within every project, we always provide a workshop on data analysis and advocacy skills for all of our clients and communities, because again, even after Series leaves, we want the community to have some tangible skills so they can continue the inquiry after we're gone. And most importantly, long-term sustainability for the art district. That's the work that we do. We do large-scale systems change. And our biggest and greatest example right now is the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice, and want to, again, do the same thing here for our district in Richmond, California. So thank you for the time here to kind of get into the weeds of our different quantitative and qualitative methods, but that's a high-level summary. And again, thank you to Winifred Day, and also the selection committee for, again, choosing Series, and I respect the process and just want to say thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Is there any public comments for this?
We have 1 speaker in person, and we have 3 speakers online. Jamin Purcell, you'll have 2 minutes.
Red light means go. I'll try to be brief. While I appreciate the work that has gone in, it looks like both these proposals are very comprehensive of what they were trying to do. I would say that having been one of the artists that was approached by the first group, there was already a large coalition of artists that have already had these conversations, and we've been having the deep discussions about what we want and where we want to see it. And a big part of that is making sure that it's going to be in the heart of Richmond, and that it's not going to be pushed into places where there is already a lot of art development. And I'm not going to point fingers at parts of town, but I'll just say that like having it in the heart of Richmond and setting that tone, I think, is going to be very important. So I am a little bit painted because I am, in the sense of that I have a connection to that first proposal. I will say I do appreciate the second proposal and what it hopes to accomplish within that time period and under that budget. Like, that seems very impressive. Either way, I do hope that we look for one that is, one of these that is going to actually make sure that we are actually pulling in the artists that have been doing the work for a very long time. I saw in the first presentation, there was a long list of organizations that had been a part of the process, and a long list of people that I know I've had this discussion about regarding an arts corridor. Calling it a district, I think that kind of muddies it, because I think people are going to think of individual council districts, and that means that we're going to have arts spread out, and we're not going to have a centralized area where people can really go for the culture of Richmond. And I think that'll be important.
Now we'll move to the online speakers.
We currently have 3 speakers, Arts Builds Community, Amanda Eicher, and Jenny Belisle. Arts Build Community, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, my name is Barbara Goldstein, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I appreciate the time. My name is Barbara Goldstein, and I was the lead in developing Richmond's recent public art master plan with my firm, which is called Art Builds Community. I applaud the city's desire to investigate the creation of an arts district or arts districts. Commissioning art to reinforce business district was a key recommendation of the public art master plan. In reviewing the proposals from Ceres and Richmond Renaissance, I see the City Council is presented with a dilemma. Ceres Public Policy Research is in the business of creating community-engaged policies and plans and has got significant experience in that area. Their proposal meets all of the city's budget expectations, and there is no doubt that they're capable of meeting the city's requirement. What their proposal lacks is adequate information about the background of the individuals who conduct the project and their respective responsibilities. Richmond Renaissance proposal is submitted by a team of knowledgeable Richmond-based arts professionals with a fiscal agent who has strong planning background in the lead. Unfortunately, that team has presented an extremely unrealistic budget that heavily favors administrative costs at $31,500 and a lead planner in the budget, and does not compensate the arts professionals who are all treated as volunteers. Furthermore, this proposal doesn't meet the city's budget target of $50,000 for developing the plan, and is in fact 5 times larger than the city's proposed budget at $250,000. An ideal response to the RFP would probably require a somewhat larger planning budget and one that also includes arts professionals and compensates them in the composition of the team. This would give the plan a running start in terms of knowledge of the arts landscape and history of arts development. Clarity about the actual project budget should be tantamount and there should be.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Amanda Eicher. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Amanda?
Thank you. Thank you for hearing my comments. My name is Amanda Eicher, and I'm the Executive Director at Naiad Art Center, a studio for adults with disabilities here in Richmond on 23rd Street. I'm speaking on behalf of Naiad Art Center and also on behalf of East Bay Center for Performing Arts, as my colleague Ruthie Deneen is unable to be here tonight. We are 2 of the many deeply connected arts organizations and community-based organizations who have been working to collaborate effectively in the city for years, often without enough capacity as individual organizations to devote robust resources to this effort in a sustained way. We're appreciative that the city is devoting resources to unifying voices in the arts in Richmond and investing in an arts corridor or another citywide conversation, such as an arts district, which can create public safety, street calming, and beautification through collaborative work by arts-related organizations, artists, and community members in the city. While we were not yet familiar with the work of Ceres Policy Research and are glad to learn more tonight, we would like to respectfully and gratefully recognize the effective and professional work done over the past 6 months by Richmond Renaissance to bring artists, organizations, and community members into dialogue around a world-class arts corridor in Richmond. To work strategically towards specific goals requires robust funding, support, and strategic partnerships. One example of the work that Richmond Renaissance has achieved so far in this regard is that Richmond arts organizations have already come together to create a narrative of the state of the arts organizations in Richmond with Zellerbach and Lesher Foundations, which should be released in July of this year. To be in dialogue with each other, with coalitions of visual artists like Visual Artists of Richmond, and with private sector partners like Bridge Art Space and Richmond's impressive community of supportive local partners, truly enables us to realize the full impact of our missions, bringing the effectiveness of many successful and impactful nonprofits.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Jenny Belisle. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Jenny Belisle, and I have been a Richmond resident for many years. I've been an artist for over 30 years, an educator, and for many years I served on the Richmond Arts and Culture Commission as chair and the Public Art Advisory Committee as chair. And I want to thank you, the City Council and the Arts Commission, for really working together to create what I say is this incredible magic that's happening here in Richmond with its creative arts and arts community. I have witnessed the work of Richmond Renaissance and Richmond Arts Initiative since the beginning, and how it's been incredible, the networks of artists and art communities that have come together to discuss what their vision is for the arts corridor or arts district, whatever you want to call it. But I think that is something that is so important, that I have witnessed decades of local community experience, and there has to be one-on-one engagement beyond numbers, having an approach with the community members and how you want to work. And I think when you have an initiative led by Richmond artists, art organizations, and community members, and whoever you make the decision that you select tonight, but we have to think about how is the decision making coming back from the bottom up, and are these funds going back to the community? And so I like what Art Builds Community said at the beginning and what Amanda said from NIAID. And I think what is the top priority is this needs to be a grassroots effort based on equity, and Richmond leading this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. So I am opening for comments or questions from council members. Councilmember McLaughlin, then Councilmember Willis, and then Councilmember Robinson, and Councilmember Cepeda.
Can I first make a motion to extend the meeting until we finish this item?
I second that.
Sorry, we have that other presentation. I don't know, they've been waiting all this time.
We got both of them. We got
No,
both.
no. There's another presentation, the economic development. Do we have someone who's here from economic development?
Yes, two staff members are here. Lizette Cepeda and.
There was a third presentation?
There was actually 4 originally scheduled, so now we were down to 3, so there is one more.
So we can go
As
to
a separate item, it's our 3, our 4 rather.
We have to vote on extending the meeting first. Suspend the rules and extend the meeting to finish this item. And I think Councilmember Willis seconded it.
So is it just clarification, just this item? So are we letting the other?
I'll for what Councilmember Cepeda is
Oh,
saying,
I see
I'll
what you're
vote to
saying.
extend until after we finish the Taste of Richmond
Oh, I
item.
see what you're
'cause
saying.
there's another
It's the other, it's a different item.
Yeah.
From the
Yeah, it's
Economic
R4.
Development
All
Commission.
right, all right.
So are you modifying your motion, Gail?
All right, so I will make the motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting to finish both items.
Second.
Oh, and I am amazing that, I'm sorry, that Melvin is willing to
Stay.
stay.
There are people still here that I can see, that's why.
Okay, well, has been people in the others also. Okay.
Ready? Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez is absent, as well as Councilmember Bonner. The motion
Okay.
passes.
Thank you. So now on opening, so.
So now let me, first make a couple of comments, and then maybe some confusion of mine can be cleared up. So first of all, I've always been a big supporter of the arts. I've always felt that the arts play a really key and necessary role in transforming and transitioning to a better society, one that's more just, more healthy, and more prosperous and equitable for all. So for me, the question is which group can make this transition, this transformation in the best possible way. I think both presentations were wonderful, and both have great possibilities. But for me, I'm seeing the partnership of so many grassroots groups that have cultivated a presence in our community by way of this first presentation, the Richmond Renaissance. I really like the name. Actually, that was the name going back to the to 2004, 2005, when Betty Reed Susskind, as many of us know, had talked about a renaissance of the arts. And so I love the fact that you have adopted that name. I mean, I know many people think of a renaissance in a very, very positive way, as we should. One of the concerns or confusion on my part is I believe the council allocated $250,000 for this project. And so this contract is only for $50,000. So how did that occur?
Yes, if I could respond. The Finance Division asked all of the ARPA fund participants to submit a work plan. So the work plan that was submitted divided the $250,000 into segments. First $50,000 would go for this first phase. The second phase would be for the implementation of another $50,000. Another $50,000 would be for staff support, because within the city, the Arts and Culture Division is going to have to help facilitate a lot of everything that's going to have to happen in the short period of time that we have to spend the ARPA dollars. It does expire by the end of the year as far as having the funds executed, or excuse me, having executed contracts for some of the funds. And then $50,000 each for two pilot programs for two neighborhood councils that would be selected out of the 44 to pilot this type concept. We're looking at spreading the opportunity across the whole city. So we have four quadrants, if you will. Right now, we know that there are certain arts districts, if you will, that are unofficial in certain neighborhoods, but none at all in other neighborhoods. So we want to, part of the idea is to identify the criteria for what would qualify an arts district and then apply it across the city, and then come back with a recommendation for which district could actually do some additional fundraising and all of the other things that need to happen in order to have a successful, sustainable project. So the $250,000 is just essentially to get the project started, and each one of the groups have mentioned that, and we know that they have the ability to reach out to funding sources, and after a plan is created, then they would reach out to, or whoever is selected would reach out to those funding sources for additional, like $10 million or whatever it would really take in order to have a sustainable program.
Okay, thank you very much. So I like the idea of a central place, because so much of the arts, what do people come to a city for? They come to a downtown, they come to a central place to experience, whatever that downtown offers. And I think having the arts in our downtown, and I believe from the whole concept of a corridor, it basically is our McDonald Avenue corridor and some of 23rd Street, and I think that's a centralized area that can draw people, and I think that's what we want. We want a section of our city to draw people to come experience the arts, experience other businesses, experience a restaurant or two or cafe, to really experience Richmond. And so I like, so I guess what I'm, in terms of understanding, excuse me, the contract being for 15 or 50,000, I imagine it could be expanded. Could come back again at an appropriate time to expand the amount of money within the contract to implement the proposal, whatever proposal is adopted. So I still like the idea of of the multiple, just a huge list of groups that have really been in the city working at the grassroots and uplifting our community for so long. I mean, I realized the Sarah's group talked about RISE, which is another wonderful group. Excuse me. But my heart goes with the first presentation. I know that list of groups have worked for a long time, so I'll stop there.
Thank you, Councilmember McLaughlin. Councilmember Willis?
Yeah, thank you. And not repeating, I hope she's okay, not repeating anything necessarily what Councilmember McLaughlin said, but 4 is quorum.
Oh, it's 4.
Yeah. I know you only see 3 of us, but if including you, there's 4.
That's what I did. I was like, hey,
It's 11:35. Let's do this, guys. Yeah.
Okay, and we have another item, so please.
Oh, rushing me. But in short, what I was going to say is, yeah, I was one of the co-sponsors of this item with, at the time, Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Cepeda, where this idea was, when I was first lobbied about it, the idea came from a lot of the groups that were already listed in the first presentation, and the work was already happening, the conversation and community engagement, and even after that part, community presentation, when we decided as a council to do an arts corridor, there was still work and still interest in people reaching out, and even countywide discussions happening about Richmond's actually doing this, and listening to all the Richmond residents and stakeholders who were getting involved in this and excited because we made that decision last year to move this forward. And I don't want to take that investment away from groups that have been doing this work already ahead of time. So based on that, I want to continue to build on that momentum, to continue to build on a coalition of groups that have already come together to create a vision and sort of like an idea of what this corridor is going to look like, and want to see what they can do if we move forward with this RFP proposal. So I'll let other council folks speak. I definitely appreciate both the presentations. My support's going to be going with the first one, the Richmond Renaissance Group, whenever we get to voting.
Thank you, Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you for all of the presentations tonight. I have a few questions. I thought we approved funds for a focused art corridor. When it came to council and the way it was spoken of, what I voted on was a concentration of art activities along high use corridors, along specifically McDonald and possibly 23rd Street. And so I'm a little confused about how it became a spread out thing with all, because that's not what I voted for.
What we were informed was that the arts district, not an arts corridor, was the request. And that's what came out of the city council meeting in December, actually October and December 22nd. So that, for some people are feeling that both the corridor and the district are the same thing, and they actually are not. So that's why we're trying to distinguish, in fact, the difference. We were asked to define a district, not a corridor. So if, in fact, you are looking at a corridor and the invitation was for a district, then you need to...
I think we voted for an art district, art corridor, and that was the direction to create an art corridor, and it was really specific along the way of McDonald and 23rd, and that was what I believe we voted on, and the direction that we gave to the staff.
The information that came out of the minutes that we received was, as I mentioned, for an arts district. So we're focusing on arts district literally because that's what we were asked for.
Yeah. So
But I
I'm
understand
just
what
going to
you're saying.
continue. So I feel like I'm not going to be able to move this item tonight because I don't believe that it actually speaks to what we authorized. I'm not going to be able to be in support of it, and that's sad because I'm actually really in support of this happening, but in the way that we had originally authorized it. I do have a number of other questions. I'm hoping we can find a way forward and kind of fix this and not lose momentum. But you know, some of the things that I had thought about, and the reason why I was so excited about an arts corridor is that we have this, you know, pretty dire need to really you know, pour love, pour energy into our downtown and have a new vision for it. And that's why there was this, you know, focus and so my questions are, and I didn't really see them in the proposals, were really around, you know, how will the outreach processes be, you know, lift up the potential for economic development that's based on arts and interface with the existing local business owners and potential local business owners. I would love to hear a response from both candidates on that, because I'm hoping we can figure out a way to fix the bigger issue. If that's possible, can you, like a quick, what were you thinking about? Candidate one, candidate two.
For the good of the order, what was the date that the item was originally brought to
It's
the
October
council?
24th, and I believe that the problem was
October 24th,
2023.
Okay,
I just
thank
looked
you.
it up, and I looked at that agenda item.
24th was a different item.
I'm sorry?
The 24th was our major resolution item we did last year. I think it was the 17th, because I'm trying to look for it too.
I actually, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I pulled it up just from, it's actually in the agenda report. It says the previous date, and then I looked up that date. And what I'm seeing here is that there's a difference. Like in the title, it says Arts Corridor. In the body, it says Arts District. But when we spoke, when people spoke on it here, they were talking about a specific geographic location, specifically McDonald and 23rd, and a focus there, and that there would have these other elements. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. If you could answer those questions, I know it's late.
Yes, thank you, member. Thank you, Councilmember Robinson. I think to address directly the district and corridor distinction, it was something that we brought about to the city staff in terms of what was the implications of establishing a district, and there could be implications because Richmond already has districts, and that would cause some complications in terms of just redistricting and that potential, which is why we went through the corridor, just to clear that up. And then to answer Councilmember Robinson, yeah, in our initial scoping of looking at what's possible, we definitely want to be able to find a way that we can invest into the arts corridor, but to also have a return on investment and to be able to create this economic engine. So there's a couple of different options that can happen. You know, a couple of the other options could be, one, renovating the auditorium here at the City Hall and being able to make it more eligible to be able to bring in theater plays and music venues and being able to cause more traffic there. Another option would be also to integrate some of the current policies that the city is already trying to go, such as traffic calming art, and being able to do a lot more art into the city and being able to have a process of engaging the community and identifying how do we beautify our corridor, and then how that can also reach out and be able to attract more people to come and visit. I think in our social media age, I think a lot of the consumers really want to find things that are Instagrammable, and what we want to be able to do in Richmond is to be able to beautify our city with sculptures and murals as well, to be able to create that foot traffic. And then there's also a lot of other options depending on how our fundraising opportunities go. And for the Richmond Renaissance, you know, we are very mindful of our participants and our organizations, and this is part of our funding strategy in terms of being able to not just fund things that helps the city council achieve this objective, but to also be able to fund the organizations that are part of it. We really believe in community empowerment and engagement and leadership, and what we're trying to foster is to develop the community leadership in here to be responsible and to be also to be able to drive this arts corridor. But yes, there are a couple of different options about which kind of economic development opportunities, but it's also should be noted that economic development and community development do have some distinctions between those two in terms of how we want to approach it, in terms of where economic development can be a lot more focused on different job opportunities and job growth. So in terms of being able to look at different buildings, we have like the Rise Center that's doing a lot of incredible, amazing work. But there are things such as, depending on how the market is looking, like if we were to open up a small video game studios, that can be a potential for being able to have job opportunities as well, or any other type of creative arts area as well. So those are some of the potential initial scopings that we have already done, but those things would come, what we believe would come as part of the strategic planning for the deliverable that you all are requesting, and not necessarily answering the RFP.
And I'll just briefly add that our steering committee is full of advocates that, you know, with this contract, we're going to be super inspired to build the arts and the economic benefits that come with it, you know, as a collective. And so in several of our meetings, things come up about partnering with local businesses and get their investment in the arts district and have arts be a part of their business, whether it's, you know, a gallery in the cafe or things like that. And beyond that, I think the inspiration from other arts organizations is that there are newsletters that we can create that have grant opportunities, gallery spaces, all sending outreach to local artists, because I think a big motivation that we have is that supporting artists is economic development. We want art to be a sustainable industry in Richmond and an exciting one, and so that's something that our group is leading with as well.
Hello, just want to also add that, again, I got my certificate from UC Berkeley from the College of Environmental Design, and within that work, I specifically studied art as a form of economic development and even consulted the Nigerian government on their arts programming out there. So this is a really passionate subject for me, and mainly because art corridors are a development strategy for more affluent neighborhoods. And so we find art districts as the strategy for communities that look like Richmond. So Detroit, Michigan, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, they have art districts, and they strategically rezoned communities that were impacted by gentrification to incentivize business ownership, right? So there's many different policy that goes with these things. And I was under the assumption that we're done from October 2024, right? So from July to October 24, we gotta be thinking about what can we actually replicate and what can we actually verify that can work in the city of Richmond. So methodology-wise, we propose surveys, focus groups, key stakeholder interviews, but also we need to get a little bit quantifiable, so we're gonna have to do observation of sites, we're gonna have to do site visits, do some mapping, right? Use geographic information systems to really identify the perfect sites in Richmond and really establish a district. We're also gonna need to doing a lot of benchmarking, so like I'm saying with Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Detroit, Michigan, actually talking to those other districts and benchmarking how successful are they. When they started in this year, what was the outputs? How many businesses were there before and after? And so using those type of quantitative methods, and also demographic analysis, making sure that the places that we are targeting in the city of Richmond is really rooted in place-based equity, looking at census tract level data, to make sure that these are going to communities that deserve the revitalization. And so that's the broad economic development strategy that we were going to employ in the short period of time if we're assuming that we're going to work from July to October 2024.
Okay, I have just one more question, and then I'm going to pass it on because I know it's late. And that had to do with, you know, again, wondering if in either of your plans you included an assessment of the built environment along those proposed, what I thought were corridors. So what are the assets? What's the potential? I heard you just mention the auditorium, but there are other elements of the built environment. I'm wondering if that, because I didn't see that in the proposals, the way that we were shown the proposals, and I'm wondering what we were thinking about that.
If I could just interject, we weren't asking for the proposals to have all the answers. We were hoping that whoever was
But
selected.
there should be a method of inquiry that would allow you to get those answers, right? And I didn't see any method of inquiry that looked at the built environment.
I'm sorry, I couldn't
I
hear you.
said there should be a method of inquiry that would allow you to get that information included in the proposal, and I did not see any method of inquiry that would allow you to get information about the built environment in the overviews that were presented.
Okay, well, we had some specific questions in the RFP, so that may not have been one of the specific questions that we were asking. However, what we were looking for was a comparison between what we were asking and what the response was. So anything that wasn't included could in fact be included after.
I'm asking the question now because I
Yeah,
didn't see it, and so I wanted to give people a
I don't know if
chance
you've ever
to
seen the
reflect.
scope, but it wasn't very explicit in
if I
what the
may.
needs were.
On page 4 of the staff report, it is the question, is there a geographic area under consideration for the arts district at this point? That was on page 4 of 7. And then I'm looking at the administrative record, and so it looks like potentially, and I haven't watched the video because we're in the meeting, but it looks like the word corridor and district were used interchangeably. So respectfully, I don't think anyone, I think that based on the feedback that was provided, staff made their best recommendation and moved forward how they deemed appropriate. This evening, if the council would like to,
So I have a question I really kind of want to get an answer to it before we move on to how we're going to finish up. I know it's late, but it's also important to do this right. And so again, doing surveys, doing focus groups, doing listening sessions don't get you at what kind of physical assets exist where we could do things like, you know, put investments in the auditorium that would create another venue. There are a bunch of, you know, kind of older buildings, vacant lots, other spaces where there may be potential to dream into this space. And I'm just wondering how you're going to gather that and make sure that's also a part of this plan.
Thank you, Councilmember Robinson. When we reviewed and looked at the available real estate on the McDonald Avenue corridor, there really isn't that much available real estate. There's about six properties. The square footage for each of them vary in different length. There's the one, the old dialysis center that's next to the Rice Center. That's a pretty big building. However, because of the lack of assets that are available, we would be working with the City of Richmond to identify if there's any vacant lots and vacant properties. But also, I think the strength of our organization is the network of existing arts organizations that are on the McDonald Avenue corridor or on the McDonald Avenue that we would be tapping into and looking to expand and utilize and be part of this program or initiative.
So in my previous response, I said we would be using geographic information systems, so doing site observations, and that would really be coming from the community engagement if we had time to do the survey, the focus groups and interviews, taking all that qualitative data and then actually going to those sites and being able to see which is the best place to invest in based on all of the criteria for built environment that we're trying to think about. More specifically though, in the first month in our proposal, we talked a lot about relationship building. So we see that also being with the Department of Economic Development, Building and Planning, Parks and Recreation, the Office of the Mayor, to make sure that we're in lockstep with all the other initiatives that are going on. Is there another site, maybe a city-owned property that is maybe being, you know, set up to be used for something? Is that a potential for the art district? Is that a strategy to actually do some development around some city-owned property? And these were all strategies I supported the city of San Francisco with when I was the consultant for the Reparations Advisory Commission on things that they needed to think about. So, but it takes collaboration with city staff to see what's already in the pipeline and what opportunities exist. Yes, engaging community, but because of the timeline, because of what we were kind of told about budget, and then also, I don't know if you read the scope, you know, we're gonna work day one to make sure we have all the information in place, but at the root, it's all about the numbers and quantitative methods to substantiate the best site for these things.
Yeah, and I'll just add briefly, I spent years as a land and housing advocate in the city of Richmond, and many hours of work along McDonald Avenue to do community outreach and visioning for futures of that site. And so that's something that I bring. And then beyond that, we also consider transit. We have active research initiative on urban greening. So utilizing these green development dollars that are coming down from the federal government to make sure we have the best and most welcoming arts corridor possible.
Thank you. Councilmember Cepeda? Oh, did you? Okay, Councilmember Cepeda?
Thank you. I have similar questions as well. I'm trying to find some of the notes from before, and I think we were using corridor and district interchangeably. And I know that in conversations, the October 24th, it looks like it was on the consent calendar. From there, then moved on. The funding didn't come in till later. The first step was great idea, because I think we received the presentation. We said, great idea, let's do this. Let's do an RFP. And then the funding of the 250 came in later. So there's definitely disconnects there. And I'm not sure how to try to fix that. But I know that in conversation there, we did talk about McDonald Avenue leading onto 23rd Street. And it was in conversation through the dais, from what I'm trying to recall. And I don't know if that ever made it into a motion, and maybe that's it did make it into a motion?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to. If the council is interested in providing that level of specificity for next steps, that can certainly be incorporated into the scope of work.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess we first have to figure that out. Are we going the right direction here if we use interchangeable words? I'm not sure what the next step is for this current RFP.
I think one thing that I wanted to clarify, and maybe this is what it has been confusing, is that when we approved the $250,000 in the budget, I believe what we said was for an art corridor on McDonald and 23rd. And that got lost on the agenda, that it didn't specify the information, but it was, I think, like when we allocated the funds, it was clear for an art corridor in this specific area.
So again, I don't know, since that was our request and that was lost in translation somehow or other, my question is, what's the next step? Did we issue, and this might be a question for Mr.
I'm
Alshire.
suggesting that if the council wants to be specific to an arts corridor, that even, like, it's not, because there was multiple items, right? There was a sequence of events that started with directing staff to issue an RFP, and it was 3 council members, Jimenez, Willis, and Zepeda, before the end of the calendar year to consider establishing an arts district, which includes outreach to businesses, residents, and stakeholders to build community. But the heading was establishing a world-class arts corridor in Richmond. So I'm suggesting if the council would like to add the term of art, whichever one you want, then that can be incorporated into the motion, and that would be incorporated into the scope of work. And if you want to say it's a specific geographic area, you can also do that as well.
Did you finish, Councilmember Cepeda? Okay. Councilmember McLaughlin?
So, City Manager, if we made a motion, and I'm happy to make one, to specify the group that we would like to approve for, it would have to be for 50,000 because that's what the contract is for. Would we need to say, I heard you saying we could make the motion for a corridor or whatever we wanted, and we could specify what streets if we so desire, and then that would be for like the first phase, and then.
Yes, I don't know, Dave, can the council during the public meeting, the way that it's currently agendized, could they increase the dollar amount of the contract as well?
I think the subject matter is there. If you, given that subject matter, if you wanted to change the dollar amount, and I think don't think if you want to call it a district, a corridor, I think that it's still evolving. So you can change the title.
But we could, we could make the contract for 250,000. Is that correct? Or we could approve the item with a contract for 250,000?
Where's the?
Because I guess the contract is only for 50, yeah.
What's the agenda listing?
Okay. So we could just, I mean, I think many of us would be comfortable enough with, I mean, I'm just speaking from what comes to my head right now, for the first phase for the 50,000, and then with the knowledge that
You can come back.
we will be coming back for an extended contract.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
So I actually don't agree. I'm feeling pretty uncomfortable. I feel like there was a lack of clarity and a lack of alignment with what we as council put forward and what went out as an RFP. So I feel personally that it was unfair to the applicants because they were not responding to what we were considering tonight. And so it's just unfair, and I feel like we need to kind of figure out how to correct this and give people a fair opportunity to respond to the RFP that we meant to put out there. They need to align the budget. Like the first applicant doesn't have a budget that's in alignment with what we're doing or has the, whatever, and it doesn't feel like it was clear what was going on. And I just, I don't feel comfortable moving forward kind of on the fly without giving people an ample opportunity, both candidates an ample opportunity to respond to what it is that we had initially intended.
Mm-hmm. There was, I'm sorry, but I just want to respond. I think there was I know the first group did not have an opportunity, they kind of didn't finish their slides, the last slide at least, they didn't discuss, but there was a budget there for 250,000.
Exactly, but that is not in alignment with
Can you use your mic?
Sorry,
Yeah.
exactly, but I was saying that's not what it was in alignment with what, the funds, as I understand it, the funds were supposed to have some money for implementation, some money for staff support, some money for other things, so we can not just have a plan that sits on a shelf, but actually see some of those things happen. And I would like to see some of those things happen and not have another plan on the great plan.
So
on the shelf.
Let me ask this quick question. If we were to reissue the RFP with more specificity as to what the council wants, how long would that take to reissue it and then get it back to us? City manager, do you have a sense? I mean, maybe just an approximate?
We can go back and watch the record and look at what was previously stated, but for staff, when 3 council members move an item forward and it has this language, that also is, we usually get those items and we don't have that much time to review. So if the council wants to add more specificity around what you would like a future RFP to look like, and
Can we request the 2 applicants to revise their application according to our direction tonight? And give them a period of time to revise and resubmit, and then reassess those submissions?
Yes. That was what I was suggesting and wondering how long, if we do make such a motion with such specificity.
you could have it come back at your first meeting in September. And part of the opportunity is the reason why folks we're trying to get this done is because if I recall correctly, you were interested in using ARPA funding.
Yeah. And also, I know
ARPA funding has to be used by what time?
We requested that all departments have their work plan submitted and that the procurement happen by September, so that way it can be allocated in accordance with the guidelines. So that way, if staff doesn't have capacity or is falling behind, the council can consider alternative projects or policy measures to make sure that entire $27+ million is expended by the federal deadlines the following year.
So if we hear it in the first council meeting in September, and we allocate it in September, then then we would still be okay with ARPA.
I think we should be able to meet the deadlines.
So I think I will, if it's okay, I would like to make a motion to clarify that it's an art district on the 23rd and McDonald corridor, and that, or, excuse me, corridor. This is what happened last time. Thank you so much for catching. It's late. So art corridor, establishing an art corridor on McDonald and 23rd Street. And I think like also bring back more specifications or specificity, thank you, around the questions that Councilmember Robinson asked around the built environment. In addition to that, I would like to have a staff to have a better plan on how the rest of the money is going to be used. Because it's not clear for me how, like, if this is 50,000 and they come up with ideas about how that could be, who is going to do the finance plan for that? And so, yeah, so I think like there is a plan for like what implementation means with $50,000. What is that support is, and what is this $50,000 each for 2 projects in neighborhoods? So I think like based on this direction, I think
A draft budget, like with
draft
sources and
budget.
uses, would that be
Yeah.
sufficient, like a one-pager?
Yeah, and I think like some of these things will have to change because this was thought around the art corridor, but just kind of like different things. So I think like we will be okay with. I just want like we will be okay with like $50,000 for the RFP for right now, and then a plan for implementation of how the other monies is going to be used.
If I may, Vice Mayor, can somebody make a motion so we have it for the administrative record of what the council's asking? The chair is making the motion? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the motion is that in the first Tuesday in September, the 2 applicants are coming back with a refined proposal that is in alignment with the art corridor on McDonald and 23rd, and that staff is bringing a budget, a detailed budget about how the other money that they are not allocating to this RFP is going to be used.
And you have a point of order.
I don't quite understand the motion, because if we're going to issue a new RFP, why don't we issue it for the whole 250,000?
We are not.
You're not asking for a.
No, we are asking.
Okay, go ahead. Too much.
We are asking the 2 applicants to come to revise what they have presented and add how they are going to incorporate like their work around the art corridor between McDonald and 23rd. Is that?
And one quick question though, so you want them to stick with the 50,000. I don't understand why, if we're asking them to revise it, why we can't ask them for a more detailed outlook for the 250,000. I mean, what is the advantage of, since we're asking them to revise and come back, and we know that we want 250,000, why not have them break that down?
I think like one thing is that is a policy decision about, do we want to have this 250,000 for just the plan, or we want to have money for the plan and then a few implementations that can be pilots.
So you're
Right.
envisioning 200,000, 50 for the plan and 200,000 for implementation. I see.
But a point of order there, but I think if I heard, I have two questions, but one in regards to the money. If we have to let staff know how we're going to spend the 250, it has to be by that first meeting. So if that first meeting, we say 50 only, that 200, we're not going to be able to reallocate it because it's.
A part of the motion was to direct staff to tell us how and present a budget for how they would spend the other part that's meant for implementation.
So we are going to allocate it.
So
on
at that
meeting.
meeting, it would come back with both.
Perfect, thank you then. And then my other point of clarification for Ms. Alshire, since we are somewhat changing the RFP criteria, do we have to go back out for everyone? Or can we just say just 2 individuals that already bid?
I think in essence, you narrowed it down to these 2. So I think you can go ahead and ask them to revise their proposal and deal with that.
Okay.
You've basically, through this process, come up with 2 vendors that you haven't eliminated one of them. So you're giving them a chance to revise for a fuller budget.
Okay.
I will second that motion. I do want to clarify that I think, Vice Mayor, you said the first Tuesday in September, but we don't come back till the second Tuesday in September.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first meeting in September.
The first meeting.
Right,
we
so
have
on
in
September 10th.
Right.
Okay,
September
first meeting
10th.
in September to be more specific.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay, roll call, please.
Really quick.
Okay.
I actually didn't ask, are both applicants willing to revise and come back on the second meeting in September?
I was thinking the same thing, that, or do they want to think, or do
For
they
more
want
money, if it was less, maybe not.
to, or do they want to think about it and get back to staff early next week?
I mean, unless they have an answer, then if you do want it more time, that's fine, but.
Just need some assurance that the process will be fair, transparent, and that we're given all the information up front to apply, because we've been given many different messages over the whole time, and we've been vulnerable, both as contractors of color.
Yep.
It's kind of alarming, but we are willing to come to the table for this community, but we wanted, the selection committee spoke, the community spoke in that scoring process. So I'm here for a process, and so yes, if the process is clear, defined, and can ensure that the money can get spent, because again, I am a commissioner, cannabis chair. We've already lost money before because of timelines. I'm willing to do it. Me personally, serious policy research, but there's a lot at stake because of time.
Yes, we would be willing to do it, but I think we would want more clarification on the specifications of the RFP. I think in this existing RFP, as my colleague had mentioned before, we were requested to outreach to all the neighborhood councils in the RFP, which is what led to a much more comprehensive budget on our end. But we did provided 2 different budget amounts, one at a much higher amount and the other one at 50,000. And so we were not able to reach that into our presentation. Our presentation ran out of time. But I think if the RFP is really clear, we'd like to see the RFP first. I think that would be the best thing for us to be able to do to make sure that we can answer it fully and succinctly.
So I think here, thank you so much. I think I will like to add to this motion to be more specific that the outreach will be around the area that we are defined, which is McDonald and 23rd. And in that area will be neighborhood councils and the business owners and organizations that are part of that, but it's in that area. So it's not like all the neighborhood councils, so that is more specific. So I don't know.
I just would add to that they should reach out to the RNCC, because really an art district is for the whole city, even if it's centralized. But I do understand that some specific outreach to the nearby neighborhood councils, but then to the RNCC as well.
And then, yeah, okay. That's
To mitigate confusion, when you say, do you mean the entire duration of McDonald Avenue?
No, I think it's
I
like
think since we're-
McDonald until 23rd and then going to until 23rd. Naya.
Not to throw a
And
wrench
maybe
in
Harbor
everything,
Way
but
or something.
when we did get this presentation last year, it was from like McDonald Avenue, starting to the Rise Center and ending at the East Bay Center for Performing Arts.
Around
Then I
Harbor
forgot
Way,
where the
yeah.
museum, my
At the museum.
apologies.
Okay.
There was a highlight of the East Bay Center during that presentation. I was like, oh, it's right next to my job. You not extend this. Yeah.
We should definitely reference that
Yeah.
presentation, because that's what stuck in my mind as what we had approved, was that access, those accesses.
Should we add that to the
Yeah, I think like we should add that to the motion that is specific to that area that we,
Specific to the presentation
to the
that we got
presentation
last year.
area. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we need a
So,
roll call.
then the motion second, roll call.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes, and good morning.
and Councilmember Bana and Mayor Martinez are absent. The motion passes.
Thank you both, and we will be very fair in how we look at things, because I think we just want to make sure it's something from the grassroots, and I think both of you understand that.
Yeah. Thank you. So we are going to discuss item 3.
Item R4, receive a presentation from the Economic Development Commission on the new direction and vision for the 2024 Taste of Richmond, and request an appropriation in the amount of $10,000 to help support the 2024 Taste of Richmond event.
At midnight, don't we need a two-thirds vote? Go on.
At 11:30 we did. We
What?
did that already.
We
We suspended the
already had-
rules and we did
We
an
already-
extension, yeah, at 11:30.
We suspended rules and then.
So staff, so if I may, so staff is here just on, this is not a staff-led item, but they are here in the event that there are questions that relate to the Economic Development Commission.
And I don't know if our presenter is still here, so I'll present, or are you guys presenting?
I'm actually still here. I've been here.
Good. Good morning.
Grand Rising, everybody.
All right.
Jesus. Sorry,
Thank
I had
you.
to say it. I also have a flight at 5 o'clock in the morning, so I am going to make this extremely brief so I can try to get some rest. At least I got to pack during the meeting.
We would
Ashe and amen to
appreciate that.
I know we all want to get home on time. So if I could have the slide KCRT, we can get it popping. For the record, my name is Christina Kinney. I am a commissioner of the Economic Development Commission, and we're representing Taste of Richmond. Next slide, please. As you know, Taste of Richmond has withstood as a festival for the past couple of years, and we had a conversation as a team and as a subcommittee about the KPIs, key performance indicators of the festival. As we all know, small businesses are dropping out of ownership in terms of building space, commercial space at an alarming rate throughout the entire Bay Area. And so when this question was posed to the subcommittee and to the EDC, we recognize that the festival kind of takes an extractive approach into providing a great event to the city, but not necessarily in support to businesses that currently have buildings or leases, taxes, all the things that have been coming up in previous council meetings. Next slide, please. We did a cost versus benefit analysis. Although Taste of Richmond is a charged event, we do ask that the vendors, when they are providing small bites, do it for free, and then that is a cost to them. One of the things we looked up was from the National Restaurant Association that 88% of food operators were witnessing a significant increase of food and labor costs, not also including operational costs. We saw that food costs have risen 13.2% since COVID-19, quote unquote, post COVID-19, and labor costs has increased 15.1%, with only seeing an increase of menu costs of 8% since 2019. So we can see that, and we've heard this from our small businesses, not just in restaurants, but across the board, that the operation or the business of doing business is really outweighing the profit of doing business. And so the EDC has come up with a new direction to be able to support our businesses rather than extract from them. Next slide, please. So we are presenting a Taste of Richmond Restaurant Week. Our theme, It Takes a Village. For a week, we want to make an intentional effort to promote many of Richmond's restaurants with events and a multi-channel marketing approach that includes social media, local news, dedicated websites, and more. So that way we can spotlight our small businesses. As you know, restaurant weeks are not a new thing. However, we wanted to take a more communal approach to doing a restaurant week. We were asked by our chair, Diana Ware, about goals, and we saw this as an intersectionality of every single EDC member's goals that they had for the city of Richmond, including showing support to small businesses who are currently here, as there is constant conversations of bringing more businesses into the city of Richmond. We want to make sure that the businesses that are currently here are an advocate to the support that they know the city and its champions like the EDC and other associations that I'll talk about later can provide. We want to provide support where it matters. Although, like I said, we want to see more of everything in the city of Richmond, it's very important that we show people that we're here to support them. One thing that came up in the 2023 Taste of Richmond, I led the marketing efforts for that. As a small business owner, I run a branding and marketing agency called Empower Soul Studios, where I handled all the content creation for Taste of Richmond 2023. And people did not know that there was an Economic Development Commission, which is very alarming to us, as we are supposed to be a support to small businesses throughout the entire city of Richmond. So not only serving as a space of support, but also collaboration with an intergenerational, multi-channel collaborative effort that we're going to bring to this new direction. Next slide, please. So the main thing is restaurant buying. We have a lot of new places in Richmond, and we want to get people into it. We're already starting to see an influence of influencers coming to the city of Richmond, doing videos on like Factory Bar and Masa, coming in and highlighting our Richmond restaurants. And so we want to curate a full marketing rollout that includes social media, a dedicated website to the event, local news, and citywide collaborations to kind of already feel into the energy that is coming into the city. Taste of Richmond already has an Instagram page that we have we monitor during the event and leading up to the festival, but this time we would have a like 2 to 3 month rollout of content that would include interviews and all kinds of things to really spotlight Richmond restaurants. With events, the goal is to hold events in the space. So this is the part that takes away the extractive nature of the festival, is by actually going to restaurants within the city of Richmond and hosting events on the weekend. So yes, the restaurant week would start on the Monday, but the Thursday, we actually just had a subcommittee meeting today. The Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we would host in-person events where we can have DJs, a section we're calling Chop It Ups, where we can have the restaurant owners actually present their businesses to the community, tell us why they're in the city of Richmond, and we can actually put faces to the names behind the places we love to eat. Next slide, please. So the reason why we're calling it Takes a Village is because collaboration is going to be crucial to pull this off. We imagine a bridge in businesses, we're imagining building a bridge in business with different departments, the city council, nonprofits, and small business service providers to support this initiative. When we imagine this week, we really want to get the city of Richmond involved. So council members present and those who are absent who may watch this later, we will be reaching out to you because we want you to represent your district. YouthWorks, I'll get into YouthWorks, Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center, who has a robust food education program for entrepreneurs. Richmond Main Street and Power Soul Studios, which is my business, Bashworthy Events, is the event planner that was hired last year and is on a 2-year contract. So this is really her vision coming to life. Richmond Chamber of Commerce, and CoBiz, because CoBiz also serves and supports food incubators within the city of Richmond. Next slide, please. So when we talk about collaboration, we specifically with YouthWorks wanted to provide project-based internships for our youth to be able to really take ownership of this restaurant week. When we talk about social media, who knows it better than the kids? I will not tell my age, but I'm old enough to know when there was no social media, and I'm young enough to know when there was no social media. I'm old enough to be able to make a business out of social media. But the kids really know what's going on when it comes to developing engaging content, really getting the word out and creating and establishing community online. And so we wanted to give them an opportunity, not just in social media marketing, but also in event planning, content creation, and project management to really take ownership of TOR for 2024. Richmond Main Street will be a strategic collaborator as they have been the fiscal sponsor of Taste of Richmond for last year and this year. And they already have a partnership with YouthWorks as they've hired interns in the past. So we had a conversation with Brandon Evans, who is a representative from YouthWorks, about what that process would look like for the EDC. And his recommendation was to use Richmond Main Street as a kind of a pass-through for us to be able to get the youth to work alongside us and bring this vision to life. Next slide, please. On top of that, we're talking about how do we, there's so many rich restaurants, there's so many opportunities to do interviews. There's not enough of us and there's a little bit of time, right? So we were talking about, okay, when we're thinking sponsorship opportunities, we're thinking about taking ownership of the city of Richmond. What would be a great collaborative effort with this Richmond Chamber of Commerce? As you know, Best of Richmond is underway. The finalists have been selected and the final voting process, I believe, ends on July 12th. And we wanted to incorporate not just all the Richmond restaurants, but also Best of Richmond restaurants and the Taste of Richmond magazine in its first edition. We want to create a digital, maybe hard copy, depending on time, magazine that highlights eateries around the city, including the Best of Richmond winners. This book will contain advertising opportunities, revenue generation for the EDC, as the festival is the only revenue generator for the EDC at this time, coupons for discounts, stories of owners, and more. Next slide, please. So our current next steps, the Taste of Richmond, it will be September 9th through the 15th, which is why it was very imperative for us to present tonight, because as we've said over and over again, you guys are going on break. And so when you come back, Taste of Richmond will already be underway. And Councilman Cepeda actually brought it to us that it would be imperative to put this on you guys' radar. So when we do the initial reach outs, you already know what's going on. Our subcommittee meetings are held bi-weekly, and they will start being weekly in July. Bashworthy Events has already begun to identify. Shout out to Lizette and Kyle, who are still here rocking with me. Thank you so much. I saw you in the audience. And Annette, we had a meeting today where we identified restaurants in every single district. So that way, every single district, to the best of ability, can be represented in the events. And then also determining what their venue spaces look like and what we can make possible to make sure that every event is in the culture of the restaurant. Subcommittee Chair Andrea Portillo will be refreshing the sponsorship letter. I will be assisting her with creating a pitch deck to give a more visual idea behind Taste of Richmond. And then myself, Commissioner Kinney, I'm currently putting a marketing action plan together that will include some descriptors for having interns, the reach out to the restaurants, and all of the project management stuff before we get to have the fun of content creation. The launch will be on that Monday, so the 9th going to the 15th. Potential events, we originally thought 5. We got realistic and went through the weekend. So we're thinking Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And we're still working on the hard copy digital booklet release idea. But we really believe that the vision of Taste of Richmond kind of touches a lot of pain points within the city that we've picked up in the city council. I'm really excited about this ordinance for small vendors, but I think, and not saying necessarily giving a bone, but showing that our current brick and mortar businesses are being supported is just as equally important as well. It has come up to us, are we going to be highlighting pop-ups and vendors? maybe in the social media, but the heart of it is our small business owners who are in brick and mortars, because we're seeing what's happening in downtown Oakland. If you've been to downtown San Francisco, it is a ghost town, over 300,000 square feet of commercial space that is completely vacant. And we know small businesses are the heart and blood of the city of Richmond. And so we want to honor those who have chosen to already do business with us. It wasn't directly highlighted in the your docket, but I did receive, because I asked Kyle, I was like, can you give me a little blurb on how I'm supposed to say this about the money that we are requesting through ARPA? Councilman Zepeda had let us know that ARPA funds have been allocated to events of our type. And so we're going to be requesting around $10,000 to help us start the initiatives, but making sure people are paid properly, possibly giving back money back to the small businesses, because one of the pieces of feedback we got last year is because of operational costs and things like that. It was hard for businesses to provide the amount of food for the amount of people that we had come to the festival. So we're thinking about stipends, but we're really thinking like in the most village way possible, from marketing all the way to possibly funding. How can we support our restaurants in Richmond? And so I thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing us to extend the time several times. And I'm glad to have at least ended on something that we can really be excited about when you guys return.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the presentation there. And thank you again for staying up so late. I guess to move us along, does anyone have any questions, comments? I'll pass it back to the chair.
There is public comments? No?
We do not have any in-person speakers. If there's anyone still online that would like to address the council, can you raise your hand at this time?
If they
No
do, I'll
speakers.
take them out for breakfast.
No speakers.
Okay, so now discussion. I think like Councilmember Robinson has some questions.
Just my only question is, if we were to make a motion to allocate those funds, is there a source?
We have indicated in our conversations that we don't think that it would be prudent. Let me say this differently. I don't think it's a good idea to use ARPA funds for only $10,000 because of the amount of follow-up that's required. So if the council does want to make an appropriations, it would be from the general fund.
Can we still have a balanced budget and do that?
The council frequently does this.
So and funny. It's not funny.
So a question would be, so if we do allocate it and it would come from the general fund, would you, would the expectation that unspent funds in October would cover it?
No, when we have mid-year, we would make adjustments.
In mid-year? Okay.
Now, we appropriated, if I may, I don't know if you're done with the question.
Or we can just take money from Lizette's economic development budget. Just kidding.
Sold.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yeah, and thank you for trying to find some funding there. But I know that we appropriated money towards small businesses. So that's where I was thinking.
Right, but there was a the ARPA amount was 1.25 million, and there's an RFP out for that. And so I was just suggesting that for $10,000, we don't want to use ARPA money. We just want to use general fund dollars.
Okay, perfect. Then.
The city manager.
If we do the ARPA money.
Yeah. Okay. Was that somebody speaking?
Correct. Councilmember Bana.
Yes.
I mean, correct. Councilmember Robinson.
Nene, go ahead.
No, I was just thanking the city manager. We will be coming next week for the ARPA appropriation. So thank you for giving us that opportunity for another option for the funding for the Taste of Richmond.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. So Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to appropriate $10,000 to help support the 2024 Taste of Richmond event from money from our general fund.
I'll second that. And I also just want to make a comment is that I actually love this idea. It's really, really, really good, and I wish all the luck, and I'm definitely going to be supporting.
Okay,
Thank
so roll
And all
call.
of the city staff and council can go out on admissions day and frequent all of these restaurants.
And if we end on time on Tuesday, we can go on Tuesday.
Perfect. So roll
Ready?
call?
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez, and Councilmember Bana are absent, and the motion passes.
Before we finish, Eduardo Martinez, the mayor, just left this note to end this meeting in memory of Queen Flora. And I am going to read what he left. I'm sorry. I received the sad news that Mrs. Flora Evans passed away last night at 106 years old. Her family runs the well-known CJ's Barbecue and Fish Restaurant. I am not quite sure, but I believe she was Richmond's oldest resident. I do not have any details on further services at this time, but we will make sure that we can give that information. In time, Ms. Evans' pivotal family role expanded greatly over the years. According to her granddaughter, Loshanda Evans, her grandmother helped raise her and her first cousin so that their parents could work. Knowing my grandmother turned 103 years old just makes ecstatic. She is the matriarch of our family, and she is a virtuous woman coming from out of the Bible. She raised me and my first cousin while our parents were working hard, said Loshanda. Mr. Evans' granddaughter also recalled that she taught everyone in the family the value of hard work and work ethics, showing the children at an early age how to cook, clean, and how to run a house, as well as how to make money recycling cardboard. When we would collect cardboard, she would tell me, "Let's go get our money," and we did just that, said Lashanda. Charles said his parents had their children pitch in too. He and his brothers and sisters were responsible for cutting the church lawn, cleaning the church, and making sure everything was ready for Sunday service. The Evans family children's early responsibilities will lay the ground for their future success. According to Charles, his mother would train and mentor all her children to become successful business owners and to be respected by the community. Because of her mentoring and helping us to become hardworking achievers, some of my siblings went on to have successful businesses in Richmond and in the East Bay, said Charles, highlighting his own CJ's Barbecue and Fish Restaurant locally and his brother Curtis Evans' own Mr. C's Hair Salon and Lizzie's Kanju Cafe, both in Albany. He said his mother always emphasized that having your own business was the best route to go by being self-employed. While Charles said his father, Joseph, who everyone called Big John, was a real expert in Arkansas Southern-style barbecue, Walker shared that their mother was a stickler about Charles getting the seasoning just right. Charles said he would send food out of his mother to sample to ensure the quality and consistency of the barbecue would meet her standards. Reflecting upon the trajectory of her own life, Mrs. Evans recalled way back when she was 12 years old, she would pick and chop cotton. I remember when I would pick cotton, I would do about 100 to about 200 pounds a day, she said. Years later, she returned with her husband to Arkansas in the 1940s to buy land there. They met a white man who would only sell his land to black people. He agreed to sell them 160 acres of land, which has remained in the family ever since, per Mr. Evans. When asked what contributed to her reaching the age of 103, Mrs. Evans said, "I believe it was because the Lord wanted me here. I had really enjoyed my life." So in memory of Mrs. Evans, we close this meeting. Thank you.